your globe's on your screen, and in reality, there's no curvature measured anywhere.
Okay, I haven't really done any kind of research on this topic, but I would like to know what are your views on this flat or sphere thing.
Yeah,
Have you
my
done any
view.
research, or yeah, or
Have I
maybe
been what?
your personal views whether it's proved or not? I would like to know.
Yeah, so generally in scientific endeavors as well as endeavors into mathematical proofs,
Mm-hmm.
we disprove faulty conjectures, don't we? That's the way knowledge has been traditionally built throughout the centuries. So in this case, what Jimmy was trying to tell you is the faulty mathematical conjecture. The
Mm-hmm.
proposition is that we live on a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles. When
Mm-hmm.
we go out and we go and we test this in reality, because we find that despite some claims that are being made in the text chat right now, if we
Mm-hmm.
did live on a sphere of that size, it would be observable in reality. The curve would be able to be measured in multiple different ways. One way is by determining whether it does, the rate of curvature does indeed increase at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared, which is what is predicted by the fantasy globe. The other way to determine it is by observing the horizon distance, which
Mm-hmm.
also has a fixed maximum based on this fixed geometry of a sphere. And so what we find when we go out and measure it in reality is that the expected observations that you would have if you lived on a sphere of these
Mm-hmm.
dimensions are never actually observed in reality, because we see objects in the distance that should be obscured behind this alleged curve, and we also see objects that are further, we see the horizon is often behind objects that are at a fixed distance, and the horizon is in these cases further than it would be on a sphere of dimensions claim. So what we're doing is testing the mathematics given to us by the
Mm-hmm.
globe model and finding that these are observations in the real world don't match the mathematical predictions that are given by
All
this
right.
sphere.
I get it.
Good.
As I said, I haven't done any kind of research. So without going in that much scientific depth, I just want to ask you what's your point of view that even if the Earth is not a sphere, why would they lie to us? Is there something that they're trying to hide, or maybe they? What do you think? Why would they
Yeah, that's
say
a great
the?
question. I mean, yeah,
Mhm.
like that'd be cool. Like people speculate about that. And, if you can get a hold of one of these people who are consciously lying, bring them in here so we can ask them. That'd be cool. Far majority of the people who are putting out the fake fantasy globe failed model are not consciously lying about it. They are assuming, like you probably
Mhm.
assumed, and like I assumed before I looked into the mathematical evidence that clearly demonstrates that the globe model is a failure. Before I looked
Mhm.
into that, I thought that this model must be backed up by some kind of proof or measurement. So most people, because we're never actually taught, we're not ever in school taught, what
Mhm.
are the actual predictions of this model. You can go on the internet, you can find an Earth curve calculator. You can, if you work on it, you can find
Mhm.
what is predicted by it. But in general, people's education does not give them this information. So you're just given the globe as like a done deal, like this is what it is, accept it. So you just assume, yeah, the whole, military industrial education space complex wouldn't be built on something unless they had something to back it up, right? That's what you think. But no, it turns out that they don't. So, but the point is, it's just a tradition that's been passed on. So most of the education system, most of the, multi-billion-dollar science fiction space industry, and so on, the government, whatever, whoever you think is lying, they're not consciously lying. They're just passing on the story, the myth that they've been told, just like people would pass on Greek mythology. It's just a myth. It's just a tradition. It's an oral tradition that's been passed on and continues to be perpetuated.
Okay. I have another question.
Okay.
As far as I know, that in Galaxy, I haven't ever gone into the space or something. All the things that we have seen is on the internet. So all the planets that we have observed so far are sphere. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like the moon, the Mars, the sun, and all these planets in the galaxy, they looks like a sphere. Is it correct?
You can, you can't actually determine that with your backyard telescope. Actually, if you ever looked at any of the wandering stars, aka planets, with your backyard telescope, because they don't look like spheres when I look at them. I mean, there's
How do they look
cartoons.
like? I'm
NASA,
curious to know.
yeah,
Do
there's
they look
NASA.
flat or?
There's NASA cartoons that look like spheres. Yeah, I mean, like a lot of children's television where they look like spheres, like a mobile above a child's infant crib. They put a bunch of balls up there. But if you actually use a real telescope, they don't look like spheres. But it doesn't even matter. They can be spheres. Like I can even grant you that if you want to believe they're spheres, that's fine. Yeah, they could
No, I
be.
do not
Possible.
believe.
But if you
There
do
is
believe
a
they
lot
are,
of
it has
things that I
no,
don't believe,
yeah.
but we do
Okay,
not
yeah.
have any other.
It's
uh,
irrelevant, is what I'm trying to say. It does. I mean, even if they were spheres, they're not the Earth. They have zero relation to the Earth. Like, what do those stars wandering across the sky? What do they have in common with the place where we live, the beautiful natural world full of a huge diversity and abundance of life, water, and animals, plants, amazing landscapes, mountains, oceans.
Species.
What do those have in what does our Earth have in common with those wandering stars you call planets?
I don't know.
Yeah, neither do I.
Because we haven't found any life there, maybe.
You haven't found any life
So they
there
are
because
just.
you can't go there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, no life has been found there. There's nothing. I mean, I can't really think of even one thing, that they have in common.
So, what do you believe? What
I
do you
don't
believe?
need to believe. Your globe requires belief. Your globe requires belief. Flat Earth does not require belief. It just requires accepting what we actually observe and measure in reality at face value and discarding the failed myths that we've been taught that have no scientific or mathematical basis. So I don't need to believe when it comes to the Earth. I just accept the Earth the way it presents itself.
So, in your views, the Earth present itself as a flat surface.
Yeah, isn't that how it presents itself to you? Like, have you gone to the
To me,
ocean?
yes. If I go out, I look at a road. Even if I drive, I see a flat road. I don't see a road going down, rounding a sphere. So I get what you are trying to say. So,
Yeah,
in your
and it's
belief,
not
you
just
think it's a flat surface where we
You
or
insist
having
on
this fact.
you insist on putting that on me as a belief, even though me and Jimmy have both like at least like 10 to 12 times told you that globe is what requires a belief, right? Because that's where despite your experience, what you just told me, when you go out and you see a flat road, you go out, the horizon seems flat. If you go to the ocean, the horizon's flat as far as the eye
Mhm.
can see. Water lays flat in its container. At no time does water ever curve. So, what requires belief is to look on your television screen or your computer screen or your phone screen, see a cartoon image of the globe, and be told, despite all of the evidence to the contrary, you actually live on a spinning ball, even though we have zero proof of this alleged spinning ball. So, the belief is the globe.
Okay, so another question. Do you, I cannot even say, do you think that all those
You're in
people,
cognitive dissonance, buddy.
what?
Cognitive dissonance. You know everything she said was true, but your brain can't handle it because
No, I'm
you believe the
really
globe so
open to
hard you can't accept
anything.
that it's not a
I'm
belief, that the
just,
globe is the belief. Do you understand that the
no,
globe is the actual belief?
let me clear myself. I'm really open to learn anything new. I'm 23 years old, and I believe that we learn
You
every
don't need,
day.
that's the problem. We're trying to free you from belief. You don't have to believe
Which,
anything. You can know what the earth is by
Mhm.
accepting what you see with your eyes and not imagining that though you see the earth is flat, that it's actually not flat and that it's actually something else. So you have to not believe your own eyes. Do
Okay,
you don't you believe
what?
your own
Do,
eyes?
so how do you figure it out? And why? And the question is it really matters to us?
It does matter
How?
because a flat earth can't support an atheist materialist worldview. So you can't be an
Okay,
atheist on a flat earth.
you can be an
This is
atheist and to believe
not on a
in
flat earth.
matter.
Like how did it get here?
How did we get here on Earth?
In the globe, it's the Big Bang, right?
Okay, there are still different theories out there.
Yeah. Well,
Some says
that's why I said
we came
materialist.
from the Big Bang, but some other there are a lot of religious people, like
Yeah,
from Islam and
that's what I'm talking
Christianity,
about.
who do not believe this theory.
Okay, yeah, I'm one of those people.
How?
I agree with you. Listen for 1 second, just 1 second. Um, the globe supports the Big Bang. That's the only way to explain the Earth being a globe is in a Big Bang cosmology. If the Earth is not a globe, you can't. There's no room for any atheism. Now, listen. If the Earth is a globe, then you could be atheist or you could be religious. You could be both. But on a flat
Mhm.
earth, there's no atheism at all. There can be no room for atheism. There's no way you can justify an atheist worldview on a flat earth.
Okay, and what are the religious people's view on this matter? What do they believe, if whether the Earth
I
is
mean,
flat or a?
all the religions. I mean, listen, there's religion,
Mhm.
right? But the pressure in the modern time is that religion is and science are against each other, right?
Mhm.
Okay, that's what they've been saying since Galileo. Religion and science are against each other.
Mhm.
And it's an idea that that's been permeating through mankind that science is going to tell us the truth, and that religion is eventually going to die as some old myth.
Mhm.
Okay, just because there's still some religious people now, even those religious people have adopted this globe idea, even though initially, like in Christianity, Islam, all the Judaism, Shintoism, Taoism, frickin' Buddhism, Hinduism, you name the religion, they all had a
Mhm.
flat Earth. They all had a flat Earth cosmology. None of them thought the Earth was a globe. But some people have abandoned their religion, the religious teachings, and saying, "Well, they didn't know anything back then. I believe in God, but I don't believe in anything about God if science says it's not true." That's
Okay.
that's what's happened. Do you agree with
Mhm.
that? That if science says something's not true, even though the religion says it is true, they stop believing what the religion says.
Okay, if we ignore the religious scholars from any religion and we just take their holy books like the Bible, the Quran, and the
Yeah, they all say the Earth
I
is
don't know
flat.
what's the Bhagavad Gita or for Hinduism, is it mentioned this subject? Is it mentioned somewhere in those books as a
That the
reference?
Earth, the shape of the Earth, yeah,
Okay, do you
the Earth
know
is flat.
any of
So in Job, it says the Earth is
in
laid
which?
out is like clay pressed in by a seal. Okay, that's flat, right? Take a piece of clay, you press it with a seal, it's flat. In the Quran, there's a bunch of verses. I don't know them off the top of my head, but the Hindu cosmology is a bunch of nested planes that are all stacked on top of each other. It's called Brahmandala. You can go through even Norse mythology. It's a flat Earth. You can go through all of them. They're all flat Earth. Mayans thought the Earth was flat. Everybody thought the Earth was flat, except for some Greeks in
Mhm.
300 BC, and eventually their idea supplanted all the other religions. Because they said it was
Okay,
science, right? They said we know this, all the religions are wrong because we have science.
so if the science is wrong, because
But there's no
now
science
today
behind it.
science is
But
telling
that's
us
the
the
thing.
Earth is a
But that's
sphere.
what we're trying to tell you. There's no science behind it. That's just what they're saying, but there isn't.
So why would
Like
they lie? I don't get this point.
they're not necessarily lying. They're just wrong.
So just they don't know.
They're, y-
They,
well, I
as you
mean,
said, they took it from the
okay. Well, let me
ancient
ask you.
Greek
Do you think
mythology.
your teacher? Well, let's start with you. Do you know 100% whether the Earth is a globe?
No,
Okay. Do you think your teachers know?
I don't think so because they learned
Okay, what
it
about your
from somewhere
teachers? Okay,
and they
we're gonna
passed
keep
it
going. What
on.
about your teachers' teachers?
There is no way to prove it from.
Yeah,
They read
so
it somewhere or
if we could
they
look for the person,
they
right?
learned
We
it
just
from
go,
somewhere.
okay, who in the look, brother, I'm trying to show you something. If we think about everybody in the world, we go, who would know that the earth is flat or a globe? 100%, absolutely no doubt. That's not very many people, is it?
Exactly.
How many people do you think that would be?
I
100?
think like
200? 500? 1,000? 10,000? A million?
not even. Mhm.
Yeah. Only and
Okay.
here's the funny thing is, do you know who claims the only 27 people claim that they've seen the Earth as a ball with their own two eyes? The people that said they went to the moon. They said, yes, we saw the Earth. It was a giant ball. We saw it with our own two eyes.
Do you
Everybody
actually
else,
believe they went to the moon?
no, we didn't go to the moon, dude. Of course not.
Okay, so
Look. The moon landing being fake is like one of the easiest things to prove. A lot of people go, "Oh, what's fake about the moon
as
landing?"
a
It's like, where do you want me to start? There's so many things that are fake. I don't even know what to pick.
yeah, I know that, and I have read a lot of conspiracies like this. So I
Not a
don't
conspiracy theory, dude.
necessarily believe in all those because I cannot prove it by myself.
Well, let me tell you this. NASA says so. The one thing that would prove where their rocket went, as in to the moon, it's called telemetry. That
Hmm.
tells you that's their data of where the rocket went. They say they
Hmm.
lost that.
Yeah,
Yeah, they lost it. So they lost the actual proof. They lost it.
yeah.
You know, it was 2,300 bankers boxes which is the equivalent of 33 pallets, which would fill up 1 1/3 18-wheelers. Okay, 18-wheel tractor trailer trucks. That's how much
Mhm.
data they say they lost. Lost.
I
How
don't
do you
believe
lose
that.
that much shit? I can understand something falling out of your pocket or maybe getting lost in the couch. But how do you lose an entire tractor trailer of freaking data tapes? The most important thing in human history, the proof that we went to the moon. They lost it. According to them. This isn't according to me. It's according to them. They made a report on it. NASA published a report on the lost Apollo tapes. So the moon landing is the easiest thing to prove fake. The point is, the only people that claim firsthand knowledge are the Apollo astronauts. And we know that they're bullshit artists. The people in the ISS, they're not high enough. The ISS would only see 3% of the Earth. So they're not high enough. So who knows that the Earth is a ball? Nobody. Absolutely fucking
Do-
nobody.
Do
Pardon my
you, do
French.
you believe in do you believe in religion? In any
Do I
kind of
believe in what?
religion?
Do I believe in what?
Any kind of religion. Do you believe
Do
in
I
God?
believe in? Yeah. I would. That's. I don't practice any religion. Let's put it that way.
Mhm. But do you believe there is
Do
a
I believe
God?
in God? Yes, I believe in God. I believe in Jesus.
Okay.
What does that matter?
No, just a random question because
I can
me
believe
too.
in
I do
fucking
believe.
Odin. The
I'm a
Earth would still
Muslim.
be flat. The Earth is flat to the Vikings. Just say I believe in Odin and Thor. Yeah, Midgard's flat, bro. That's where we are. We're on Midgard, and Midgard is flat in Norse mythology.
Hmm. Okay.
I mean, we could just pick a religion. It doesn't even matter. They all say the Earth is flat.
Okay.
That's why I
I'm a
said
Muslim and
that's.
I do not practice. That's why I asked you earlier that whether if it's mentioned somewhere in
In the
Quran
Quran?
or in.
Yeah. And my
But
understanding is I
I will
don't
go.
know
I will
for certain.
look it up. If. Mhm.
Look, listen to me. We have a Discord, our own Discord. It's discord.gg/flat earth. One word. We have
Mhm.
a Islam section that
Mhm.
has all the quotes from the Quran indicating the
I,
earth is flat. Plus, we have
I
Muslims.
would like an invitation there. If you can.
I just gave you one. Oh, you want me to post in it? I can DM it to you. I'll DM it.
Yeah, maybe you can
I can't post it in
paste
the
in.
channel. Their bot. I can't post it in the channel. Their bot will delete it.
Okay, okay. So if you can DM me later. Now it seems like an
Your
actual
DMs are
religion.
blocked, bro.
Flat Earth.
Your DMs are blocked.
Let me see.
Here, I'll add you as a
Privacy.
friend. I guess it's probably a big mistake, but
Data. Do you know how do you open DMs?
your own DMs.
App icon. Yeah, I just installed this app today.
Just
I made this account
if you
long ago, but data and privacy maybe.
you should be able to click on me and accept friend.
Okay, let me. You're in India?
Indio 007, yes. 007.
Yeah, accept.
Here, we should find the Muslim section. Hold on.
Yeah.
Islam, biblical, Quran. It's probably in here. And there's an Islamic Flat Earth server, by the way.
Hmm.
So I'll invite the channel. This will go right to. You should be able to see this right off the rip. Okay, so I sent you a link.
Check.
That should, I believe, go right to the Islam channel. That's on our server.
Yeah, Quran.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Now, I think DJ
prepared for
DJ
those
Islam?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Isn't no, I'm asking DJ. He's one of our guys.
Okay.
He's one of
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm asking anyone else that's a flat earther. DJ is Islamic. Anybody know? Going once, going twice.
I don't know. I never got that impression. I have no idea.
I'm pretty sure El Barika is. I don't know. I've heard him quote Islamic shit. I thought, yeah, Yaga Bruno just put. Oh, they just freaking deleted your spam, Yaga.
What would you say? What would you gonna ask me?
Do you are you Muslim?
No.
But you know about. I've heard you quote like tell people it says the Earth is flat in the Quran. Do you have that?
I think it's Cyrus mostly. I don't remember where though.
There's a couple people. He's really trying to post that shit. It ain't working. Yaga, take a screenshot or something and post the image. This guy's still here, or did he bounce? I think he bounced. Oh well.
Oh yeah. Well, you had a good chat with him. He accepted your friend request.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Got a new friend.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. I had people trying to get me to get them in the United States this morning. How do I get a green card?
Oh boy.
Can't you get married? Not marrying me, dude. No gay marriage is okay in the United. Does the United States government honor international gay marriages? I don't know.
I have no idea.
I don't want to know.
Oh, Yaga has put it as a screenshot now.
That's what you got to do around here. What was the guy's name? Oh, I got his name. Hold on. I'll just send him the screenshot.
Yeah, and you're going to invite him to the 24/7 server?
Yeah, I sent him the invite. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, he seems like he's willing to learn.
Well, he said he's open-minded. He was having cognitive dissonance there. That's why I had to point it out. Just like he was starting to have a mental breakdown because everything you said was true. Like, and then it's like, oh my God, all that crap is true. But it just couldn't he was resisting actually accepting it, even though intellectually it seemed like he realized that everything you said was actually accurate.
Yeah, it's difficult when it's new.
Some people are just not ready to be unplugged from the Matrix.
I know, even though we had that Matrix PFP, but maybe he just thinks it looks cool. It's all just theoretical. John has questions, I guess. You can open your mic if you wanted to ask them, John. His mic's not working.
Broke Bike Gang unite. Okay, I'm spinning the disc by request. This one goes out to this one's going out to Yoder Space Taxi. I don't hear it. It's not playing. Son of a bitch.
It's the Great Space Coaster. Get on board on the Great Space Coaster. We'll explore a comet ride of fantasy to a place where dreams fly fast and free.
With new friends and new things to see.
We'll spin you through the galaxy on the Great Space Coaster. Oh, on the Great Space Coaster, off we go.
Get on board, step inside, soaring for a magic ride.
Roaring toward the other side, where only rainbows hide. On the Great Space Coaster. 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 Off we go.
Now, who was just traumatized by that?
Was that from a show or something?
Yeah, you don't remember that show when you were a kid on PBS?
I don't think I ever watched that one. Looks like I dodged a bullet.
You're lucky. Yeah. That
Oh,
was
I
kind of
see.
the
This is the cast that Over Fences has posted. Wow, that looks scary. I would definitely remember that. Yeah, I don't think I
You
ever
don't
saw
remember that freaking big stuff? It was
No.
kind of like Muppet. Gary Gnu.
Maybe they didn't have that on our,
You don't-
local station. They don't always have all the same things.
You don't remember Gary Gnu?
No, I never saw that.
Holy shit.
Now I'm
Hold on.
very happy.
You're lucky you didn't get the space propaganda. Well, at least not as much.
Yeah.
Yoder or Obvious just posted the Great Fake Coaster. The
That's
fake
funny.
space coaster. You guys never watched that? Man, what the hell, man? Maybe they only showed it in Northeast or something.
Oh, my buddy Bug's here, but he's deafened. I'll have to stay away from him. He's bad for my health. But you guys can talk to him.
That's right. They had Mark Hamill on there. They had Star Wars stuff.
Hmm.
I don't forget what year it came out. The Wikipedia article, 81 through 86. You were young enough.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it was like syndication where like because people would they produce kids shows, but then like the local public broadcasting may or may not pick it up.
Yeah, that's what I think. We might not have had it. I mean, we definitely had Bob Ross. We had that yoga lady. I don't know if you remember that yoga lady that was on PBS, Lilius Yoga and You.
Yeah.
And we have, of course, all the usual Sesame Street, Electric Company, Mr. Rogers, but I don't remember that one.
I'm a big fan of Sesame Street. You seem like someone that have the Sesame Street album.
I do have it, yeah.
Unbelievable. When are you gonna grow up, young lady?
Probably never at this point. Yeah, I'll just keep listening to my Sesame Street album.
How many
Singing,
times you really need to learn the alphabet?
Line, for some reason, I've got this image of you just sitting there listening away. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You're just killing me. No way. Yeah. That's my favorite one, you know.
That's a great song. It has a great beat. They always had amazing graphics that went along with that song. A pinball. Wasn't it a pinball machine a lot of times?
Yeah, it was like a pinball
Yes.
machine cartoon, yeah.
Yeah.
I always wondered why they went up to 12 and not 10.
Yeah, they just wanted to push you a little further, not just 10.
I was like, oh, like a dozen eggs. Like they're
Yeah,
doing
there you
dozens.
go.
That's what I used to think.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe they wanted you to be able to read a clock.
That too. Very good.
Hey, speaking of that, how many of your students can actually read an analog clock?
Well, that's a good question because in the schools these days, they usually just have the digital clock because they have it, kind of connected, to a central thing, so everybody's on the same time. So, the classrooms used to always have the analog clocks in them up until, I don't know, when they switched over, maybe 10 or 15 years ago. I know when I first started teaching, we still had analog clocks in the classroom.
I remember that was
So-
like a test. You had to take a test and they show like, it would give you a time and you had to drill the clock hands. And then you also had to like recognize the clock hands and then match it up like, okay, these clock hands, multiple choice, what time is it? I don't remember too much. Damn. I shouldn't be remembering freaking tests from 3rd grade.
Well,
Maybe
I think they
kindergarten.
still do teach it to, like, my own children learned analog clock in elementary, but if you don't have it, like, reinforced, like, I have analog clocks in my house because I want my children to keep knowing that. But in the school, yeah, if they don't have one at home and they're not seeing it in the school, like, even if they learned it one time and then it's just kind of abstract, if they don't keep using it, yeah. Because, yeah, I noticed that at the last year when I went to the graduation, I told this girl was a senior graduating. She asked me, like, what time do we have to be back here? I said 1:45. And she looked at me weird, like, what are you talking about? She looked at me, she had no idea what I was talking about. It wasn't until after she went away that I realized she probably doesn't even know what 1:45 means.
Nope.
Yeah. 1:45. What is she even talking about? She just looked at me totally baffled. It really didn't even occur to me that she didn't know what I was talking about because you just say that, without thinking about it. I think it was like, at the time it was like 1:15, and then I just said you have to be back by 1:45. Yeah, I don't think I think a lot
I'm
of them
going to
don't.
start testing these Globers now. I'm going to start
Yeah.
asking what's half past mean?
Yeah.
What's a quarter of or quarter after? It'd be like a litmus test. how much they're actually paying attention to the world.
Yeah.
These Glober tests are getting quite stacked up. We've got the triangle test. We've got the draw the laser from point A to point B on a board. Now we can just
That
ask
was
him
a
what the
big
time
fail.
is. Oh, wow.
Were you here with the guy yesterday? Like, he was. Good thing you weren't here, Dandelion. You would have spurred out. Because remember that Noah guy? Whoever came in the other chat, I was talking to him, like the on the fence dude. Remember him the other day in the home server?
Noki. You mean N-O-K-I?
Noki,
Yeah.
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 So he brought 2 people in here yesterday. Angry.
I heard part of that. Yeah, I did not spurg out Indio. I was just listening. I wasn't going to talk to them though. Yeah, on purpose because I wanted to remain calm.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I heard at least part of it. I don't know if I heard the end. Didn't
Lake
they just
Michigan?
disappear? Yeah, I heard them. Yeah.
Did you hear that he said that we were doing it wrong because we didn't account for the elevation of Lake Michigan, and that he was conflating the observer height with the height above sea level? And was like from
Yeah,
like,
I
from
heard
Lake
that.
Michigan, the horizon's 19 miles away. Yeah, you heard all that?
Yeah, they had no idea what they were talking about. Yeah. Yeah, and you tried to explain to them even if there is that it's irrelevant, and even if there
She's
is a
doing it
slight
wrong.
difference, it's not going to affect the distances we're talking about. Yeah, but they were very stubborn. Yeah, they didn't want to listen.
He came
I mean,
back.
that should be a test. That should be a test too. I mean, do we need to include the elevation above sea level when doing the curve calculation?
Indio. He came
Yeah.
back a few hours ago. He was here and he actually accepted it today. So after he probably had a good night's sleep and thought about it, he realized he was wrong.
I mean,
It
either that
almost
or
felt like
ChatGPT told him.
yeah, but it almost felt like he had changed his mind on the whole thing. He was kind of almost defending flat now. So you must have done something to him.
I mean, what he was saying was just, but he's, like I said, to be fair, he's not the first person I've heard do that. He's probably like the 5th or something. I mean, we were talking about it last night. Dr. Shiba. So Dr. Shiba, who's a PhD with 4 degrees, that he was talking to Dave Weiss, and Dave Weiss starts doing the calculation over drop with him, and he did the same thing. He did something similar. I wouldn't say it's the exact same thing. Yeah, Shiva and his fake experiment panel. Whatever happened to that? Whatever happened to his fake experiment panel? That fizzle out?
Yeah, I heard the first one and they were going to come back and they didn't, or maybe no one's reported it.
I think they came back, but they didn't stream it. So they had like the second meeting, and then like I think Kevin Samuels just gave up on them. He's just like, you guys are morons. Bye, peace out.
Interesting.
Oh, Dandelion, look who's above you.
I see him, and I see that he's deafened, and hopefully he'll stay that way. I definitely don't want to talk to him.
Put your foot down on Bug.
He came in here deafened. I don't know what he's doing unless he doesn't realize that he's deafened. Who knows?
Too bad he's deafened. I'd play the clip. I can honor him with the meme though. Where is it? Yeah.
Yeah, if anybody does talk to Bug, yeah, later today, yeah, he's very delicate. He gets his feelings hurt easily. He doesn't like you to talk to him in a stern tone. It's too scary.
Well, you were sharing
Oh, well-
a personal anecdote with him, and he just was really rude. He just like, I don't care about what you're saying.
I know. Yeah, he's changed my entire flat Earth trajectory. Should I practice my new answer? Yeah, if anybody asks me, yeah, how'd you become a flat earther? Oh, I
Can't
just
help it. I had to
watched
do it.
some. I just watched some Eric Dubay videos. I just learned about it on YouTube. That's what I'm going to answer now. Not going to put any energy into actually trying to connect with people. He's broken me
Look in
forever.
the side chat.
That is good. That's even better now than the first time you showed it to me. I appreciate it even more. That is Bug. That is a live photograph of Bug. Oh, there he is. He's answering. He's trying to chill, and you guys get on. What do you mean? You're not even listening. But he's engaging in the chat. Why is he even here?
Dude, like he ever came in this server before. Come on, man.
Yeah, he wants more. He's like Raiden. He wants more stern
Abuse.
talking to. Yeah.
You might be able to do this in DMs and make some cash. Yell at me. Okay. I'll yell at you for $50.
Yeah, it's never going to happen again. I
actually a
just
Monty
told you because I'm never going to believe in a Glober enough again to share any personal information with them. So
That's actually a
it's never
Monty
going to
Python
happen.
skit. Have you ever seen it? The Monty Python skit? Where
I've seen many Monty Python skits. I had two friends in high
let me
school who were
find it.
obsessed
I've
with
seen
them. And not only did they make me watch the movies over and over, they also reenacted scenes from it
Oh, goodness gracious.
in the lunchroom and other places.
Great. Yeah. So they're big fans.
But I don't think I've seen Monty Python since I was in high school because I just got, oversaturated. And I probably didn't even get like the jokes as well as I maybe would now. I don't know. Oh, Bug's your buddy. Yeah, because you're good cop. Yeah, you got to be good cop that night, Indio. You're welcome. You hardly ever get to be good cop.
I know.
Now Bug loves you.
You were so bad. No,
Send him a friend request.
You tried to, connect with him, and he was just like, no. He just totally rejected you. It was pretty rude, but whatever.
Yes, thank you for recognizing that fact.
I hate to say this, but because I don't default to this thinking, but it seemed like if you weren't a woman, it wouldn't have happened like that. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, that's definitely true because I was just trying to relate to him because he was saying because he was doing, the accepting authority thing that he had to believe it even though he might question it. He had to believe it because authority said it. So I was willing to tell him my credentials as an authority, which I don't often bring up, but he seemed like he might be worth it. Yeah, it turned out that he wasn't. But yes, he doesn't like women in authority. That's right. Yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Well, not an authority over him.
Yeah, exactly. Which there's a lot of guys like that. I accept that reality. So that's why next time they ask me, I'm just going to say, well, Eric Dubay told me the Earth was flat. I saw his 200 proof videos, and So then I just became a flat earther.
No, you gotta
You
say
think-
you gotta say Eddie Bravo because that's a man.
Oh,
Because
okay.
he's a fighter, right? So he's got to be like a man's man. Told you
Oh,
the
yeah.
Earth was flat.
Eddie Bravo told me the earth was flat, so I watched some YouTube videos and I became a flat earther. You think they'd like that better?
Yeah, I was so aroused by Eddie Bravo snapping someone's neck that I followed him everywhere. And then he was a flat earther, and I became a flat earther because of him. I
Yep.
don't know, man. I mean, like, I don't know what goes through people's minds sometimes. Like, the appeal to authority thing, I just don't get it. I just don't. I don't get it. Like, I more likely believe some frickin' hobo in the street than some authority, quite honestly.
Yeah, because the authorities, are so clearly vested in their power and have demonstrated over and over throughout history that they're more than willing to lie to the people when it's convenient for them and when it will either consolidate their power, money, control, voter base, whatever it is. Like, hello, I don't know how a person could be older than 15 and still, believe the authority figures. I don't get that.
I assume everything they say is a lie. I literally just like, and that pretty much bears out to nearly every word that comes out of their mouth is a lie, or a twisted version of the truth, or a lie by omission. Almost everything. You ever heard a politician make like a statement, and then that statement turned out to be an accurate rendition of facts and events of whatever happened? Never. Not even one fucking time can I think of. Other than like, yeah, so-and-so died. That's it. Like if they like list the names of people that are in the freaking morgue, that's about it. And they even lie about that sometimes.
Yep. Plenty of their little events that have no death certificates attached to them. Yeah, so the only logical, reasonable position, is to assume that something that you hear put out as an official story is not true unless demonstrated otherwise. Whereas an ordinary person, if I meet an ordinary person, I'm willing to at least give them the benefit of the doubt, because if I've just met them, they're not going to maybe necessarily get anything out of lying to me, but they have no,
they have no
power over me.
They're not going to gain it by lying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I also find that people in lower stations in life, they actually have a moral fiber and tend not, I mean, depending on how low you go. I guess there's a cap and a bottom and a top to that. When you get low enough, everything they say is a lie. And if you get high enough, everything they say is a lie. But I think most people are in the middle and have a moral backbone and then try not to lie as best they can. But there's kind of like a sweet spot for like, I guess you would call it the lower class, I think are more honest. Just in my experience. God, I wish Bug went on deaf so I could play that.
Yeah, I guess, in terms of the globe or in general, or believing authority, people just, they feel it too insecure to stand on their own 2 feet. They don't want to take responsibility, right? Questioning authority means that you're going to take responsibility for your own life, your safety, your mind, your health, whatever it is.
Your loved
a lot of
ones,
people
your
don't want
community.
to. Yeah, exactly. And then, you'd also be taking responsibility, possibly for your household if you have children. So, a lot of people, even if people don't consciously realize this, I've noticed, the programmed don't realize this, but ultimately I've observed that they really, it's like if they die, their family dies, so on and so forth. That's okay, because if they followed all the government rules, they can just say, like, well, it's not my fault. They died. I did what they told me. Like, I followed all the rules. So, it's an ultimate not wanting to take responsibility for consequences. I think that's why they follow authority. Doesn't even matter if they're right, wrong. It's like somebody else is going to take the fall for this, and they kind of want to remain in a childlike state.
Well, you ever thought about this? That they don't actually have to be authorities. They only need to convince people that they're an authority, whether they are or not. That the rub is in the convincing. It's not really in the actuality of authority. You just have to make people think you're the authority. Not physically make them, but you know what I mean? Convince them. This is like the same idea as like a kind of like how a meme spreads. That idea spread because they're good at spreading, not because they're correct. Authorities, people that are considered authorities are good at convincing people they're authorities, not that they're actually authorities. You know what I mean? That's a different skill. It's probably easier to convince somebody I'm an expert at I don't know, poker than it is to prove it.
Yeah, and that's what, half of these brain in a jar people, they're going around acting like they're an authority. And when you are a person who is willing to be deceptive in your authority facade, you can more easily convince people, especially those who are of average or below average intelligence, because a lot of people who do have real ability and who try to be accurate in their speech and so on and so forth, they're going to they're going to just be more honest in their language. So they're going to say, like, when they're not totally sure about something, you know what I mean? Like, they're not always going to put out that bravado of overconfidence that some of these frauds do. Like Shiva. I mean, we've discovered that he's a total fraud, right? That's pretty
fraud.
Yeah.
I'm very disappointed too. Like, seriously, his grassroots message that like things aren't going to change like from top down, that like any type of movement like that ends up co-opted, in that you have to build it grassroots, you have to build it bottom up. I like that idea, but he's not actually doing that because he's still leading it. You know what I mean? And he's like, if you listen to him talk, he's very egotistical and self-righteous, so.
Yeah, he's very authoritarian. Everything that I've heard from him, and I've only listened to him in recent times in relation to this flat Earth topic. Apparently, on other topics, he gives off the vibe you just said. But when push comes to shove, he's like, "You should listen to me because I have these 4 degrees and I'm better than you, and you're." And he uses ridicule, condescension. Yeah, he thinks, that you should listen.
He was straight up bullying Dave Weiss. I don't want to hear about any of that. Oh, but you see, we have these observations. I don't care about that. Like he just kept doing. He did it 11 times. So 11 times in the conversation, Dave tried to bring up an observation, and he just hand waved it and said, "Oh, I don't care about any of that. You got to follow the scientific method." So he made the assumption that nothing Dave did followed any type of quote unquote scientific method, based upon nothing, because he didn't let Dave say what was actually done.
Yeah, I don't think I ever heard that one. I heard like people talk about that one. I don't think I heard that one. I just heard the one where he had his little summit thing.
Well, that was after. See, he promised to do that during the Dave Weiss interview. Then he didn't actually do what he said he was going to do. So he said, "I want to do this, that, and the other thing." But that's nothing about like way that actually ended up. Nothing he said. He said, "We're gonna get frickin' we're going to get 10 people, 10 engineers and PhDs from Harvard, and we're going to get 10 flat earthers. We're going to come up with a test. We're all going to agree upon it. And then each team, each person, individual, right? The individual that participating, they're all going to do the experiment themselves or whatever it is they came up with. And then they're going to take all the individual data points, combine them, and then they were all going to release a paper about what the result was. On top of that, they were also to sign ethics disclosures that they weren't going to lie, or ethics pledges that they weren't going to fudge their data and do all sorts of other stuff. What it ended up being is nothing like that. It was nothing like that. I don't think one part of what he said was going to be actually ended up that way, because he didn't get anybody from like Harvard, MIT, or anybody with credentials. He got fucking McToon and some other fucking anti-flat earther that was like an ex-naval technician or something. It's just absolute trash.
Yeah, I mean, how could he even find someone in a university that's serious that would be able to defend the globe? I don't know. I mean,
I think he could have got participants, though. I don't think.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people think, well, nobody in academia will do anything. They're just going to think it's stupid. No, I think they would actually participate. Like, there's associate professors and, people that aren't like, they're bored. They don't have anything to do. I'm sure they'd freaking like to participate in it in some way. But freaking, I don't think Shiva is like widely or highly regarded within academia. And I think he is a freaking lightning rod that would, like, people be like, oh, she was involved? Hell with that. I'm not getting involved in that. That's just my impression. I think he's very abrasive.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it would be nice if there would be some kind of, more neutral type person, that wasn't a lightning rod, that could do some kind of summit like that where they could have a real discussion. I mean, that would be cool. I've never heard of anybody actually doing that.
I just think he was trying to poach flat earthers. That's all I think he was trying to do. He was trying to like get people off the flat earth advocacy, apologetics, and to shill for Shiva. That's what I think his idea was. I think he saw like, okay, here's a group of people. They're proactive. They're doing stuff independently, so they're the right personality type I want. But they got the wrong cause. I'm the right cause. Jump to my cause. Jump to Shiva for president 2028.
Yeah, that could be.
Well, he has ran for office. He's run for president. He's run for senator. I don't think he's never actually been elected to any political office. He's a perennial loser when it comes to politics. But because he'll rail. He talks in platitudes and generalizations, and he'll rail about how broken the system is, but he never actually has any actual like solutions. Yeah, everyone knows the system's broken. You telling everybody again for the 1 millionth freaking time, it doesn't mean we should vote for you.
Yeah, that was a disappointment because I know, when he was first, I guess, introducing the idea, people thought, well, maybe if he actually does let it be what he claimed it was going to be, this airing of ideas and cooperation or whatever it was supposed to be. It definitely did not end up being that.
He said he was going to fly out. He was going to bring 10 people to Cambridge. You're all going to meet in his office at his place and put up the whiteboard and brainstorm to figure out a definitive, test to determine whether the Earth is flat or globe. That's what he said during the Dave Weiss interview. He made all these promises, and the reason he made these promises in the context of Handwave dismissing what Dave was trying to present. By framing what Dave was trying to present, I don't even need to look at that. You would this is the scientific method. He never inquired what Dave was referring to. He never asked, like, okay, did you guys do this? Did you guys do that? I want to know if it adhered to the scientific method. He didn't even inquire that. He just said, I don't care about that. And gave his platitudes about the scientific method, which were all wrong, and about what it is, right? He thinks applying engineering principles is the scientific method, which is freaking idiotic. Because he's not a scientist; he's an engineer. That's his background. His background is engineering, not actual physics or anything like that. Anyway, the point is, this place is an echo chamber. Then how did you type that? Bog pull a bitch move.
Yeah, I find that very funny.
I know. This is an echo chamber. How am I reading that?
Half the time, we can't get any of them to make a definitive statement about why they believe in the globe. We're sitting here trying to yank it out of them. Please tell us about your globe. Please, sir.
Yeah, I mean, an environment in which a person encounters only beliefs or opinions which coincide with their own, so that their existing views are reinforced and alternative ideas are not considered. Now, what you just said is you're trying to rip their ideas out of them so you can consider them, so they can consider them. You can consider them together. But somehow, we're not considering their ideas when they're specifically asking them what they are.
Yeah, I mean, how many times a day, do we do some variation, of asking people about their ideas about the globe? That's what we want to hear. I mean, I love hearing people's thoughts about their globe. It's very interesting to me.
I mean, I'm going to be honest right now. Not that I wasn't honest before, but like brutally honest. They don't have any ideas about the globe. It's other people's ideas, and they're just parroting them. They don't actually have any of their own ideas. Just rote memorization of some nonsense that they had to write down on a test.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what we're, trying to get out of them to put on display, just like that guy we were talking to earlier that kept calling flat Earth a belief. I mean, that's what we're trying to demonstrate, is that the globe is the belief, but we want to have a conversation with them. We don't want to just, if we wanted to just sit around and talk to each other, we wouldn't be here, especially in this outpost outreach. That's what we're doing. Pretty obvious.
Oh, our favorite Beaver Bros, Josh is here. So I got to read you something, Josh. You don't have to comment. You can just listen. This is quite, you're going to find this quite not entertaining. Here. Now, Josh seems to be of the opinion, what I've heard, that you can't measure the curvature of the Earth from the surface of the Earth. Which is weird. In a way, it's a little strange. That he has the same view that 4 to 6 year old children have about the Earth. Read it to him. An inquiry-based approach into teaching the spherical Earth model to pre-service teachers using the Global Positioning System. Journal of College Science Teaching. Students' alternative conceptions about the shape of the Earth from workshop using Atlas of Science Literacy by American Association for the Advancement of Science. 1. Flat Earth model. People live only on the top of a flat disk or rectangle. Dual Earth model. There are two Earths, a flat one we live on and the other spherical one in space. This is the one that Josh believes in, that it's flat on the surface, but when you go to space, it becomes a ball. And to further back that up, here's another scientist response to anomalous data evidence from psychology, history, and philosophy of science. University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, or whatever the hell that is. Anyway, the purpose of this paper provides systemic account of the role of anomaly in theory. In theory change in science, we adopt a naturalistic approach to the philosophy of science and support our proposal with evidence from the history of science and from psychology. Visnadow and Brewer in 1992 provided evidence for peripheral theory change in children's beliefs about the shape of the Earth. They discovered that young children, 4 to 6, tend to have a flat Earth theory of the shape of the Earth. Then when young children are told by adults that the Earth is round, they are faced with anomalous information. Many of the children account for the anomalous information by making peripheral changes to their flat Earth view. Some of the children interpret the data from adults to indicate the Earth as a flat disk, while other children, this is Josh again, adopt a two Earth theory in which there is a flat Earth in which we live, in a round Earth up in space. Both of these approaches account for the anomalous information about the Earth being round, but leave the basic flat Earth belief intact. I don't know if that means Josh is a flat earther. He must be. Kind of. He's a dual earth. He's a dual earther.
I think all Globers are.
Hey, what now?
I said I think all Globers are.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Professor Dave said it. You can't measure you can't measure curvature from the surface of the Earth. He said that crap. It's amazing how many globe earthers, like you said, they will claim that curvature can't be measured from the surface of the Earth, which would make the globe Earth unfalsifiable. Because if we can't directly detect its core geometric property that would actually determine one way or another, flat or globe, then it's an unfalsifiable claim.
So that paper you were reading is just noting this.
Yeah, I'll
phenomenon. They're
post
not
in the
like
chat.
they're not trying to like resolve it or fix it or anything. They're just
Oh
observing
no,
it.
it was like yeah, I'll post this stuff. Yeah, I pulled a bunch of flat Earth papers off a JSTOR a while back. I should check again because I haven't checked in a few years. See if they got anything new. Might delete. Oh, good. Then I'll post a link. 1 sec. They're just analyzing how people change their theories based upon new information. And because they took a naturalistic position, they look at children to see how the children respond because they're going to have what's, I guess, which should be a more natural and uninfluenced response. Yeah, I got more of the two Earth nonsense.
Oh yeah, because that one you just put, they're citing this Vazniado and Brewer 1992. So that one must go into more detail about it. Did you read that one?
I think,
Mental models of the Earth, cognitive psychology. We should try to find that one.
oh yeah, I'll look for it in a second. I might have pulled it already. I think I might have it somewhere. I mean, I'm like a pack rat for freaking scientific PDFs. But my
Study of
house is very
cognitive.
disorganized. There's freaking shit
Oh,
everywhere.
shut it.
Because it'll have a name that will it'll just have a number for a name, like number, not like the DOI number .pdf. So like when I want to find it again, forget it.
Yeah.
I think it just deleted my latest post. That's not fair.
Yeah, I can find the abstract of it, but
Some of these are from like teaching publications.
Were you trying to say something to us, person at the bottom? Law of the laws. Yeah, because I mean, studying misconceptions, that's a common thing in science education and addressing them. I mean, that's how I ended up writing the paper that I wrote about flat Earth. But yeah, my goal was to actually address the misconception and correct it. But all I discovered was they had some legitimate questions that couldn't be answered. So that's what I ended up writing about.
What is it?
Hello, Nick. We're just talking about the flat Earth. Did you know that the globe is a complete science fiction fantasy construction?
Well, I think you're wrong, but maybe explain.
Oh, yeah, what we were just discussing before. Huh?
Why am I hearing this ringling thing? What?
I don't know. Are other people hearing that? Ringling thing?
Any other voices
What
in
is
your head
weird?
we need to know about?
No, it's that. Let me leave and come back. Hold on.
How about now?
What is going on? Okay.
Now you sound muffled.
Dude, no one else is hearing this?
No, I don't hear anything.
Okay, it's gone now. Okay. All right. What were you saying?
I wasn't saying anything. Dandelion was. Take start over, Dandelion.
Yeah, I was just saying that when we go out to look for the alleged curvature of the Earth that would be expected, if we lived on a sphere, we find that it's not there. So we find that the globe is a cartoon, a science fiction creation, a fantasy, a myth. What's been your experience with the globe, Nick?
Well, I know that people have taken flat earthers, I think, to Antarctica or somewhere where they can actually prove that the Earth is round. I don't
Okay,
know
so
the
wait, let's stop
specific.
there. So you just made a big claim there. So for one thing, I just want to acknowledge that you didn't actually answer my question, which is what is your experience with the globe? So you answered a different question or just said, what you'd heard about someone. So I happen to know that the trip you're discussing did not prove a globe. So in what way do you imagine or think that it did prove a globe, or did somebody just tell you that it did and you just accepted their statement? Oh, shoot. Did he leave? Maybe he'll come back.
I don't think so.
Did I come on too strong? You should have talked to it. You're the good cop
Yeah,
now,
I'm sorry.
remember?
You form complete sentences. You can't do that around here. Don't do that. Use freaking words with 2 or 3 symbols. They were complex sentences. You just can't do that.
All right. Well, next new person, you have to talk to them.
And oddly enough, you're trained to talk to children, and that was still too much.
I don't know. Yeah, the children usually aren't afraid of me. I don't know what to say.
No, you were fine. I think maybe it was his connection.
Yeah,
Maybe
maybe
he
he'll come
realized he
back.
bit off more than he could chew.
Yeah, he was having some ringling sounds. That was probably it. Yeah, I mean, you saw that. Yeah, what's your personal experience with the globe? Well, I heard some people went to Antarctica, some flat earthers, and they ended up proving it was a globe. Yeah, okay. Bail.
Maybe he just thought he was going to troll and ran out of courage. That could have been it. Maybe he thought he was going to troll us with Antarctica. Or maybe he just wanted to like virtue signal. McToon proved the globe in Antarctica. Well, what'd he do? Gone. I was thinking the same thing, Yaga Bruno. Man, especially right after it happened, I swear to God, dude, they paid people to come into the home server and just like say stuff. It just idiotic. Because they didn't seem like they even knew like anything about it. They would just say, they saw the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Probably had a whole team ready. Like, as soon as we do this, I want you to go on all the social media places. We got to end. Because Duffy said, he is doing the experiment that's going to end the flat earth debate once and for all. We are going to look at the sun. Man, some of these globe earthers aren't too freaking bright. So the problem we have on the home server are people trying to debate and lobby or ask questions in the debate channel. Now we have somebody in the debate channel asking if they're going to get banned for debating in the debate channel. These guys are freaking mental midgets.
Yeah, I wonder if that trip, the Antarctica thing, like, I guess it provided like another voice of authority for people who, like we were just talking about, who are into like just believing voices of authority. I don't know. Like, I just wonder like what they were
Well,
actually
that was the
trying to
attempt.
do. Yeah.
They wanted to do a flat earther appeal authority, right? Oh, here's the flat earthers here's the most famous flat earthers. And they went back to the globe, so you guys all need to follow them there because they're the authorities. Because these guys, these anti-flat earthers, they can't even, like, they don't understand that people don't think like that. They can't even comprehend that people don't base what they think they know on what somebody told them. So they think that if, like, oh, we'll just make a flat, because some of them probably generally think it's a cult, and that, like, I mean, there's a guy like, oh, you guys just follow this Eric Dubay guy. You guys just flat earthers because you follow Dave Weiss or whoever. Name one of these more notable flat earthers. So they think if they turn them back to the globe, then everybody's going to follow because we followed them to flat Earth. We'll just follow them back to the globe. They don't, because they don't really think, they don't give us the due respect that we've actually come to the conclusion individually. They just think that, like, some of these mental midgets think that flat Earth is just preposterous. And that, like, if some flat Earth authority says that the Earth's a globe, then we're going to appeal that, like, oh, the authority said the Earth's a globe? Oh, the Earth must be a globe. This is the authority I trust. They think we made our decisions based upon an appeal to authority, like they do. They think, a lot of people think that other people think like they think. They can't conceive that we don't think like they think, so that gimmick could never possibly work. Every flat Earther on Earth could have went to Antarctica and said they saw a 24-hour sun. It wouldn't have changed my mind one fucking bit, because I know it's irrational to reach the conclusion that the Earth is flat based upon looking at the Earth is not flat from looking at the sun. I know that's irrational. It doesn't matter how many people say, or I mean, it doesn't matter. You can't make something that's irrational rational by being an authority, by having a lot of people think it, by all these things. These are all logical fallacies. And like, they don't care about logical fallacies. They don't even understand what they are. They just think that there's some flat Earth gimmick. Logical fallacies? That's a flat Earth gimmick. That's so you can handily dismiss my argument that is logically fallacious. I mean, how many times have you heard a globe earther defend using a logical fallacy? Actually defend it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that was a very good explanation. Yes, thank you for that. I think that is totally what they were trying to do, and they totally failed.
Yeah, because they don't know their opponent. That's why you ask these
Nick
guys
came
that have
back
been in. Well, I was just going to say, that's
Go
why you
ahead.
ask these guys after 5 years of being in the conversation, steel man one flat Earth argument, and they can't do it. Because in 5 years, they never listened once. So they don't know how we think. They don't know how we come to conclusions. They don't know anything. They're always just thinking of excuses like, oh, flat Earther said this. What's my excuse on how they're wrong? That's all they think about. What's my reason why they're wrong? They don't have to understand why I'm wrong. They just need something to say, right, as a response. Sorry that I'm ranting.
That was a good rant. Nick came back. I don't know if he can talk or not. We've got Krishna with questions also. Do you want Nick's question or Krishna's question? I'll give you both. We'll start with Nick. His is first. I cannot speak right now, but can you please give me your arguments of why the Earth is flat? To be honest, if it is flat, then there would be no lunar eclipse. That's question number one. Who wants to take that?
Oh, what was it? I didn't hear you that.
Nick says he wants to hear your arguments of why the Earth is flat. To be honest, if it is flat, then there would be no lunar eclipse.
Oh my God, you guys just say some stupid. Okay. I'm sorry. I just get exasperated by them making these weird claims. On a
You're
flat
supposed to
Earth,
be
there'd
good,
no
Cap,
lunar eclipse.
India. I thought you agreed you're going to be good, Cap, for the next question that
That was
came
a couple
up.
days ago. I'm moving on. Nick, can you tell us why you're predicting no eclipse on a flat Earth? How are you making this prediction? On a flat Earth, there'd be no eclipse. Is a prediction. What's the basis
Well,
for
he
that
said
prediction?
he said he can't talk. I don't know if Krishna can talk
Why?
because
He can type it.
I know Krishna's question is why does this VC exist? I don't know. Are you available to speak, Krishna? Oh, his
To
mic is
enlighten.
dead also. Yeah, that's
Your
and
Krishna
what's his
knows. To
name?
enlighten
Yes.
him.
Yeah, there you go. Very good, very good.
Krishna, live up to your name. Be enlightened. My mic is dead. Another broke mic, gang. Why does this VC exist? I'll tell you, man. I'll tell you why this VC exists. To get people to join it that can't talk in it because their mics are broken. That's why we're here. We're here to attract broken mic people.
Yeah, and then tonight, person after person doesn't want to talk to us, and then we get people, claiming it's an echo chamber. It's like, okay, I mean, here's one of the few places you can go on Earth where you can talk to a genuine flat earther live, and we can't get to people to talk to us. Should be really interesting. It's like going to the zoo, see something new that you don't get to see every day. A real flat earther. You get to ask your questions live, and India will be very kind and good to you.
Hold on a second. Okay, I'm going to address Nick first. Okay, instead of saying how stupid my claim is, I didn't say your claim was stupid. I asked you for the evidence for your claim. I said, hey, why are you saying that that's what would happen on a flat Earth? I don't know what flat Earth you believe in. What flat Earth did you make up in your head? Because I don't believe in that flat Earth. I don't believe in the flat Earth where eclipses can't happen. I don't know what flat Earth you believe in, but I don't believe in that one. So whatever flat Earth you believe in, maybe you could tell us why eclipses wouldn't happen on that flat Earth. But the flat Earth that I believe in, eclipses are not a problem. Now, Krishna, why are we still arguing the flat Earth? There is no argument. We're just informing you that what you believe, you've been told that the Earth is a ball. There's actually no evidence for it if you go check. That's what we're telling you. We're not arguing with you. We know this to be true because we've gone out and we've checked. Unlike you, you've watched TV and you've never checked. Okay? We have checked. You have not checked. There is no argument. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to drive to the ISS. Check this out, bro. The ISS is wrong. Yeah, sure. The ISS, looking up in the sky and seeing something proves the Earth is a globe. So check this out. This is quite humorous. So, Krishna, I got a question for you. How do we get to the ISS from Earth? How do we get to the ISS from Earth, Krishna? Do we drive? Or do we swim? Yeah, do we drive or do we swim to the ISS? Which one? Google Earth says I can drive there. It's in Texas. And this pool shows that the ISS is underwater. But these are two different places. So how do I get to the ISS? Do I drive or swim? So maybe is Chris actually in here? I wish you'd mic up and stop being a little bitch. But Krishna, can you tell me why this video of the ISS transiting the sun, why the ISS does that? Can you tell me? Is that the ISS or is that Darth Vader's TIE fighter after it got blasted by the Millennium Falcon and it tumbled out of control? How do you know it orbits the Earth, Krishna? Type in the chat. How you know the ISS orbits the Earth. Not how you think. Somebody else knows how you know it orbits the Earth. Let me ask, have you ever observed the ISS orbit the Earth? Or anybody you know? And then after you tell me who observed it, or when they observed it, tell me where they observed it from. Yeah, that's I trust them, and there we have it. Krishna trusts them. Have fun with your trust. I don't know why you trust complete strangers. They're not strangers, so which one do you know? Krishna, who do you know that runs the ISS out of one of those 5 countries? Name one person that you know that's not a stranger to you. See, Krishna, you came in here and said this is a troll. You talked all sorts of shit when I scroll up, right? But you just told a big fat lie that those people aren't strangers. They're strangers and you know it. Krishna's another fucking bootlicker. Here, Krishna, I got something for you. Like, this is the greatest flat earth meme ever made. I'm going to use this quite often.
You know, and he's got his name is after a deity. I bet he's atheist.
Yeah, I was trying to enlighten him. I told him, they said, why does this BC exist? To enlighten you. Krishna, you should understand that.
Hey, I have a question.
Yeah.
Can you please just tell us why the Earth is flat? Like, why do you think that?
Because how flat it is. What do you mean?
Yeah,
okay, I'll just break it down for you really quickly. Most of the surface of the Earth is water, right? Is that correct?
Of course, yeah.
Okay. That water's flat, not curving. So if that water's flat and not curving, the Earth is flat and not a ball.
The gravity's holding it down.
Hold on. Even if your hypothesis was true, you'd have to measure that you'd have to go out and get the empirical data that says that is actually happening, right?
Have you ever heard of Isaac Newton and calculus?
Yeah. Did Isaac Newton measure the curvature of the Earth?
He measured gravity.
He didn't do any such thing. Okay.
I think this is a problem of education.
No, I have a science degree. That shtick ain't gonna work, bro.
It doesn't.
Dandelion here is a science teacher.
Okay, well,
you don't understand gravity, so want me to give you the breakdown of gravity and how Newton came up with it? Newton came up with gravity because the universal law of gravitation as a geometric law, because he noticed from Kepler's second law of planetary motion that the elliptical orbits, if there was a force that pointed to one of the foci ellipses, that force would fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. And because he noticed this geometrical relationship, this is where the inverse square law comes from. It doesn't come from experiment. It comes from the mind of Isaac Newton noticing a geometry. And he proved it with conic sections. And if you don't believe me, you can watch Richard Feynman, who's a Nobel Prize winner, give a talk. It's called Feynman's Lost Lecture. It's on YouTube, and you can listen to the whole damn thing.
Now,
so you're not the smartest person in the room, and you're not even close to it, okay?
What's the lunar eclipse?
Now, you skated past the problem of, you said, hey, gravity curves the water. Do you have any evidence that that's actually true and not theory? Because if you have a hypothesis that's true, because science is based upon empirical evidence, that means observation, data, measurement, those things. That's the foundation of science. If you don't have any of those, then you just have a hypothesis. So your hypothesis is gravity forms the Earth into a ball. Do you have any evidence of that?
That Earth is a ball.
No, that gravity forms Earth into a ball.
Yeah, do you have any evidence of that? Curving the water around the Earth.
Gravity doesn't. Okay. Gravity doesn't form the shape of the Earth. Okay.
Okay, good. That's a good concession. Appreciate that.
But
so the Earth is flat, and we still have gravity.
Let's switch it up a little bit. What's the thing with lunar eclipse?
What about them? What about them?
Show me a picture of a lunar eclipse. I want to see it. I want to know exactly what lunar eclipse we're talking about.
It's when.
No. I want a picture. Send it to me.
Okay.
Google it and show me the picture.
Can you not Google it yourself?
No, I want you to Google it because I don't think you know what it is.
Hold on, sheepdog. So this is the. You just said because Earth is spherical, it casts a round shadow on the moon, right?
Well, it's spherical.
I got $20, Indio.
If the Earth is spherical, it'll. Well, yeah, I'm sure he thinks it's. Yeah,
I think he's going to send us a picture of a lunar phase and not a lunar eclipse. That's what
probably.
I think he's gonna do.
Probably. Okay.
First
of all,
they don't. He'll send us a waning present.
Yeah. Well, listen. Let me just stay focused with this shit. First of all, what you don't know is that they don't use the gold model to predict when lunar eclipses even happen in the first place. They've been using something called the Saros cycle since 2000 BC. And in fact, the first known eclipse prediction is by a flat earther. Has nothing to do with a globe. Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. The supposed round shadow on the moon would be a problem for you because if the moon's a sphere can't cast a round shadow on another sphere because it has a curved surface. And when a shadow is cast on a surface, it conforms to that surface. If a shadow is cast onto a set of stairs, that shadow is going to look jagged. So if a shadow is cast on a round surface, it's going to be distorted from the curvature of that surface. So there's no way the Earth, if it was a ball, could maintain its circular shape. Transiting the moon, it would actually form an S-curve when it crossed the meridian, which is the center line of the moon. Now, if you or anybody else had actually just taken two spheres and a light source and tested this, you would see that you can't create, there it is in the chat, you would see that you can't create a perfectly round shadow being cast on a sphere by another sphere. So eclipses actually falsify the globe. Well, at least they falsify the moon. That would prove a flat moon or something if the Earth was a globe.
Yeah. So how about the footage from space where it clearly shows Earth?
How do you know it's from space? How do you know where it's from?
It's NASA footage. I mean,
yeah,
are you going to try to debunk that? You're going to say it's artificial
What's the
intelligence?
Yeah, want to know how I'm going to debunk NASA's footage? Because I'm going to go to the ocean and measure that it's not curving. Well, let me ask you this: if NASA shows a picture like the 1972 blue marble, and it shows a curving ocean, and it says that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, and then I, as an individual, go to the ocean, and that curvature that they show in the image doesn't actually exist at the ocean, can the image possibly be real?
Well, I don't know if you would like do it correctly. I mean, I don't know if you know what you're doing.
I don't know if you would do it correctly. What does that mean?
I mean, you can claim that you can do this, but I don't know if that's true.
That you can measure curvature from the surface of the Earth? You don't think it can be done?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
How much do you think the Earth curves?
Well, I don't know the math.
Do you think it's a little or a lot? Off the top of your head. Like if I was like if I was 10, like, yeah, so like 10 miles away, if I'm standing on the ocean, number one, if I'm 6 feet tall standing in the ocean, how far do you think the horizon should be away? Just off your experience of what you've seen in your life, how far do you estimate the horizon was away from you?
Maybe like 20 football fields.
20 football fields? That would be.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Well, I mean, that would be
feet or 2,000 yards.
That's 2,000 yards.
6,000 feet.
I guess, yeah.
20 football fields.
That's very rough, though.
5,280 feet in a mile. Yeah, that would be about 3 miles. How much drop do you think there'd be? How much the curvature of the Earth do you think there would be in 10 miles?
Quite a bit.
In 10 miles. Well, it's supposed to be 66 feet. So that means from 10 miles away, you shouldn't see a 6-story building. From 30 miles away, it's 420 feet. So you shouldn't see a 42-story building. From like 250 miles, which we do have observations from, the drop is something like 4 miles.
Okay.
So there's supposed to be a lot of curvature. But the fact is, it's never been measured. No one's ever measured it.
You sure?
I'm 100% positive.
No.
In fact, we had Josh in here. Josh works for Amazon. He thinks he's providing internet to the world through satellite. And he says that when we try to bring it up that the surface of the Earth isn't curving, you know what he says? He says that you can't measure curvature from the surface of the Earth. He says it's immeasurable.
Well,
which the math says it is measurable. Easily measurable.
And he also says, I'm trying to figure out why it's not measurable. That doesn't make any sense. That's what he says.
Really? He said that?
Okay.
Oh, man, you should have been in here earlier, man, because I was beating him on the two-word theory.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm convinced, Nikki, that you don't even know what a lunar eclipse shadow looks like.
Well, it's the Earth's shadow covering the moon.
How do you know that?
Like that's what we've seen one.
Show me.
Yeah.
I want to see what the moon looks like.
The moon? Well, it's the gray ball in space.
Yeah, I want to see what the shadow looks like during the lunar eclipse that you're claiming.
Look, dude, I have to ask him. If nobody told you that the moon was a gray ball in space, would you have thought of that yourself?
What do you mean?
If nobody told you that.
I can just look in the sky, dude.
Yeah. No. You can just look in the sky and see the moon, but to reach the conclusion that that's a gray ball in space. How did
Well,
you
that
reach
would
that
be.
conclusion other than being told?
No one told me that. It's mainly
No one
just
told
using
you
my
that.
eyes.
So, like, when the first, how old were you when you first saw the moon?
I don't know.
Probably
Probably a
5 or
baby.
6, maybe. Think 5 or 6.
Yeah, maybe.
Did you think it was a gray ball in space when you had no idea what the concept of space is? Yeah,
And
see,
space is
it falls
zero.
apart instantly. You had no idea what the concept of outer space even was. You just saw light in the sky.
What does it have to do with the moon? About
It
being a
has,
gray ball.
yeah, it doesn't look like a gray ball.
I mean, that's like the simplest way you can describe it. But I can go
No,
into
a
detail.
circle. They actually call it in the scientific literature the disk of the moon.
Well, like a sphere is like a ball, right? So
Yeah, a sphere is like a ball, but the moon, according to them, is so far away, you don't have any 3D information called parallax. So the moon just looks like it's a flat disk very far away. You don't see
you
it from
think it's
different
flat?
angles. No, I don't think. I said looks like.
I mean,
Looks like a
you
flat
can
disk.
see it.
That's how it looks
You can
because
see.
it's so far away.
Yeah, but you could see different sides of the moon depending on the time.
Well, that's crazy because the globe says the moon is totally locked so that the moon faces the earth at all times. You can't see the sides of the moon.
But you see whatever is presented to you.
You only
on
see
that
the same
top.
face every night.
Yeah, the man on the moon, dude. The man in the moon, rather. See, that's an indication that the moon's not a sphere. So I will grant it to you. There are indications that the moon looks like a sphere, but there's also indications that it's not a sphere. So spheres have things like specular reflections. The moon doesn't have these. Spheres have what was I just mentioning? If it's a ball, it should be rotating, but it doesn't appear to be rotating. We don't see the other sides of the moon. We don't have any parallax,
you
meaning
can-
we don't.
You can't see Earth rotating. I mean, it's like we move so
It
fast.
says not
that we-
rotating.
Yes, it is, bro.
Okay, what's
You
your
know how
evidence the Earth
fast
is
it moves,
rotating?
bro?
Yeah, what's your evidence the Earth is rotating?
Well, basic science. From
That's
the
not an
textbook?
answer. That's not basic science. Is not evidence. I can't go into the lab and go basic science.
Look, okay, the average person like me learns that these basic things from a textbook, and then we don't
Okay.
actually go outside and try to measure it. So maybe I'm not like you where I try to measure these things because I don't have to. That's a waste of time. I already know.
Why is
it's
it a
true.
waste of time?
What's your goal in proving the Earth is flat? Like, what are you going to?
It's already proven that the Earth is flat. I'm not trying to prove the Earth is flat. I'm trying to enlighten you to the fact that what you've been told in the textbook is actually not the case, and that we also read the same textbook and read the same claims, and then we're like, we're not like you. We went out into the real world and checked, and now we're telling you, hey, bro, we checked. That shit in the textbook is bullshit. And you're here defending the textbook against us, even though you have no idea what the evidence is for what's in the textbook. We do know what the evidence is, okay? And based upon the evidence that we've seen, which is a lot, because I've been doing this for almost a decade now, there's no evidence the Earth is a globe. It's only a bunch of cartoons on fucking TV. And I know that's hard to your mind to fathom, that it's just a bunch of bullshit. But the Earth, if you go check, you'll see, if you go try to measure the Earth and you check it against the dimensions they say it is, it cannot possibly be that. And you could just say, well, maybe it's a just larger Earth. Maybe it's a just larger Earth and it just looks flatter than it really is because it's just larger. Well, then the moon would be farther away and it would be larger and the sun would be larger and the sun would be farther away and all the planets would be larger. Like everything falls apart if the size of the Earth is not correct.
Well, how about when you go up in an airplane and then you can actually see the curvature?
No, you can't.
I've never
Stop,
seen
dude. I
it
was in
from
an
an airplane.
airplane on Thursday. Literally, on Thursday, I was in an airplane. Okay. There's no
How high were
curvature
you
there
up,
from an
though?
airplane.
That's the thing.
47 or 37,000 feet. Look, you can't see curve from an airplane. It's nowhere near high enough. How much, like, let me ask you this. The International Space Station, from the height they say it is, how much of the Earth as a percentage would it see?
Say
It's
again?
250 miles up. Airplanes fly at 10 miles.
I mean, I'm already looking at images, and I can see people taking pictures of the Earth's curvature, bro.
From where?
Google, and they're not fake.
From Google? Where's that? I've never been there. From where are they taking the pictures, dude?
From an airplane window.
From an airplane window.
Mm-hmm.
So the ISS would see 3% of the Earth. So you think 25 times lower, they're going to see curvature.
I mean, is that not curved? Like, that's just totally. I mean, look, let me send you this one. This is like. I don't know if you're going to say this is a fake image, but just look.
A fake image. Let's see it.
Why
Are you
can't
DMing
even-
it to me?
Oh, I mean, I guess I have to. Let's see. Download it real quick.
I'm sad for you because I know what you're going to send me. I'm going to have to cook you on it.
Okay, cook me. I mean, I don't know. If
I
you're
mean,
using...
I don't want to, but listen, even admitted in mainstream science, they say that even 128,000 feet, which no airplane can even fly at, is not high enough. That's mainstream says that.
And what are these pictures from?
Think about it for a second. 10 miles above a ball, 8,000 miles in diameter. Just think about it for a second.
What do you think about
8,000 miles in diameter? You're 1/800th above the surface.
What do you think about like Neil deGrasse Tyson trying to debunk?
He said from 128,000 feet that stuff is flat.
Where do you think we got that from?
I'm just saying in general, because I've seen
Did you
some of
post
this
the
stuff.
plane image?
Well, I don't need to. I mean, if you're going to try to disprove it, then just go ahead. But I don't think it's possible.
I mean, the geometry disproves it. Okay, the geometry of the Earth disproves it. It's not. It would not be possible.
I would think a flat Earth person, a person that believes the Earth is round.
I don't believe, dude. You believe.
Thinks that like there's different geometry. So like a spherical Earth geometry does not match, obviously, the flat Earth geometry. And so
there is no spherical Earth.
What? Okay.
What are you talking about? There is no spherical Earth, brother.
If I was an 8-year-old child and didn't know any better, how would you tell me the Earth is flat?
Say go outside and look.
Look at what?
The Earth. Climb a mountain, climb a hill, find an airplane, go to the ocean.
And what are they going to look for, though?
You know, when I was 8 years old,
the Earth is curving or not. I mean, geez, man.
When I was 8 years
what are we
old,
talking about here?
My teacher told me the Earth was a globe, and I looked at her and said, "But it doesn't look like it's curving." She said, "That's because it's too big and you're too small."
Yeah, don't forget, you gotta climb a tree.
The Earth is too big for you to notice a curvature if you're just standing on land.
So you know it's flat.
Yeah, just climb a tree, bro.
Well, why would you think? Hold on. Why would you think, even though you observe a flat Earth, it's actually not that?
From a human perspective.
Yeah, you can rationalize why you're hallucinating a flat Earth. Yeah, we can rationalize. Maybe it's a giant freaking porcupine. The porcupine's big enough it looks flat. Yeah, that's great. You can imagine all sorts of things, situations where it would still look flat. But why are we doing mental contortions? Maybe it's flat because it just is flat. You know what's flat? Flat things.
Unlike Earth.
You're just chanting now. You're like, I'm sorry, but we also know the properties of water. We level things with water. Why? Because we want to make them flat. So I'll give you another example. I'll give you a perfect one. Okay. And I already know what your response is going to be. Earth too biggy. That's what you guys all say, but it's actually not too biggy. You know what the Bolivian salt flats are?
No.
Okay, the Bolivian salt flats are a salt flat, and every once in a while it rains and it fills up with 1 to 3 inches of water. And it forms a gigantic mirror across its surface. I mean, a gigantic mirror, a mirror, there it is in the chat. A mirror that's 30 miles freaking long. Now, you've been to the fun house, right? Or you've been to a store where they have a convex mirror in the corner?
Sure.
What does that do? It distorts the reflection, right? Now, if the Earth is a convex surface, like a ball, it would distort this reflection because there's something called the law of reflection. So the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. If a ray of light hits it at 45 degrees, it bounces off at 45 degrees. So if you have a flat surface that's reflecting things, the reflection will be perfectly symmetrical with the thing being reflected. If it's a curved surface, it will not be. Now, you could say the Earth too biggy, but in fact, it's actually not too biggy, and you would actually notice within 700 feet, according to the mathematics, the distortion of the reflection. And in fact, if you were at like 70 meters above the surface and you saw a sunset on the horizon here, you would not see the reflection of the sunset because there's actually no optical path for the sun to reflect off the water for which you would see it.
Okay.
So we know just from this reflecting surface that the Earth can't be a globe. Unless this is freaking a flat spot.
Yeah. I'm not going to disregard what you said. But I'm just going to ask a question. What if you went to space and then you actually saw Earth as a round globe?
Well, if that happened, that means when I'm done going to space and saw Earth as a ball, I could come back and measure curvature.
I'm just saying, like, would you be surprised?
Yeah, would I be surprised? I'd be surprised to get me into a fucking rocket in the first place. That would surprise me.
Well, yeah, of course.
The point is like you're asking, hey, if I see the Earth as a ball from out in space, would I accept that? No, I deny my own eyes. Listen, every day, what you're asking me to do is go to space and look at the Earth and see it as a ball and accept it. While every day you see the Earth as flat and you don't accept it.
Because it's not true.
Because every day of your life you've seen the Earth as flat and motionless and you don't accept it.
You know why?
Hey, Indio, can I ask
Let me tell you why. Let me come up with a convoluted excuse on why I'd go onto a rocket and see the Earth as a ball and not accept it. Would you accept that from me? Why am I supposed to accept that shit from you? You see how you have a double standard? Your bias is showing, dude, that you want me to do something that you won't do yourself.
I mean, I would if I could, you know?
Do what?
Go to space.
First of all, that in and of itself is a belief system. That the idea that you can even go to space and see the Earth in its entirety, that is a belief.
I mean,
a story told to you by other people that you have no way of verifying, that you have to just trust what they say, that you can go to a magic place where things float around and I can look at the Earth in its entirety. That's a belief. But that missed the point. What I asked you is, what I said was, you observe the Earth is flat every day and you don't accept it. But you want me to go to space and observe the Earth from there and accept that. You don't accept what you're doing now. Why should I accept your hypothetical when you won't even accept reality?
I mean, you know, when we're spinning around
Ugh.
so fast.
We're not spinning. There's no evidence we're spinning,
We're
bro.
moving at a constant speed, and gravity
No,
is
you're not.
pushing us
Spinning is
down.
an acceleration.
And so that's why you can't
Spinning
feel
is an
rotation.
acceleration, brother. If you're on the surface of a ball, spinning, right? You are accelerating, because how else would you change direction?
I mean, is the Earth not accelerating? I mean,
The Earth's not moving at all. The Earth is motionless.
why does the Earth spin? Let's see.
Okay, listen,
Inherited
brother.
angular
Let me give you
What
the
made it
evidence.
spin to begin with?
rotating
Hold
cloud
on, let me give you
gas.
the evidence that the Earth is motionless.
Yes.
The Michelson-Morley experiment detected no motion to the Earth. The Aries failure experiment detected no motion to the Earth. The Rebbe-Pound experiment detected no motion to the Earth. These are all experiments that were done that detected no motion to the Earth. This is why general relativity was invented, because they couldn't measure the motion of the Earth. Do you understand? General relativity was a patch for the fact they couldn't measure the motion of the Earth. They don't tell you this in the textbooks. See, there was a guy named George Biddle Airy. He tried to detect something called stellar aberration. So he looked through his telescope, and because a telescope has a different refractive index with water versus air, he looked at a star through air, and then he looked at it through water. And if the Earth was in motion, there's something called the Foucault effect. The Foucault effect, because they have a higher refractive medium, would have moved the star in the optic of the telescope if the Earth was in motion, because the Earth will be the star light will be deflected into the direction of the motion because of this effect. Now, they didn't observe it. The frickin' same star was dead in the crosshair. So they're confused about this. So they tried to measure the motion of the Earth through the ether, Michelson-Morley, and they did it interferometer. And they got a very low result, a low enough result where they called it a null, where they measured no motion to the Earth. The Rebbe-Pound experiment dropped a frickin', I think they did a vertical version of the Michelson-Morley experiment, and also detected no motion. We're not saying there's no motion because we're just making it up. The experimental evidence says that there's no motion.
Did we lose him again?
Oh, he bounced.
He might come back. He was having connection problems.
That was a good rant, man.
I know, it was great. I heard you. Yeah, I mean, that was that was a great explanation of those. I haven't heard you talk about. If I have heard you talk about those, it's been a long time. So
Yeah,
that was some good.
Yes.
It was good.
But if you went to space and you saw the Earth move, would you believe it?
I love that. How you, yeah.
I should have brought this up. He said, well, then I'll have two data points. I'll have a flat-looking Earth and a globe-looking Earth, and I'll be with my two Earth theory like Josh.
Well, that's a good point. 2 points. There only is 2 points. Because he basically said the only people who know the Earth's a globe are the people that have left the Earth and have seen it as a globe. And that's only 2 people that are alive, supposedly. Only 2. That's it.
And one of those people
That would be
lost the debate really badly.
Yeah, but isn't that Buzz and Neil, right? They're still alive. So probably within a decade, there'll be nobody alive that knows the Earth's a globe. Nobody.
No, they're sending up the replacements on the 8th or something,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, they gotta tag your it.
Well, I've been thinking about, I think you were in here or in one of the chats when we were talking about this, is like the people that came up with the moon hoax, they're all dying off. Like, how are they going to keep it going? No one has any motivation to keep the lie going. So I guess They must have had a plan to, like, as soon as, like, the last guy dies off, like, I bet you that one of the last two dies off on the day they go back, and they make a big hullabaloo. That'll be something that'll, like, really drill the propaganda into people's brains.
But I gotta
Stunning
take a sip.
coincidence.
Take a sip
The
of
last
whiskey.
Apollo astronaut died on the day we finally went back to the moon.
Yeah, and then they'll take a sip of whiskey on the moon and then drop one for the homie.
Oh yeah. In honor of astronaut so and so, we are gonna play one round of golf.
Be really wild if they land on the moon, so-called, and then see, wait a minute, there's no lunar lander here. Guess they didn't go back in the day, but we did. It's actually a plot of a kids movie. It's called Capture the Flag. It's about the evil villain goes to the moon he goes to the moon ahead of a mission that's going back to the moon in an attempt to steal the so-called American artifacts that were left there, so that when the next mission lands, they don't find it, and it upsets the balance of power in the space race.
You think the new people will be like, yeah, we flew over the old site and we saw the lunar lander with our own two eyes. It was in a pristine condition, just the way they left it.
I don't know. With things that are going on, I wouldn't be surprised if they say, no, it's not there.
I could be their scriptwriter, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe I should apply. Where do you apply for NASA script jobs?
Dude, I got a book waiting to publish for after Buzz dies. All his memoirs and secrets revealed. Now, how are you going to validate it wasn't him that told me? Exactly. The old posthumous release.
I mean, yeah, I'll buy it.
Whose mother was the moon lady that got shot? Bud's mom?
I don't remember.
Yeah, supposedly she was so distraught that her son was going to be famous that she had to kill herself before she had something to rub into every other mother's face, even Chinese moms. Some Chinese mom be like, "Oh, my kid got a Nobel laureate and 3 physics medals," and the other mom's like, "Yeah, my son went to the moon. Suck it." Apparently, that was too much for her to handle, so she had to off herself. 3 shotgun taps to the back of the head. I do think some of these guys think that people are just going up into space and just turning around and seeing the Earth as a globe. It's like, oh yeah, they're just doing it all the time. 5 times a day.
Hello.
And then gravity's pulling them back down.
Oh.
Hey, India, did you notice that guy's profile picture, Nikki D? Apparently he had a flat horizon in the background. Didn't even know it. Clipcord found it.
Oh, that's hilarious. I missed that.
Yeah, go to 53 minutes past the hour.
Oh, you know goddamn well, too, that he didn't know what the difference between a phase and a freaking eclipse was.
Bro, I came to that revelation last night. I was like, you know what? I'm going to start challenging these people on a lunar eclipse and ask them to show me a picture of what a lunar eclipse looks like. And I guarantee you, 9 times out of 10, they're going to show me a lunar phase.
How like embarrassing that is, really.
Dude, how's that going to happen if they just Google lunar eclipse and just post whatever shows up? Is the Google results screwed up?
Well, they're going to show the red lunar eclipse, and they're like, where's the shadow? And then they're going to look for the moon's shadow, and then they're going to be like, oh, this is it. And it's going to be a lunar phase because they don't know what a lunar eclipse or a Saturnian eclipse is.
Hurrah.
I'm glad you caught that, though, Indio. Because I think I only told DJ and maybe, who was it? Maybe Plain and Truth, or Jedi. I told Jedi, too, earlier. How you been, AI? I haven't seen you in a while, man.
Horrible.
That cold up there, huh? We're just now getting out of our freeze. It's going to be 70 degrees this weekend down here in Texas.
Look, it was 27 degrees today, so I had to work outside doing some spray foam.
You said it was 70 degrees today?
Oh, 27. Warm enough to do spray foam.
Well, that's cool. Hopefully you got that knocked out.
Holy crap.
Oh, my bad.
That sounded like a bird and a sawzall had a baby.
You're funny, dude. No, it was a bug killer.
Oh.
What's up, Juber?
Yeah, 2 people know the Earth's a globe, supposedly.
Oh, yeah? Who's that?
Buzz and Neil. That's the only guys alive that have the direct knowledge.
Wasn't there a third guy?
He's dead, homie. Although, wait
Did
a
they leave
minute.
him on the
Maybe
moon?
there is a third alive. Who is he then?
Remember, he was supposedly the one that stayed on the ship orbiting the moon while the lander went down.
Who cares? Nobody knows who his name is, so he doesn't exist. He's that guy that has to follow the other guys around and be like, I was there too.
Michael Collins. Oh, he did die in
Yeah,
2021.
Yeah, like a book signing, and you go. There's 3 astronauts. You go up to the 2 of them to get their autograph and walk away. And the other guy's like, "Hey, wait a minute! I'm an astronaut too." Like, so it says that he did pass, right? Yeah. So there's only 2 left. Soon to be 1, and then soon to be none.
Oh, no, Neil died in 2012.
What?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. So there's only 1 left?
Yeah, just Buzz.
Dang, dude.
Crazy.
Hello there. Good morning.
Good morning.
So, what's going on, everyone?
Well, someone told us the Earth is flat, so now we're all here trying to figure it out.
What are we doing here?
Trying to figure out why the Earth is flat.
Okay. Mm,
Yeah. So the surface of water at rest, it's flat.
can we? Hi, Dijla.
Yeah, there's a video of amateur rocket being shot up into space, and you can clearly see a curve. But these guys just always change the subject or ignore it.
That means it will be also on the ground. If you can see from the
whole,
rocket.
Bigfoot unicorn shtick.
Yeah, that would be the curvature that we're asking for the measurement of that no one has. That
Okay, but you can
curvature.
see it. Like,
Okay, so why can't you measure it?
So are we trying to disprove flat Earth, or are we trying to prove globe Earth here?
Well, they'd be the same thing.
There's
wouldn't
two
they?
sides.
In order to disprove the flat Earth, you would need to prove a globe. Because
Okay, so
flat
where's
Earth
the
is just
where are the globe
observable
tards?
reality.
Are there any globe tards in the call?
Yeah, we're just speaking to a few of them. Well, the first guy was cool. What is it, Mansky? He's a big time globe head. He's been coming here for months and just like sideshow Bob walking on rakes 24/7. But the first guy, who was that? Because he could actually hold a conversation. So we've not got someone from the flat Earth side who can pick this up. Who's on PWN? Says who? CJ?
I am, but I may not be for very long.
Three.
What I would say is that if that imagery that Mansky's talking about is indicative of a sphere Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles, and when we go to a 20-mile lake, or we look across a 21-mile body of water, we wouldn't see clear to the other side. There would be a horizon at about 2.7 miles and a curvature drop of about 260 feet at the other end. But that's not what we find. So sorry, the imagery.
We set aside the curvature drop for a bit because I'm presenting here a photo of the Earth, and you're saying that it's been manipulated. Is that correct?
I'm saying that if it is indicative of a sphere Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles or a circumference value of around 25,000 miles, then when we go to a large body of water like a lake and look across 21 miles of surface of water, we wouldn't see clear to the other side. There would be a horizon at 2.7 miles and a curvature drop of 260 feet at the other end. But there isn't.
That's just a statement that you made now.
Yes, correct. So any imagery that's presented to you as some kind of evidence or a claim that it is representative of the Earth as viewed from a very far away, and it comes with those values of this Earth's size, its radius, its diameter, its circumference, then when we go to a large body of water like a lake and we look across 21 miles of surface of the water, we shouldn't see clear to the other side, but we do. So therefore, do what you will with that imagery. Think about it as you will. If you want to just rest your faith on that unverifiable image, that's on you, right? But meanwhile,
Well, you've got to actually explain the steps.
Yeah, sure.
You can't just tell me that because I'm looking at a circle with some kind of radius that this needs to happen.
Right, so if that is the Earth and its surface is curving, then there's geometric consequences, right, to what we will see and what we can measure on the surface here on Earth, right? Meaning there's a curvature rate to it. So roughly 8 inches per mile squared, which means over a distance of about 20 miles, there would be a curvature drop of around 250 feet. Do you understand?
Right.
How much drop is there? How much drop is there?
I'll go to the Earth curve calculator. Got, I don't know how to use this in conjunction with the image, whatever.
Because if the Earth doesn't curve as much, that means it would be an even bigger globe.
True. Look, if you're just looking at the image, if it was, for the sake of argument, not touched at all, right? No Photoshop has been altered. They just took it off, they printed it as soon as it was taken, right? Nothing happened to it. Would that mean we live on a sphere? If the image was true, mind you.
The correct term, I think, is oblate spheroid, but yeah.
Hypothetically,
so the image,
if it was true,
it has been changed.
If the image was true, the Earth would measure accordingly, curved. However, besides doctoring, there's a very simple explanation, and that they used a wide-angle lens which curves horizontal lines. So if you look at the video, early on when they're close to the ground, does the horizon appear curved? If yes, then this is a wide-angle lens.
I don't know. I don't see a video, and I'm not talking about a specific image. There's lots of images of Earth.
Yeah, and we've gone through you're welcome to try to find one. We've gone through thousands of them, and we have hundreds of ones that don't have a wide-angle lens, and they show flat horizons.
Can you show us that?
According to the math, the ISS is too low to the ground to have the Earth curved, and so they need to use wide-angle lenses to make it appear curved.
Can we all agree that you believe that the image is doctored?
No, I didn't say it was doctored. Lens effect does not mean the image is doctored.
What about an image without a wide-angle lens?
I'm not. You have to show me a specific image for me to claim it's doctored or not. Okay? It doesn't really matter because the surface determines if the Earth is curved or not. And so, if you have an image showing a unicorn in your backyard, and then we go to your backyard and there's no unicorn, I am not obligated to believe in your image. Do you understand?
I can't actually send anything in the chat. I can't send an image.
So you don't understand?
No, I do understand. I'm trying to send an image and I can't.
That may be an issue of just being too new to the server, so you might have to, participate more in chats until you level up, and then they'll grant you that access.
Right. So, do half of you believe that the images are doctored, and half of you believe that it's using a wide-angle lens? What is the actual consensus on this? Is there a consensus?
How would there be a consensus on multiple images? Each image is specific to that image. We don't have an imaginary consensus. We're not a cult like the cult you come from. We're not a cult like the cult we left. We're just the people who left your cult. Okay? Get it through your brain.
Okay. You can also decide that none of the images are indicative of a globe, that they're either wide-angle lenses or doctored. They're not mutually exclusive. I'll just send DJ the image. Whatever.
There's many potential causes for the images. You like us can simply.
This is the most standard image. I didn't like.
I understand. I'm just saying any image that contains the globe in it, you can just go test it yourself. Does the reality curve like the image is presenting to you? If it does not, the image is not true, regardless of how it was made.
Right. So, okay. Some images are made with a wide-angle lens, and some are doctored. Can we agree on that at least?
Yeah, sure. NASA admits we have a link here for you from NASA to a graphics designer working for NASA who created the blue marble image. They freely admit that they doctor some images and create some images. Many people believe those images are real images. There are other images they claim are real images, and we simply test the surface. So we don't care what other people claim when they don't have any evidence backing those claims. The evidence comes from reality conforming to your images or not. If reality doesn't conform to the image, then the image clearly isn't true, regardless of how you derived it. You could have created it through an AI. Whoa! That doesn't mean it was doctored by a human or using a wide-angle lens. There could be other methods made to create images, what was he called again? Math Powerland. One of the earlier flat earthers. He claimed to have worked for NASA making paintings, very realistic paintings of globes. And he ended up making a comedy routine after he stopped working for NASA and was like, is this a painting or a photograph? And he had globes. And he made fun of this because he was and ended up becoming one of the earlier flat earthers because his paintings were so realistic that people believed they were real pictures of actual globes in outer space. But we're not making claims about the entirety of supposed space pictures. We're testing those claims. The pictures themselves are the claims, and we're testing the claims. Do the claims hold up in reality? And they don't. That's the simple.
I'm not doubting any of that. Okay. I'm simply saying, all right, let me put this as cleanly as possible. The images could have been painted, doctored, photoshopped, created pixel by pixel, manually written in a text editor. All right. It doesn't matter. An image as of 2026 has no value whatsoever. It is not proof. All right. Alone. But let's say, for the sake of argument, that an image was not doctored, it was not painted, it's not fake. All right. For the sake of argument, all right. If the image was actually real, take it on a spacecraft outside of Earth, right? If all of those things were true, never mind that you don't believe in them. Just say
Which
that they
image?
were.
Yeah,
The one I
you,
just posted.
if all of those things, if
I
all of
haven't
those things
finished.
were true, okay, sorry.
All right. If all of those things were true, and you just take any random image like the one I sent you, right? That would indicate that we're on a sphere, right? But I know you don't believe all of this.
No problem. If we assume all of this is true and we went out into outer space and we saw the Earth as a ball, the Earth would measure as a ball on the surface. It doesn't. So your hypothetical doesn't make any sense.
Right.
And your image doesn't make any sense.
What's wrong with it?
Well, on one half of the ball, you have Africa.
And that's a problem. Why?
Well, on the other side of the ball, you have North and South America, Asia, Europe, Australia, Antarctica, all the oceans and seas surrounding.
So?
That's why it's a problem. Think about it, sir. Use brain.
On the other side, we have too many things. I'm pretty sure if I went on Google Earth and I can get this exact perspective and everything will be fine. Right now.
Well, then you have the same problem with Google Earth.
WebGL is not supported on my browser. That's great.
Senator, this stuff seems to be going in one of your ears and out the other. Good luck to you, dude.
Hello, guys. How are you guys?
You just told me that my image makes no sense. Out of the blue.
How are you, bro?
I'm great.
Yeah, it makes
Where are you
no
from,
sense
guys?
because this is not something
Where are you from,
that makes
guys?
sense. Sorry. I'm
Where are you
responding to
from?
him real quick, and then I'll
No. Respond to me.
Yes.
Quick.
Yes.
Where are you from?
No. First, I'm responding to him, and then I will respond to you. Don't make me mute you. So it doesn't make any sense because what you experience is a flat, non-rotating world. You see the stars and the sun move in the sky, and you experience the world as a locally flat plane. That's how it's described. That's how it's mathematically used. That's how we function and use the world we live in. However, there's this belief that the world curves beyond what we can experience, and that special people can go outside the globe and experience it as a globe. Meanwhile, you, the plebs, cannot. And so you just have to believe in the superior people, and then you are enlightened because you are part of the religion of the globe. So we don't buy into that. We actually go out and test their claims, and their claims fall flat.
Unintended. I'm kidding. Yeah, I just realized that I was gonna make a different point, but then I fucked it. I'm sorry, but I don't follow with this whole religion thing, right? With the globe people.
Yeah, it's a globe religion. If you didn't know, the globe religion started as a cult within Pythagoras as a secret doctrine of the Pythagorean cults, and then spread into the mystery schools of Greek, ancient Greek, and our whole current worldview is built on this ancient mystery cult and their secret doctrine. And that's what everybody's been programmed to believe, even though they don't have actually any evidence. All the supposed evidence for it is just logical fallacies, and that's why they removed logic from your curriculum, so you didn't understand how you're being manipulated. And then
they removed logic from the curriculum.
Yes,
that's
they essentially
not true.
Essentially removed logic from the curriculum. You only get a primer and slight education on it if you go into philosophy, but even then, it's drowned out by all of the different aspects of philosophy. Back when we had the trivium and the quadrivium, logic and rhetoric were some of the primary things that they taught children, and so they were better equipped to identify logical fallacies. Meanwhile, we get taught Aristophanes, for instance, if Earth is a sphere, shadows would act like this. We see shadows act like this. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere. This is circular reasoning, but because it's dressed in math, it's dressed in authority, people don't realize.
That's what I've been trying to get at with my whole sphere photo. the point of the sphere photo is not about proving the existence of a sphere from just a photo. It's about getting you to acknowledge that you believe in someone that is oppressing us, controlling us, and feeding us false ideas.
I don't need any belief in that because I can just go out and measure the world and see that someone's not telling me the truth. For I don't know his reasoning for not telling me the truth. Maybe he's just confused. Maybe he's a dumbass. Maybe he inherited this lie from some other guy who might have been malicious. I don't know. I am not them, but I can test the fruits of their labor. I can test if the earth is actually curved or not, because we have access to the earth.
You can't be making this whole thing about us not being taught logic in school, about a cult created in ancient Greece, about them wanting to control you, and then just go on and be like, "No,
them wanting to control you." That's you putting words in my mouth.
Well, not you specifically, but it was said in this voice channel earlier.
Yeah, that's because we're not a cult like you. You come from a cult where there's a unified belief that you have to believe. We are an independent group of researchers who all have different opinions and beliefs. However, the only thing we share is the empirical, scientific, and logical necessity of reality. And so we teach each other logic. We go through science and physics. That's what we care about. We care about the empiricism, the measurements. If the Earth were measured curved, we would all be globers.
You just can't do that. You can't call me. You can't say that I'm in a cult started in ancient Greece, and then say you're just an independent group of researchers. You can't have it both ways.
That's just how it is, because we are not a cult. We don't have a unified belief system like you do. You have one, and you are here policing for your belief system because you have a cognitive dissonance when being faced with the idea that your belief system could be wrong because you were raised in cognitive ease. You were raised with the globe being in all of your programming, all over entertainment, in your education, and you were never presented any alternatives. You were presented this as it was a concrete reality, and so it shaped your ego and your worldview as you think you live on a ball. You think there's outer space and other balls you could go to, and maybe aliens out there, and it creates this whole worldview for you, where you are like random accident of the universe.
If it's so easy to understand, or maybe not to understand, but if it's so observable and measurable and provable that we are on a flat Earth, then why is the consensus different? Why is flat Earth a minority and globe Earth the majority?
Because there's billions of gullible people just like you.
It's actually very easy. In the 1800s, there was a resurgence of flat earthers. In the 1700s, there was a resurgence of flat earthers, and there's always an opposition to this, and that's because the cult, the secret knowledge, the holders of the secret knowledge, we know how the world is, and if it's not how we thought it was, then we were wrong. We were telling everybody things that were wrong. And it's hard to accept that. That's sunken cost fallacy. So there's just human psychological reasons when people get caught up in beliefs. You can see this around any belief, like Scientology or any other thing, where people believe something so hard that they just don't look at reality for what it is. They try to insert their belief into everything. And when it doesn't matches, they just find some excuse to try to make it match. And that's what we keep finding. We wanted to believe the Earth was a ball. None of us wanted to be a flat earther, okay? Most of us who came to this wanted to debunk them. And so we were like, okay, yeah, let's go out and test it. Well, we will figure out one way or the other and just confirm the globe again and again and again until the flat earthers concede. However, what we did was confirm that the earth isn't a globe over and over again, and eventually we just had to scratch our heads and be like, okay, like, who do I talk to? It's far easier to convince people of a lie than to convince people that they've been lied to. And I don't really expect you to believe me or us. I just want you to think about your own beliefs and then be critical of your own beliefs. And then as you're out and about and you can look out over the sea or whatever, and you can see, I can see way too far for the globe. And that might cause some interest in science and logic and reasoning. And you might dig into this and figure out that the earth isn't a ball, but it requires you to find it within yourself the desire to actually search and learn and test these things, because nobody's going to give you all the knowledge. You think the people who want to maintain power would give you all of the knowledge when knowledge itself is power?
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar, discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
The proposition for the debate tonight is that the Bible teaches the flat earth cosmology. I am defending and my opponent is denying. Thus I provide the following arguments for my position. Number 1. The firmament mentioned in Genesis 1 is undeniably a local, discrete, solid structure that canopies the earth in a discrete and absolute position, and in which the fixed stars are contained and move. Genesis 1:14-20 tells us very plainly that the celestial bodies are in the firmament. This completely precludes the idea that the firmament is the sky or Earth's atmosphere, because that would mean that the sun, moon, and stars are less than 100 miles above the Earth, and I don't know anyone who actually maintains that position. In Job 37:18, Elihu asked Job, "Hast thou with him spread out the sky, which is strong and as a molten looking glass?" In Psalm 19:4, we read that the firmament of heaven is a tabernacle or tent for the sun. A tent is never something that ubiquitously surrounds the observer. It is a canopy over a flat plane in a discrete and absolute up and down relationship. And the observer is not fixed into the tent, the observer is inside the tent. Moreover, the Hebrew word for the stars in Genesis 1 denotes that they are converting or instrumentally conveying the primordial light of Genesis 1:1 from the opposite side of the firmament. Thus, Matthew Poole states in his famous work Synopticon Criticorum on the Hebrew of Genesis 1:14, quote, "Let there be luminaries." It is to be understood distributively, that is, let every single one of the luminaries be. The light created on the first day was obstructed by the extension of the firmament. Therefore God prepared in the firmament certain places through which that first light might pour its own rays into the earth as by an instrument. and he observes that luminary is called an instrument by which that first light lets down its splendor, unquote. In the ancient Targums, Genesis 1, we read, quote, "And God made the firmament, its thickness being 3 fingers between the limits of the heavens and the waters of the ocean, and he divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above in the vault of the firmament, and it was so," unquote. Josephus states in the Antiquities of the Jews, Book 1, Chapter 1, quote, "After this, on the second day, he placed the heaven over the whole world, and separated it from the other parts, and he determined it should stand by itself. He also placed a crystalline firmament round it, and put it together in a manner agreeable to the earth, and fitted it for giving moisture and rain, and for the affording the advantage of dews," unquote. The Sun's Path at Night by Rabbi Natan Slifkin, Orthodox Jewish rabbi who has a master's degree in Judaic Studies from Lander Institute in Jerusalem and a doctorate in Jewish History from Bar-Ilan University, who is also director of the Biblical Museum of Natural History in Beit Shemesh, explains the way the ancient Jews understood the original Hebrew of the phrase "in the firmament" in page 4 of his work. Quote, "The Talmud consecutively relates 2 disputes between the Jewish and Gentile scholars concerning matters of astronomy. The first is with regard to the celestial sphere, which encompasses the earth and the constellations. Quote, the rabbis taught, the sages of Israel, say that the sphere is fixed and the constellations revolve within it. And the scholars of the nations say that the sphere revolves around the earth and the constellations are fixed within it. Talmud Peshakim 94b. As we shall later demonstrate from both general history as well as the interpretations of the Geonim and Rishonim, the view of the sages of Israel was that of ancient Babylonian cosmology. They believed that the earth is a roughly flat disk, and the rest of the universe is a hemispherical solid dome fixed above it. The stars move around the surface of this dome. Hence, quote, the hemisphere is fixed and the constellations revolve within it, unquote. We must admit, though, that the scriptures are slightly ambiguous at this point, for we know from scripture and from observations that the sun and moon are in no way fixed or engraven in the firmament, because, as even Dr. Sungenis will admit, the sun and moon move, and there is a difference between solar and sidereal time. So the phrase, in the firmament, as it applies to the sun and moon, only has meaning in the flat earth cosmology, as meaning inside, like inside of a tent, as Psalm 19 explicitly states. Again, the only cosmology that fits this language is the flat earth cosmology. And finally, you will never read anywhere in the Bible of the word or concept of a planet. The word is found once in the King James Version, 2 Kings 23:5, as a mistaken translation for the constellations. Thus, in the ancient Talmudic tractate Shabbat, we read of when Abraham was in doubt that Yah would fulfill his promise, that he practiced astrology, seeing that in it he would have no second son. He was rebuked by Elohim, as we read in the tractate, quote, "Away with your astrology, for Israel there is no planet." Shabbat 156a. Number 2. The Bible nowhere teaches the Christian and Neoplatonic doctrines of omnipresence, absolute divine simplicity, and the abstract Trinity doctrine, but explicitly describes Elohim as one concrete entity with physical form that dwells in the sanctuary above the firmament of the flat earth between the cherubim angels, and comes down to earth and moves in time. Now, the scriptural support for this is too ubiquitous to even provide a polemic for, and from reading Dr. Sungenis' book, he admits this, but attributes a paradox or duality to both the concrete and omnipresent essence of God. No doubt my opponent is going to appeal to 3 veins of thought to avoid this argument. Number 1, the Catholic doctrine of the Trinity and the personhood of the Holy Spirit. Number 2, the Thomistic doctrines of divine simplicity and analogy of proportionality. Number 3, the Roman Catholic view of the Bible that the Scriptures are too dark and complex for the common man to understand, and the interpretation of which should be left in the hands of the Holy Roman Magisterium. Number 1, the doctrine of the personhood of the Holy Spirit A. confuses a faculty with a person, Psalm 33:6. B. ignores the fact that the Spirit is given in a measure denoting it as a force, not a person. Numbers 11:16-17, John 3:34, Ephesians 4:7. C is missing in passages where the Holy Spirit would have to be mentioned if he was a distinct person from the Father and the Son. Matthew 11:27, and then here Mark 13:32. But of that day and that hour knoweth no man, no, not the angels which are in heaven, neither the Son, but the Father. One must ask, what about the Holy Spirit? Number 2, the metaphysical sophistry of traditional Thomism, divine simplicity, and the doctrine of analogy of proportionality, where an adjective predicated of God and the same adjective predicated of man are not univocal in meaning, reduces to pure atheism. If so, then in the phrase God exists and the phrase man exists, the predicate has two different meanings, where we are left with the conclusion that the Christian theology admits that God does not exist. Is it any surprise, then, that neither in the Ptolemaic, the Tychonic, nor the heliocentric cosmologies is God or heaven depicted as existing at all? Dr. Sungenis, where is God? Where is heaven on your model of the universe? Number 3.
Hey, Fran, how's it going?
Thank you for asking. It's going well. What about you?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. I'm not at work, so it's good.
Oh,
It's always
you
excellent
work.
when you're not at work. Actually, in all fairness, I enjoy my job.
Yeah, so no one is talking about the art right now?
Oh, not at the moment, but you're about to.
Yeah, I think so. Like, what do you believe?
What do I believe? I believe in lots of things, but my beliefs
I
don't
mean,
really matter.
about the art. If do you believe it's flat or do you believe it's not
I know it's flat.
flat?
Flat.
Why do you believe it's flat?
Well, how about I ask, which one do you think it is? Is it flat or is it a sphere?
No,
Which
I
one
don't.
do you think?
I don't believe. I don't believe it's flat. I believe it's spherical. Maybe more like an orange.
More like orange? Just not orange in colour.
Color? No. It's about the shape.
Oh, right, fair enough. Yeah. So why do you think that? Why do you think shaped like an orange?
Because I have seen so many experiment and I have thought it like that, and also I do believe because there are so many scientific proof.
Oh, experiments. What experiments have you seen that makes you think it's shaped like an orange?
I intended to ask you the same question, but since you asked me first, I have to tell you that I have seen some of the maybe the I think the more strong one, which actually insist me to believe what I believe, is there was a YouTuber who actually did an experiment on the sea. It's about a boat, and after maybe around 5 miles, the boat actually disappeared. So
Oh, the boat disappeared.
Yeah, disappeared because
wow.
because if the earth was flat, you would have seen that in the far away with the binocular, but since it's not, it's going to the curve. So when it's on the curve, you will not see it anymore.
It is going to the curve, and this has been confirmed, or maybe something else causing that effect?
No, it's about the curve. What do you think it's going to affect?
So that means that every single time a ship sails away, based on your elevation above the Earth, that ship should disappear at exactly the same spot, assuming your elevation is always consistent. So, for example, if you are 6 foot tall, that ship should always disappear at, about 3 miles every single time.
It's close to 5 miles, and not every single time, because the earth is not actually properly, it's not a full circle. Okay, so maybe some places it will take more space to disappear, but it will disappear.
But it should always be in the same spot. It should always be the same distance.
It should not be the same distance, because the earth is not completely circle.
Oh, right.
What if you stay in the same place? Would it always be the same distance?
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, but it's not.
Do you have any proof?
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm open to believe anything, because science is actually improving. But since to my reference, and I have seen some of the things which actually make sense in my way.
The first mistake you make is that you think that the horizon that the boat is cut off by is like the physical edge of the Earth. You think it's like a hump of water or something, and we know that it's not, and we know because you can take a time-lapse photo of the horizon and it'll move around, so it'll get further and closer away. Sometimes it'll even get higher and lower. So that can't be the edge of the Earth. It can't be a physical edge of the Earth. It has to be optical. So we have. So like, hold on. We have observations of the horizon being 10 times too farther than what the globe says, because this is the calculation for the globe horizon. It's 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So whatever the height is in feet, you multiply that times the 1.22, right?
It's actually not that complicated if you know about the vector.
Okay, but it is that complicated because I can post a video in the chat of the horizon. The horizon being 10 times too far. That would mean if the horizon was the edge of the ball, that was where the Earth curve was. That means the Earth would have a circumference of 1.6 million miles. Now, do you think the Earth is that large? Do you think the Earth is that large?
The Earth actually, there is a measurement I have to check. But about the curve and horizon, do you see the sky is meeting the ground when you look at the horizon?
It's where the sky appears to meet the ground. I agree with that definition. I don't agree with the definition of that's where the curve starts. Okay, because it can't be where the curve starts because it moves around and the curve shouldn't move around.
Why it's actually meeting, like why it's meeting on the ground, the sky, or whatever. If you want to believe the ground is actually meeting the earth, it meeting the sky.
It's where it appears to meet the sky. That's what it's. Their definition of horizon is where the Earth appears to meet the sky, but where that is, like its distance away from you, changes. So one day you might see the boat disappear at 5 miles, and then the next day you see it disappear at 3 miles, and then the next day you don't see it disappear at all.
What the fuck?
Is that some sort of?
Is there any kind of?
I'll tell you what I've done. I can tell you an observation I made. I made a 30-mile observation of a ship. So it initially was 6 miles away. There's a website called marinetraffic.com where you can track. Hold on, let me finish, dude. Let me finish, dude. I'm going to mute you. Okay, you're not going to shit all over me, dude. So it's really simple. I made an observation of a ship that sailed from 6 miles away to 30 miles away, and it never disappeared. Ever.
Yeah, like you were just saying it. Like, do you have the reference and the video?
I'll post it in the chat. I'm not going to just say it. I'll post it in the chat. We bring receipts here, dude. We don't just say things. Yes. We prove it.
Hey, I'm not talking like you. So I think it should be respectful. And I told you, like it's a place to.
Far, dude.
Yeah. Why, like, dude? You need to chill out, cause like you are talking in a different. You are talking in a different frequency than me, and I'm not liking that. I'm sorry.
Okay, cry about it.
Yeah, you can also cry about the Earth is flat, but I'm not going to believe.
I bet you if I asked you what. Okay, Pran. I bet you if I asked you what I said to you, you can't tell me what I said. Can you?
No, I'm not.
Because you weren't listening. And I know you're not listening. Dude, I know you're not listening. What's being said to you? Listen, motherfucker. That shit's rude. Listen, Pran. If we're having a conversation and you're not listening and just waiting to talk, that's rude. Okay. I know you're not listening. That's why I'm talking to you like that. I know you're not listening to my answers. You're just waiting to talk. So I'm going to unmute you and I'm going to ask you what I said to you. And you're going to tell me everything I said to you or even part of it. And you can't. Watch. What did I say to you, Fran? Tell me what I said to you about the horizon.
Illogical, actually, explanation.
What did I say to you about the horizon?
Yeah, that's what I asked you. Like the thing you said. I'm not arguing with that. I'm just saying, like, why do you think the Earth is actually meeting the sky?
What did I say to you about the horizon? You weren't listening. Just admit it. You weren't listening.
I was listening to you.
Like, okay, what did I say about the horizon?
I'm not actually liking to talk to you because you're a rude person.
No, a rude person. Because you ignored me. You're rude.
I never ignored you. I'm talking to you. Still now I'm talking to you.
No, Brian.
Yeah, I'm still talking to you. I'm not ignoring you, and I should. I will ignore you if you are in that way.
Here. Fran, did you mute me?
I did not, but like the way you are talking, I'm not
here. If you don't acknowledge you didn't listen to me, that you weren't listening.
Dude, I was listening to you. Yeah.
Listening, dude. Stop this game, okay? You were being rude.
What
You weren't
game?
listening. I knew you weren't listening.
You are playing the game.
You
Fuck
see,
you.
over talking
You are playing the game.
Why are you over talking me? You weren't listening to me.
I was just
said again.
Oh my god.
What did I say
Fran?
that you did or didn't do, Pran? Did I say that
Yeah,
you
sure.
didn't listen to me? Are you even
Wow.
listening now?
Wow.
Why did I say I'm going to mute you?
You can do that.
No, why did I
Sure.
say I will? Listen, you're not listening. Okay, listen, we're going to start over.
am-
And
What
from
the
here
fuck?
on,
I'm
listen,
responding to you.
Pran, calm down. We're going to start over from the beginning. Take the cotton out of your ears and listen. Stop waiting to talk. You can talk to Matrix. You want to talk to him, dude? If you can, Matrix, if you're around.
Yeah, I'm still here, mate. So, Pran, when you first came in, you said shaped like an orange. So I'll take that as spheroid. Okay? You said the experiment where boats go over the horizon. Now, if we're on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, which if you're taught in freedom units, that's the number that they give you for the radius, or alleged radius, I should say, we should be able to calculate quite easily the distance that these things disappear, the distance to the horizon. Did you know that? Or you didn't know that?
I do know that, yeah.
So to calculate that distance, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if you tell us that someone is 1 foot tall, we go, right, let's get the equation ready. Square root of 1 is 1 times 1.22 equals 1.22. That's where the horizon should be. 1.22 miles for a 1 foot tall person. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense.
Excellent. So what that means is, when you're telling us about ships disappearing over the horizon, we should be able to ask you, how far away did you see that ship disappear? And how tall were you when you were watching that happen? What elevation? That's the important factors. And when you turn around and say, I was sitting down at a park bench and I was 4 foot above the water, we can then go, right, square root of 4, and we can go through the calculation and tell us exactly where that ship should disappear. Now, the problem is, some of the guys have been doing quite a few long-range observations. So they take their tape measure with them, so they know how high off the water they are. And when they're seeing ships disappearing at 30 miles, as in 30, that's not possible if the ball is at the radius that's claimed. That is impossible. Can't be done. Because the horizon would get in the way. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it does make sense to me, but what I was asking to the other guy is like, yeah, it makes sense, but do you have any reference that I
Does
can
he have any
believe?
references? He's posting them up
Yeah.
in the side chat.
Yeah, so that's what I just asked for that. Like, yeah, I would look to it. Yeah.
He's actually very thorough when it comes to collecting information and collecting data, because we get a lot of people that just go, nah, you forgot to do this. So we collect all sorts of crazy stuff just to make sure people are happy with what we're doing. Because unlike yourself, there's a lot of people very skeptical. Ooh, flat earthers, they don't know what they're doing. They don't do science. Well, actually, You're about to find
Do
out
you
if you
think?
hang
Do
around
you
for a
think
bit.
No. I don't think in that way. Like I don't think. Ooh, that's a flat Earth. No, like it doesn't make any sense if I do that, because it actually doesn't really bothers me. If you believe, you believe. If I believe, I believe. It's just
It's not a belief. Hey, Pran, this is not a belief system. There is a big difference
so-
between believing something and knowing something. You believe it's
I
a
don't-
ball. We know it's flat.
Yeah.
So here's a quick question for you, something to think about. Aside from the television, aside from the mobile phone, and aside from the computer or the internet, where have you ever seen the curve?
What?
You know, you said it was like an orange, like a sphere. So that means it
Yeah.
should be curve. Aside from
Yeah,
the
it-
computer, the television, and the mobile phone, where have you ever seen the curve?
Whenever I look at the horizon, I see the skies meeting the ground, and I don't know the distance because I never actually do the experiment. But I do believe that like if something is meeting, so I have to think they are not flat. Either the Earth is curving there, or either the sky is curving there. And
Why does where's the? I must have missed something there, my friend. You're saying just because the sky meets the ground, it has to be curved. That's not true. They don't. They are not related.
Yeah. Now that you said, I think it can be in an angle, but not maybe 90-degree. Because if it's 180-degree for both of it, it will never meet, right?
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, I'm trying to say, like, if the
So let's just hold on for a second. You're standing on a flat plane and you are looking straight ahead. Not looking up, not looking down, straight ahead. Where the sky appears to meet the ground at the furthest distance you can see. So maybe this is not something to do with the shape of the ground. Maybe this is something to do with the lens that's in your eyes. Because it's based on how far you can see. It's the furthest distance you can see, not the furthest distance blocked by the ground.
So in that case, if I use a binocular, it should not be like that, right?
Correct, you can
'Cause
see
it's
further.
not-
But the
it's
binocular
about my friend.
also has its own optical limitation.
So the picture, actually, you or that guy sent me with the boat. It's maybe on 30 kilometer away. I also can see
Yeah.
the sky is actually meeting the ground there.
You can see the sky meeting the ground. Yes, they
let
call
me
that
ask
the
you now.
horizon.
Let me ask you that. Do you think there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth?
There will be horizon if it's in an angle, not if it's 180-degree.
What do you mean if it's an angle? I don't understand that.
Yeah, let me tell you. So if the Earth is in a level, which I mean is 180-degree, and the sky is also 180-degree, the distance of sky and the Earth will always be same, and it will never meet together. But if you are putting it in an angle, like like a hill, so
What do you
if
mean
you are
they'll
on a
never? I
hill,
don't understand this. Will never meet together.
Yeah, I
if
don't
you can
understand
see
what
the
you're saying.
sky and the ground at the same time, there's a horizon. The only way that would not be a horizon if you saw only the ground or only the sky. But if there's something that
possible.
divides them, if there's something that divides them and you see both, there's a horizon.
so actually it's not possible if you are looking at the horizon.
So he's not
and
going to
if you
explain
look
it. He's just going to
up or
keep
down,
going on.
left or
Pran,
right,
Pran, I know you've got a script and I know you want to get it out, but we don't understand what you mean. As soon as you started mentioning 180 degrees ground, 180 degrees sky, that's when you lost us, mate.
He's making
I
the
know it's
argument
a
that-
translation thing. It's a translation thing.
Yeah, it's a translation of the. You've heard the argument. Well, if you see 360 Ds around you, hold on, dude. I'm explaining this on the Matrix. So you've heard that argument, like, oh, even like the horizon is 360 degrees around you, and because it's an equidistant circle, it will look flat. You've heard that, right? I'm sure you've heard that before, right? Yeah, I think that's what he's saying. Maybe, I hope.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm just thinking. It's a translation thing. That's why I just wanted to clarify.
You tell me when I can talk, okay? Then I will talk. Then I will say something.
No, we're just trying to get the correct information from you because you're still practicing English, still learning English, and I think it's just a translation thing. That's all, mate. We're not upset with you.
No. Yeah, I do understand what you were trying to say, but I'm not looking at any translation. I'm just telling you.
Okay, what we'll do, in the side chat, the very last thing posted at 43 minutes past the hour, there's an 11-minute video. I only want you to watch the first, I think it's 20 seconds. It's called The Empty Horizon. Now, when you first click play, you'll look at the horizon, flat, level, horizontal, nothing there at all. Empty, that's why it's called The Empty Horizon. But then they zoom in with the camera, and you can see the ships. So notice how they just get bigger and bigger and bigger as they zoom in. They don't disappear bottom up or anything weird. What we know as the horizon, Pran, is just the limitation of our eyes or the limitation of the optic. That's all.
But first I need to say.
First you need to say, or see. I missed that. Yeah, you don't have to watch the whole video. Just the first 30 seconds is more than enough. And the last 30 seconds if you're really keen. But in between, they explain.
I mean, if it's in that way, you both can talk, right? I can mute myself and I can just listen.
Well, this is
I think
for
you understand.
It's not for Indio. I'm quite certain Indio knows what he's doing.
I don't know why you're
but
acting
I
like
think
that,
you
man.
understand my concern, right?
We were waiting for you to talk, dude. You didn't say anything.
No, I was trying to, like, I didn't take. I maybe take 1 second pause, but you just start talking.
Well,
And if
I
someone
didn't
is
hear.
asking a question, you should think first, then you should answer, right? So that's what I was trying to think. And English is not
Okay,
my
yeah,
first
that's
language.
fine. How about you
So,
just stop doing the meta? Just say what you have to say, man. You're wasting time just talking about talking. Just say what you have to say.
Yeah, I'm actually wasting my time over here. And
You're
thank you,
wasting my
Indio.
time.
You so professional, and I actually like the talk. And I was here
Look,
to discuss about
okay.
it. And
Do you know?
I'm
do you know?
thanking the Matrix. Hey,
Okay,
just quiet.
Fran,
Let me talk. I'm
Fran,
just talking to Matrix, and I said that Matrix, thank you, okay? Because
That's all
you
right,
gave me
mate.
some reference and how to look at it. Thank
oh
you.
my god, you're such a fucking whiner.
And you are just such a fucking asshole.
Yeah, fine, but you're a whiner. You're a bitch. Man up, dude. You need to toughen up. I don't know what the hell's wrong with you, man. Look, it's very
Wrong?
simple.
Something? If there is something wrong, it's on you, dude. You are not even using your own picture over here. Fucking asshole. Just keep quiet, motherfucker.
Hey, you're the idiot who said there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth. That's the stupidest thing I ever heard.
Hey, what's going on here? Is this backwards day or something?
Yeah, man.
Oh, crikey.
No, he came in a little cocky. You played around with him because I know you could tell he didn't really know anything.
Yeah.
You gave him a lot of rope, and then he decided he wants to frickin' not only he tried that, he couldn't even successfully hang himself. He like put the rope up, and then he got tangled in the rope before he could hang himself.
That's what I've been trying to do lately, is just let him say what they got to say. And I got me a little bit of paper here, and I write them all down. So name, pran, shaped like orange, experiment, and then there was the pause. Oh, boat's going over the horizon. Okay, that's going to be good. So what I'm hoping is they spit out enough information so everyone can sit back and hopefully they say something about refraction. Hopefully they say something about boats going over the horizon, so everyone can have a little play with them. So gobbledygook yesterday was my favourite.
Who was yesterday?
Oh, there's this one called Gobbledygook. He came in and was pretty chill to start off with. It turned into a spiral real quick.
That's funny.
I asked him what he thought it was, and he said oval shaped. That's all right. And okay, how did you get that it was oval shaped? And he goes, gravity. And he starts yabbering on about that, and it's like, okay. Just a quick question, mate. Outside of the TV, the computer, and the mobile phone, where have you ever seen this oval shape? And then he just started rambling on with that. No, that's just totally rattling on with something else. And it's like, bro, that's a bit rude. I'm only asking you a question because he'd already had a dig about it being a cordial, controlled conversation. And then all of a sudden he just went full left field and had a meltdown. Man, it was good.
Yeah. Dandelion was talking to somebody. I don't know if you heard it earlier. She was talking to somebody and she was being normal, but like, she was just like, you've never seen the earth except for being flat and motionless, and except for like in a screen or on a computer or something like that. The same thing you said. And, dude, the person just locked up. They just stopped talking and just locked up. They couldn't he started trying to respond, but it's like he wasn't necessarily stuttering. He was like starting a sentence and stopping, starting a sentence like she
he realized she broke one.
Yeah, she literally broke one. I'm like, bro, I think you got cognitive dissonance, man. Like, because everything she just said is true, and you don't know how to process it.
Yep, she broke one. She broke one live. That's awesome.
Dude, it's like she flooded his engine, and he went to start. The car won't start because he flooded his engine with information. It was actually kind of weird, and I've seen people do all sorts of weird stuff, but that one was actually like, because I think he came in here honestly, and he really thought he was being like intellectually honest with himself, but then he hit that barrier of like, oh my god, don't think it, you can't think the earth is flat.
I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a flat earther. Broke him. I love it.
Yeah, it was great. It was earlier today. It was awesome. Then we had the guy yesterday that thought it was the elevation of someplace is the same as the observer height, which was freaking whacked. But he came back and actually said he was wrong or something. That's what Level Plane or Plane Level, whatever his name is, said. The dude was like, Lake Michigan, you didn't take the elevation into account. From Lake Michigan, the horizon's 19 miles away, he says. Like, bro, what? He was putting in, instead of the elevation of Lake Michigan, he was putting the elevation of Lake Michigan above sea level in the observer height.
All right.
Yeah, with no regard for the actual observer height. He just put like 500 something feet above sea or observer height. Because we were talking about the Chicago skyline. So yeah, it was pretty whack. Yeah, Mick was in here. That was great.
That blew my mind, man. How you fucked that up?
He came back, I guess, and mea culpa and said,
Did he? Yeah.
I don't know the circumstances of how he did it. I'm sure he tried to downplay it.
Right.
And we got a couple noobs in here. We got Charlie Handsome. I don't know if these people are noobs, but Cider Fella, I guess. Robot 0092. They're flat earthers.
Yeah, Cider never speaks.
Yeah.
That's something I would ask. Is it just me, or is the bot just weeding out lately in this channel?
This Hades bot? Is that the one you're talking about?
I tried to play a song earlier with Musox and Hade or Hades, however they say it, and yeah, both of them just went nuh-uh.
I played three things with the Hades bot, and it borked out on the very last one. It just stopped, and it stopped like 3/4 of the way full, and it skipped a couple times too.
Well, I might give it another crack then.
You know, the people that developed that bot hosted, they probably just don't have enough freaking CPU power running it.
See if I can get this to go. So, play. Where's 3? We'll try that one. Thinking.
Disgracer Eraser. That's a cool name, I guess.
See, it comes up for me. It says that it's
Kiwi.
It says it's playing, but it's not.
Yeah, what I do, I disconnect it and then do the same thing.
So disconnect for this fellow is
Yeah. It'll ask you if you really want to disconnect it. Yes.
I need to be a premium user. That's for Musox.
Oh, hold on, I'll disconnect it. What are you trying to play?
A song.
Is it that bent out of shape?
Yes.
Refract? Okay, I'll play it.
Refractions Reply, yeah.
Oh,
there we go.
Yeah. They say the light just stops to think when it hits a new address. That a pencil in a glass of water breaks from all the stress. And a fish you're trying to catch is right below the spot you see. Well, sit right down and let me set your inner physicist free.
Oh, it's just a bend, it's not a break. A simple change of pace, for goodness sake. The light just slows and takes a turn. A fundamental law to learn.
So many stories get it wrong in every textbook, poem, song. Let me shine a light on what is true. Refraction's not the trick.
The trick's on you.
They whisper that a prism paints the colors found inside. That white light's just itself until by magic it's denied. But Roy G. Biv was always there, just riding side by side. It's just the speeds are different, so they all fan out wide. And a mirage on the highway, a pool of water in the heat. Isn't the sky falling down? Oh, it's the sky meeting the street. A bent and lifted image from the layers of hot air. A thirsty illusion, but the science, it is there. Oh, it's just a
bend, it's not a break. A simple change of pace, for goodness sake. The light just slows and takes a turn. A fundamental law to learn.
So many stories get it wrong. In every textbook, poem, song, let me shine a light on what is true. Refraction's not the trick, the trick's on you. We want the world to be as it appears, to trust our eyes and fight our doubts and fears. But light is just a messenger, a runner on the ground. And when the terrain changes, well, his path gets bent around. So blame the medium, the density, the index, and the speed. Not some rebellious photon with the mischievous little need. Oh, so when you see that spirit sheen diagram in class, aim low for the fish, don't let that old myth pass. The diver sees you high above, not where you really stand. It's geometry of bending, not a sleight of hand. And rainbows aren't a place, you can't go chase their end. Their personal performance on the droplets light depends. Your rainbow's yours alone, a vision sweet and slightly shifted by a million tiny prisms in the aftermath ring gifted. Yeah. And it was never a break. Yeah, a beautiful correction that the universe will make. The light just slows and takes a turn. A lesson we must learn. So close your misconceptions. Let the proper knowledge burn. Let me shine a light on what is true. Refraction's not the trick. The old tale's just a flick. The trick was on you. Yeah. It was always just a bit.
Yeah, I feel better now. Finally got to play it. It's really cool that we can just drag songs and things like that from other servers and just go, yeah, we'll play that. Welcome. Howdy, Gabbo16. Welcome. That's right, don't be scared. We will talk to you. and someone that's itchy. Welcome.
Hello.
Yay, this one speaks. How's it going?
Pretty good. Thanks for asking. How about you?
I am fantastic.
So is everyone muted?
Most of the time they do. It's just if they all speak at once, it's just noise. You just can't understand a word. So they normally just mute and sit back, wait for someone nice to pop in to talk to.
Okay. Gotcha.
So since you're in here, what do you think? We're living on a ball, tilting, wobbling, spinning, 72% covered in water, flying through the vacuum of space? Or is it planar with topography?
I mean, honestly, I don't think the Earth is flat.
You don't think it's flat, so what do you think it is then?
I mean, it's a globe, you know, so it rotates through the orbit.
You said that with confidence?
I mean, from my understanding, that's what it is. I mean, if it's flat, then it just wouldn't really make sense to me. Like my brain just can't grasp it.
What do you mean it wouldn't make sense? What part of it wouldn't make sense?
Well,
your car will magically stop working, or why wouldn't it make
no,
sense?
it's more like it's more like how do you say it? So like when it like how would that work exactly? Like through the orbit, like you're supposed to. I mean, it would make more sense if it's a globe, so that you know when it rotates, some parts of the world, like the time zones, would make sense. You know, the time zone differences would make sense. Like some parts of the world,
Time
would be
zones don't make
morning.
You know that there's
Yeah.
like 19 time zones in the north, 24 in the center, and 32 in the south. Did you know that?
Mm-hmm.
They're not. It should be 24 everywhere, but it's not like that in reality.
Okay.
So I don't know
Interesting,
how
isn't it?
time zones make sense. Actually,
Okay. So what's your theory?
well, first of all, nobody's ever observed the Earth orbit anything or rotate. No one's ever seen that. From our viewpoint, we don't see, on Earth, we don't see the Earth orbit the sun. We don't see the planets orbit the sun. In fact, nobody's ever observed the orbit ever of anything. Ever.
Okay.
I mean, I've said this to lots of globe earthers. I said, okay, show me something orbiting something else. I want to see a full orbit. Never seen one. And I'll never get one. We see the planets like move against the background stars, and Mars and some other ones, they do like a little loop-de-loop thing in the sky, but we don't actually see them go around the sun. We don't see us go around the sun. We see the sun move across the sky. We see the stars move.
Okay. So if the Earth is flat, so the other planets are also flat.
The Earth isn't a planet. The Earth isn't like those things. There's no reason to
Okay.
think that the Earth would be like that. Well, I mean, what would the reason be that you could come up with that you would think the Earth would be a planet from observation? You look in the sky, you see a planet, you go, wow, that's just like Earth. Why would you even think that?
Okay. So
I know
Earth
the
is
answer to
only
this question,
planet
by the
that's
way.
flat.
The answer to this question is there's something called the Copernican principle that was adopted a long time ago. It's a philosophical principle that says the Earth is not unique. And if the Earth is not unique, then it's just like everything else. And when I look in the sky, I go, Earth is just like that because it's just like everything else, right? But there's no basis for
Okay.
that. It's just philosophical. And a long time ago, people decided that that's the philosophical position they're going to take and built the whole construct off of that. Now, if they took the position that the Earth was unique, at worst, they'd be geocentrists where everything was orbiting the Earth, which is what people used to believe, right? That the Earth was the center of everything? No, wrong channel, buddy. Okay. The point is like, you know, when you said with confidence that the Earth is a globe, we've asked a lot of people, how do you know the Earth's a globe? And they can never say how they know. They always point to how they think other people know. We've talked to lots of people, scientists, PhDs in physics, astrophysics, cosmology, you name it, we've talked to them. Lots of different people over the years. And if I talk to them, they'll say that the people that you think have the answers, they'll say the same things you do. They think there's just somebody else out there with the answers. We can never find the people with the actual answers. Like, okay, who's ever seen an orbit? You'll never find somebody that can actually say that they've actually observed an orbit. A lot of it's like it's almost like a mathematical construct. It's a concept that's been built up over centuries, and it's complex and complicated. And I know to you it probably doesn't make sense because you think the universe has planets and stars and galaxies and black holes and all this other stuff in it. But the evidence for that is very weak. And to us, at least to me, it's just another story about the stars, the same way they told stories 1,000 years ago about the stars, and they all thought that they were right. And 1,000 years before that, they told stories about the stars, and all those people thought they were right. And nowadays, we're telling stories about the planets and stars, and we think we're right. But in 1,000 years, they're going to think we're wrong and that we were a bunch of idiots.
Okay, so if
Every
the Earth
generation thinks they're right.
if the Earth is flat, then where is the end of the Earth?
There's no end.
And
The Earth,
where
the
does
Earth
it
isn't in
begin?
space. And put this way, think of the Earth as like the floor of the universe. Everything is above it. There's only the Earth. There's no outside the Earth. Like, you can't go outside the Earth. It doesn't make sense. It's like asking, hey, can we go outside the universe? That question doesn't make sense because anything outside the universe would also be part of the universe. So you can't actually go outside of it. So there's no outside the Earth. There's no outer space. There's no spaceships. There's no freaking people orbiting the Earth. All that stuff is just a TV show. And I know that's crazy, and you're thinking, this is fucking crazy. How could they fake all these TV shows? I mean, fuck, dude, they fake Santa. So lots of photos of Santa. They can't all be fake, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because someone can make the same argument for Santa Claus. There's thousands and millions of photographs of Santa. Santa's real because the photographs prove that Santa's real. Because there's so many of them, right? This globe Earth thing's in the same position. Because these pictures of the Earth, they show one thing, always. That the Earth is covered mostly in water, and that water curves into a ball. But when we go check in the real world, like the ocean, a lake, a pond, anywhere, the water doesn't curve, and the water's flat. So if you have more than 50% water on the surface, and that water doesn't curve, then the Earth has to be flat. It cannot be a ball.
Okay, so you're saying Earth is a limitless flat platform?
Not limitless. I mean, limitless, I don't even know what that is.
Like boundless?
I don't think it's inside of something
Since you
where
said
like
there's no end.
what I said was
Okay, so how do you explain
doesn't
the
make
core of the
sense.
Earth?
What I'm saying is Earth is not an object that you can hold in your hand. That's how you think of Earth, like it's a ball that if you were a giant you could hold in your hand. The Earth is not an extended object that you could hold in your hand. It's not an object at all.
Nobody really says the Earth is an object that you can hold in your hand.
Well, if you were a giant, right, I got the whole world in his hands, right? Yeah, they do say it. It's the whole song about it.
Well, I mean, even if you're a giant, like you would still be smaller than the Earth.
I mean, a
But,
giant, like bigger than
anyways.
Godzilla.
How would you explain the core of the Earth then if the Earth is
What
flat?
core?
So you're saying there's no core of the Earth?
What is the evidence that I have that there's a core other than a picture in a book? That's not of the core, which is just a drawing someone drew. Has anybody drilled to the core? What's the deepest hole ever drilled? Do you know? 7 miles. The core's supposed to be 3,959 miles away. So they got a long more way to drill to prove that a core exists. Told you the global idea is sophisticated. It's been built over years, hundreds of years of people just adding more and more things on it. So I'll tell you this. If I have a set of data, I can make that data fit to anything I want. I could say, well, I'm going to interpret my data with the Earth as a pyramid. And then I can make the data work in the framework of Earth as a pyramid. Or I can take this data and say Earth is a ball. And I can make that data within the framework of the Earth as a ball. And this actually happens all the time in science. I'll give you a specific example. There's a paper that's published about where they're measuring, they're called telluric currents, which is electricity in the ground. Now, if they assume that the Earth is a ball, they can make predictions about what the currents will be 300 kilometers away. But they can also make the same predictions if they assume that the Earth is flat. They can also make predictions of it being 300 miles away. So the framework, in that instance, it doesn't matter if the Earth is flat or a ball. You can make the data fit because you can change your assumptions about what's happening and make it fit. And they've been doing this for hundreds of years. And there's a lot of myths that go along with the globe Earth, such as eclipses. I always run down these. So eclipses, people think that they use a globe Earth to predict when eclipse happens, and that's how we know eclipses prove the globe. In fact, eclipses are first predicted by flat earthers in 2000 BC, and the first known exact eclipse prediction was done by Thales of Miletus, a Greek flat earther, in like 300 BC. So people think these things, there's a lot of mythos behind the globe which just aren't true. Eclipses are predicted with flat earth mathematics. Sunrises and sunset, flat earth mathematics. They don't use the globe to predict when those things happen. So there's just a lot of myths about all this stuff. About what a globe enables us to do. Okay, I'll give you another one. GPS. GPS uses a globe. No, it doesn't. It uses something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system. I know this is probably like, holy shit. You can fact check me on everything I'm saying. You can type it into ChatGPT, type it into Google. I don't care what you type it into. What I'm saying is factually accurate.
No. I'm mainly silent because I'm also in the middle of work.
Oh, that's fine. I'm used to people just going silent for lots of reasons. But it's just, sometimes people don't believe us, or some people think we're mistaken, or maybe they think we're interpreting things wrong. No, this is all in mainstream. I mean, we're using mainstream information. The thing is, most people, just like I did for 50 years, Earth is a globe, and I never checked to see if what they said was actually true. People, at least in here, and on our main server, and in the politics server, and running the same channel, we checked. Okay, they said the Earth is a globe of 3,959 mile radius. Okay, there's these geometric consequences. Let's go check to see if this exists. We went out and checked. They don't exist. And we're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. We're just sitting in your head telling you, hey, dude, we checked. The globe they says exists can't possibly exist because we measured it, and nobody else did. Like, one thing we used to ask people was, hey, who do you know from either now or in the past ever measured the curvature of the Earth? And the answer is always, I don't know, or nobody. Because nobody's ever done it except for flat earthers. There's no curvature to measure. You know, and I'm not saying believe us. What I say is, what we all say is, go check yourself. You don't have to believe a thing we say. This isn't a contest between us and NASA, or believe us over NASA. Don't believe us or NASA. Don't believe anything. Just go out and check. I checked. Checked multiple times. They say ships go over the horizon. Okay, let's go to the beach. Watch ship go over the horizon. Okay, I got this app, marinetraffic.com. Where's the boat? Okay, it's 6 miles away. Let's watch it for a while. 1 hour goes by, it's further away. 2 hours go by, it's further away. 3 hours go by, it's further away. Hey man, it's 30 miles away. How come I can still see it? It should be 400 feet under the horizon. But it's not. The Globe Earth says it is. The Globe Earth says I can't see that boat. But there it is. So that's the situation, at least on our side, that we're in. We've gone out, we check, we tell people, hey, we checked, and we get a bunch of shit for it for checking. But I thought science was supposed to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. But then we get a bunch of shit for testing, repeating, and verifying, and they're like, well, no, we don't want to revisit that flat Earth shit. How would you guys? We want to believe the Earth's globe. Believe what you want. I'm not into the beliefs. I'm into, we go out, science is supposed to be empirical. We go get the empirical evidence. And empirical evidence the Earth is flat. It's pretty simple. It's not complicated. There's only one question that can answer the question. Does the surface of the Earth curve or not? If it curves, it's a ball. If it does not curve, it's not a ball. That's the only thing that can prove it one way or another. You can look at the sun, you can look at the moon, you can watch TV, you can do all sorts of other stuff. Most of the so-called evidence of a globe is ambiguous. It can be interpreted within a flat Earth as well. It's what we call not globe exclusive evidence. It could be interpreted as flat Earth evidence, or it could be interpreted as globe Earth evidence. Just depends on what you presuppose. But the only definitive way, like I said, curving or not curving, well, decides it. And from what we've measured, it's not curving. I mean, we got 40-kilometer laser tests, 475-kilometer long-distance observations, 10,000-mile frickin' radio transmissions. I mean, 800-mile, it's called LoRa chirped low power radio waves over the ocean. Even the frickin' NATO had a microwave system across Europe that communicated over 800 miles, which should be, there's something like, in 800 miles, there's about 40 miles of Earth curve that should be in the way between the radar stations. So that means there should be a 40-mile hump of ball between the two radar stations, or the microwave stations. And there's not. It's just like, it's all over the place. I mean, they did 10,000-mile radio transmissions in 1918 during World War I. So, there's no repeater towers. There's no satellites. There's nothing. How did they broadcast the United Kingdom to Australia in 1918 and talk to them over the radio? It's almost like North Pole, South Pole communication on a globe. It'd be like being in northern Canada and talking to, Amundsen Station at the South Pole. Well, that's not impossible on a globe. But we know all the stories too. We know all the globe stories. Everyone here grew up on it. It's all been like, we all been brainwashed with it. We know it. We know it just as good as anybody else. So it's not, a lot of people, they're prejudiced and think that, oh, these flat earthers, they don't understand the globe idea, or they don't understand the heliocentric model. That's why they don't believe it. They just don't understand it. And if I just tell them about it and they understand it, then they'll obviously realize the Earth's the globe. No, we do understand it.
That's why we're flat earthers.
Exactly. We do understand it very well. And we're like, hold on, this globe idea don't frickin' hold water. Of course it don't hold water. It's just spinning fucking balls. Spinning balls don't hold water. I mean, if you want something flat, what do you use? What tool do you use? Use a fucking level. How's a level work? With spirits inside it. That's a liquid. Yeah, I mean, to just wrap it up. People think the flat earth is a belief, but it's actually the globe earth that's the belief. We observe a flat earth every day. You go on a plane, go on a mountain, go anywhere you want to go, hot air balloon, altitude weather balloon, jump out at 128,000 feet like Felix Baumgartner. No matter where we go, normal people, the earth is flat. Now, there's a group of people that claim they're special and they went someplace none of us can go, and they saw the earth as a ball. Now, you can believe that, or you can trust your own lying eyes that the earth looks flat because it is flat. Because we always hear, well, a giant ball looks flat. Do you know what also looks flat? Something that's flat. The obvious. Things that are flat look flat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You know, I'm going to say this one last thing. Just think about this. If nobody ever told you the earth was a ball, you never would have ever thought it in the first place. The thought never would have crossed your mind. You would have lived your life and said, hey, the earth is just flat. You never would have even thought about it. Would have never been a thing.
A coin, a disc as a cartoon, a cheap hollow toy. They grin and they point to the infinite void, saying don't fall off of the edge, little boy. They build up a scarecrow of turtles in space, a cliff at the end of the human race. It's easier to fight a thing they invent than look at the evidence that we present. can see. You keep on repeating this silly old lie while observing the same ground, air, and sky. I know it's just land. You were shown your hand. You're fighting the claim that was never ours. You talk of your globe, a spinning blue ball with gravity's magic that holds it all. You quote a textbook, a NASA clip, with that overconfident smirk on your lip. You say pizza on elephant seed while ignoring the evidence coming from me. You calculate a curve with a stick and a string, but never question the whole damn thing. No way, it's not what we claim. Measured flat, you can call it a plane. Mountains and valleys for you and me, a vast level realm as far as can see. You keep on repeating that silly old lie while observing the same ground, air, and sky. I know it's just land. You were shown your hand. You're fighting the claim that was never our stand. We talk of perspective, of sun's gentle arc, of a local light circling over the dark, shooting lasers across still steady lakes, and the claims that turn out as fakes. You just plug your ears, sing your globe song, the same tired verse that we've heard for so long. You don't debate, you just want a cheap win with a joke about where the elephants have been. Do you finally understand? Mountains and valleys laid out as planned. The sun makes a circuit, the seasons unfold on a majestic fixed stage, ancient and old. Stop repeating that silly, exhausted lie. Look at the world with your own living eye. No, it's just land. Your logic is sand. You're fighting the claim that was never our stand. Never our stand. Just listen for once. Just listen, it's all right here. Just look.
We've also got Jenny and Laura. Welcome.
Flat Earth Discord. What is this meaning, brother? What they do?
That's the name of the channel.
What do you do here? Tell me.
We patiently wait for people like yourself to prove the globe.
To prove what? I cannot hear you clearly.
To prove what they live on.
Up on. You from British?
No, I'm not from British.
Bro, your accent seems like British. From Scottish or
No,
something like that.
No, it's
Where are
not.
you from?
Australia.
No, it is. Oh, Australia, that's why. I reckon it. Goodbye.
Okay. Anyways.
Anyways. No life, no Discord.
What do you think you live on? Is it a ball? Or is it...
I'm living on a flat, not a ball. You are a ball.
Yeah. You're living on a flat.
Yeah, and you are a ball.
No.
No, you are a ball.
No. Still.
You are. Why are you kidding me? You cannot say any words.
Problem.
You cannot express your feelings about the flat earth.
I can't express my feelings. What have my feelings got to do with it? Okay. If I'm happy, does it change the shape of the ground? No. If I'm sad, does it change the shape of the ground? No.
No.
So what does my feelings have to do with the shape of the ground?
Nothing.
Excellent. So now that we've established that, you might want to change your question about my feelings and the shape of the flat.
So, can you listen to me?
I am.
Please. Okay,
I still am.
I will talk. No one cares about how the earth shaped, okay? You understand?
Really? No one cares,
no one
at all.
At all.
Why are you here?
So
why are you here?
Gravity. I'm here to discuss with you. That is
Issa, just a little bit of logic here, a little bit of common sense. If you don't, hey,
I agree with you.
Hey, clown shoes, shut up. Right, now I got your attention. If you don't care about the shape of the ground, why the hell are you even here?
I'm here to acknowledge you that you are stupid.
Another troll. That's a shame.
I'm not a troller. I'm a professor.
You're a professor.
Sure you are.
I find that hard to believe.
Bro, I can show you my ID card.
Yeah, what's the radius of the Earth? Go. No Googling.
Another troller. You are a troller.
Yeah, what's the radius of the Earth?
What's what? I cannot hear clearly.
What is the radius of the Earth?
The bottom.
You have 10 seconds.
The
Bottom of the
what
earth.
the fuck?
Okay.
The fucking bottom. You can't dig into it. Dig like for 5,000 years and you will see the radius there. Okay? Thank you.
And you're a professor.
Of course I am. What do you think?
Most definitely not.
Bruh. Okay.
Bruh.
Bruh.
What do you claim to profess?
I profess anything in this earth.
I can guess.
I'm real professor. I'm not kidding. I can show you
I
my
think
degree
you are.
right now. Thanks you for believing.
No, I don't believe in. Not you, anyways.
Oh, my English is so bad. That's why you don't believe me?
No.
I'm Indian or what?
Because
I'm
you're a
Indian.
troll.
Oh, because I'm trolling. How am I trolling? How am I supposed to troll? How's that? Ah! Okay.
You alright?
Bro, I'm not sleeping for 5 days thinking about you.
Tell us why we're stupid.
You are a son of. Let me keep silent. Because you didn't know anything about this earth. I know
I want to hear why we're stupid.
Professor of Geographical Earth Distinguished Primary.
What?
Every vocabulary in this word can't sense my words. You know? You know what I mean? You can't even. I can express it, I can't. Because you can't understand me. No one can understand my feelings now that I'm talking to every languages. I did something not real at all. That's so cool, bro. I feel proud. I feel so proud, God. Oh my God. That's 5 days of not sleeping. And I'm talking this. No caffeine. No anything. No stimulation. Oh. 5 days no sleeping. And they say you have a bipolar disease. Not disease, disorder, I meant. Sorry. They said that, bipolar disorder. That you have two faces. One depression and one like hallucinations. Like I'm not hallucinating. Fuck these words. Hate it. English is so bad. Not for me. I can speak any accent you wanna to hear. Scottish, I can do. Paddy baddy. Is so natty. Everyone is listening to me and I'm speaking fluently at this Discord. Hello, hey guys. I'm a professor from neuropathology at Stanford School. I cannot even spell this. Oh my God, no way. All of them defend, I mean. Amen. May Allah respect me. Respect me. Mater Crix Starkey Jenne No one speaking. No one can argue with me. Indio 007 20 KUBS Cider Fee and Lincoln Wangi Balbo PlayStation, and they're playing PlayStation, fucking PlayStation. They waste their time. They waste their time. Oh my god, I don't know how to explain it. That's so rude. To play games and keep paying for them. So they can make businesses with your payings. So bro, that's real facts. I'm not kidding. Talking to yourself is so good. No one can talk to me. You're stuck. Fuck you. Go to hell. Fuck all of you guys. Kick me from here. You cannot kick me. No, that's lame. You cannot even kick me? Nah.
I wouldn't put a bet on if I was you. Issa, I've got a feeling you're in the wrong room. It might be time for you to go somewhere else. What, did you think the little red tag was going to wash off? Hey, Stack, how's it going? Hi, Yassine.
Good morning. The Earth is not flat.
Hello. Hi, everyone is quiet. So, hello.
Hi. Okay. of Norway, and there was this creepy thing that the sun doesn't go away. I don't know why. Sometimes the sun keeps in normal countries the sun goes and come back. How is that possible in Norway that the sun doesn't go down? I don't get it.
I don't know. What is the sun? And by the way, that only happens for about half the year, right? The other half, the sun does go away.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is like the other lands that only get sunrise and sunset. Right. I don't know. I don't know what the sun is. I don't know how far away it is. I don't know why it does what it does.
Okay. I thought you have an answer. Sorry.
No. All we can do is describe what's occurring. I mean, for certain, it isn't a burning ball of gas within a vacuum that would violate the natural law that we described.
Those scientists in NASA, they're probably lying to us that they can, that they can fly, go to the space.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's all on TV, right? So those guys can put whatever fiction or nonfiction they want to on the television. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're lying. Maybe that they just let people believe whatever they want to believe. I don't know if you can consider that a lie or not.
They probably, whether they're lying or they actually did that. I mean, when you see them saying that they went to the moon, and they landed on the moon, it's kind of, I don't know. They are whether lying or they are saying the truth. I have no idea.
Yeah, hard to say. But it doesn't really matter. We know we don't have to pay attention to the TV anymore, right? Because it's always going to be fiction or nonfiction, and they're not going to tell us which one it is. So since we already know that the Earth is flat, and the idea of a burning ball of gas within a vacuum is silly and absurd and violates natural law, we can just kind of ignore whatever they tell us at this point. Don't you agree?
It depends on what you mean by natural law.
Natural law, like the first law of thermodynamics, matter cannot be created nor destroyed.
But that's
second law, entropy. Those are natural
laws. That could be a
laws.
lie as well. I mean, we don't know.
No, it's not a lie. It's natural. It's observed reality. It's not anything to do with a
thermodynamic
purported cause.
is observed reality. Are you kidding me?
And it's just a description that we give to the matter and the energy that we experience in the physical realm.
I mean,
no, we do.
Out there in the space, I have no idea.
You experience it every day. It's natural law.
I don't. What do you mean experience natural law every day?
So you don't experience entropy? You never drank a cup of coffee and it got cold after a while?
That could have many explanations. I have no idea.
No, it's not an explanation. It's just a description of what occurs. It's called natural law. Are you okay?
So when you drink something, another thing would happen if you... Yeah, right. That's what you mean.
No, I'm saying that when people drink cups of coffee, if they leave that coffee on the table for a certain amount of time, it's warm and then it gets cold because the energy...
there's no because. You can't know what is because you're not explaining. You're just experiencing. You don't.
That's why it's called natural law.
Yeah, don't say because we don't know why.
When did I say because?
There is no because.
Why did I say? When did I say because? I didn't say. I didn't mention a cause. I said this is your experience.
Yes, the cup of coffee, when you leave it on the table, it gets cold. That's what we know.
Right. That's the description. Yeah, that's natural law.
You call it whatever you want.
That's not me calling it that. It's everybody calling it that. Except you. Apparently you think that it might be a lie that your coffee gets cold.
No, that's an explanation. But what do you call it is up to you, right?
Do you know the difference between explanations and descriptions?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the difference?
I mean, description is when you actually tell something that you see with your eyes. Right. And explanation is when you tell why is this thing happening, right?
Right. Nobody here is proffering any kind of cause or why it's happening. It just is. That's why it's called a law. It always happens no matter what.
But sometimes it's not always the case.
Okay, can you give me a scenario where it's not the case? Let's use entropy, for example.
I mean, they use some ideas in space we don't know about.
Oh, what are you talking about? A place that's an ever expanding vacuum beyond an arbitrary line called the edge of the atmosphere? Oh yeah, that's all fake.
Yeah, exactly. And also they say that the energy cannot be created. What do you mean? How did you know the energy cannot be created?
We do
It
not
cannot-
experience a scenario where energy or matter are being created currently.
But that doesn't mean it was never created before.
We're talking about our actual experience. So in the experience that all mankind has had, there is no creation or destruction of matter and energy. That's what we experience.
Yeah.
That's why it's a natural law.
They would say energy will never be created or destroyed. Not can never be.
Okay. So I see that you're appealing to the future in the current state of affairs that we have. The current
Yeah.
state of affairs is matter cannot be created nor destroyed. Currently, that is our experience, and it has not changed since the beginning of recorded history. So
Yeah, so
I don't know
we're
what you're
only
getting
talking
at.
about the present. We're not talking about the past. Because we don't
Okay.
know what happened in the past.
Fair enough. I guess we really don't. But right now, matter is not being created or destroyed. It seems to be in cycle. It seems to be in a recycle cycle.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that's why it's a natural law. That's just what we observe. It's a description.
Yeah.
So, the idea of space, that violates natural law. Water finds its level. Light things go up. Heavy things go down, generally. All seem to be natural laws.
That's the creepy
Earth is
thing about them. They give an explanation to a lot of things on Earth. For example, the example that I gave to you about Norway, they say that the Earth is kind of a bowl, and the sun doesn't really reach that point until 6 months pass. So they kind of give an explanation physically, which I don't really see true, because they could be lying. I thought you have an explanation, but I think
No, why would there be an explanation if we already know that it's false? Because the Earth is measurably flat, so you already know it's not right.
it's not measurably flat. It's
Oh, really?
They
Do you
usually
have measurable curvature somewhere that you could show
It's
me?
pretty obvious the Earth is flat, guys.
Yeah.
Stop being stupid.
Yeah. So that's what I'm living right now. Like, I'm seeing Earth as flat. I think it is, but it could be a bowl as well, as they say, because
Well, wouldn't it have to be curved?
it could be a big bowl, like
How big?
a really big bowl. And you
How
don't
much
know.
curve would we expect to see about how big it is?
I don't know.
Are you
Because
Okay, so
bowl or ball?
a ball.
What fucking crack are you hitting, dude? What is that?
I have no idea. That's what they say.
So anyway, yeah, if you say it's a really big ball, where would that curvature be at?
I mean, you don't feel the curve, I guess, because you're too small compared to the Earth.
Well, okay, fair enough. But where would we be finding any of this curvature? Measuring it, experiencing it, all that stuff.
I don't know, but like it gives the explanation of Norway, for example, and what is happening there.
But it doesn't, because the Earth is measurably flat. You hear this part where I'm using the word measure? It's measured flat, so it cannot be a ball.
Oh. See, they have an explanation for some things, and you have explanation for other things.
No, their explanations are just stories. They're kind of like fairy tales because they don't demonstrate any of the things that they're telling you the story about. Like, take space time, for instance. Space time is purely mathematical, it's just conceptual, it doesn't exist in reality. Do you think it's a good explanation to have something that isn't physical doing physical things?
No, of course not.
No, right. So would it make sense then that they would be saying that the sun is a burning ball of gas within a vacuum, already denying and breaking the second law of thermodynamics around an Earth that doesn't have any curve?
Yeah, they are lying in this exactly.
I didn't say that they were lying. I'm just telling you that that's their story. You're accepting their story. Maybe, you just think, well, it makes me feel better that somebody has a story that I could believe in, even though the story doesn't make any sense. Doesn't mean they're lying.
I mean, nothing makes sense, right? Even the flat Earth doesn't make sense because we don't have explanations for a lot of stuff, right?
I'm sorry, the flat Earth only declares that the surface of the Earth is flat.
Come on, but come on, let's do like them. Let's make physics. Let's explain stuff. Can't we?
They're not making physics. They're making stories. They're making fictions and fairy tales. Do you want us to start making things up that aren't even possible? You think we should do that?
No, like there's the science is based on those stories that they're telling.
There is no science. What science are you talking about?
There is no science.
No, what science are you talking about? You use the word. I'm curious. Is there an experiment being conducted?
The technologies they're using right now are all, or most of them, are based on what the stories they're telling. For example, GPS and
GPS. What is GPS? Do you think that there's some kind of machinery, orbiting around a ball Earth that doesn't exist?
That's what they're saying.
That the Earth. Okay, well then, if you know that the Earth is measurably flat, then that story is also bunk, and that there is no mechanism by which you can tether a piece of machinery around a non-existent ball called gravity. That doesn't exist. So, what technology are you talking about? There's no machines flying around a ball.
So how do you explain the internet?
The internet runs through cables and towers. Are you okay? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Oh gosh, so you don't know that your internet is fed through towers and cables?
No, I know. Of course I know. But they always say that there is this, spacecraft that is flying. And our conversations are all going there and coming back to another space on the Earth, so you can. That's
not the claim. No, actually, they even admit that somewhere in the ballpark of 95 to 98% of all communication is through cables or towers. Now, if they're making a claim that the other 2 to 5% is due to some kind of machine making a orbital path around a sphere Earth, well, we can just go ahead and count that out because it violates the second law of thermodynamics, and the Earth is not a sphere. So their story,
just like Starlink, just like what Elon Musk is doing.
I don't think he's doing anything. Do you have any evidence that there are machines hurling around a sphere Earth tethered by a non-existent force or bending of space-time called gravity?
I have no proof for that. He is saying that. I don't know. I have no proof for anything.
Right, so he can tell the story, and people can buy the internet, and most likely it's coming through a tower. What do you do?
Oh, I see. So where are those, space rockets going when they launch them?
No idea. I've been to a rocket launch, though, and it just kind of did a parabolic arc and went downrange. That's what I witnessed. I didn't see it go into space, I'll tell you that, whatever space is supposed to be.
I've seen one go into space. That's what they said.
Really?
That's what
Oh,
they
that's what.
said.
So that you didn't say it went into space. You went by what they told you, but not what your eyes told you.
My eyes saw the rocket going, and then you can't. Yeah, there is a point when where you cannot really see the rocket anymore.
Okay.
So you go to this screen where they show you where this rocket is going, and you see the same thing. Like the rocket is going
so
the same.
They continue the story on a screen because now you can't see it with your eyes. So the thing on the screen, was that real?
Can you see everything with your eyes?
No, not all things. That's why I'm telling you. So now they
Okay,
moved
so
to
you
a
have to
screen,
trust
and
the
you began.
cameras sometimes.
I don't have to trust anything. You can trust whatever you want. But I mean, if you're just going to believe whatever you see on a TV screen, I'm going to tell you right now, in this day and age, with AI and deep fakes and everything, you're going to get ripped off.
Not TV. I'm telling you, like they show you a screen in front.
A screen. Right, so a television screen or a computer monitor or your little cell phone screen. Yeah, the little fictions that come through the screens called movies.
No, but
Yeah.
what if I am the one who?
Why would you jump into a room?
You know, placed the camera on that rocket. Like
And not
I'm
say
the one who
Are you
placed the
the
camera.
guy? Are you the guy?
What if I'm the guy who placed the camera on the
Are
rocket?
you that guy? I don't want to deal with hypotheticals. Are you the guy that did that?
Conversation.
Well, I'm going to do that soon.
Really? That's fantastic. So when you place the camera on the rocket, whatever happens on the screen after it goes out of your eyesight still could be a movie.
What do you mean?
I mean, you just placing the camera on the rocket isn't going to tell you whether or not what you're seeing on the screen after it goes out of eyesight is real. The screen doesn't tell you that.
Why? Why not?
Do you think that everything that you see on a screen is real?
It's my camera.
I don't care if it's your camera. Is it in your hands?
You mean that they probably changed the screen of my camera, right?
No, I'm not saying that they changed the screen of your camera.
I said that
You know what they could be doing?
probably do that.
Well, maybe. I don't know. But the point is that there's no way for you to know.
So until I go myself, right?
Yeah, until you actually go to a place that violates the second law of thermodynamics, you're not going to know.
No, but like if I went myself, I would see what is going on, right?
Listen, if you want to live in the hypothetical world, if you did something, then it might be true. I mean, I guess that's up to you. In the meantime, the Earth is measured to be flat.
In the meantime, but what if I went myself?
Yeah, listen, bro, you can do all of these mental masturbations if you want to about what if. That's up to you. I can't answer that for you, but what if is kind of like an appeal to the future and also just a pointless exercise of
That's
mental
what I'm
masturbation.
studying right now. That's what I'm studying right now.
Okay, so when you study and they're telling you that the Earth is a ball, but there's no measurements of it, which answer are you going to give on the test?
Do you think I'm believing them?
I don't know. Which answer are you going to put on the test?
I'm gonna put whatever they want me to put, of course.
Exactly. That's my point. See, because
But
this
that
is all
doesn't
about
mean I
slavery.
believe them. Sometimes I study a bunch of nonsense that I don't believe, of course.
Okay.
I've been studying, for example, the Bible, which is a bunch of nonsense that I don't
Okay.
believe.
Okay.
And yeah, I have to put the right answers on the paper because it's a matter of grades. But when it comes to this, I can go myself and, see with my own eyes what is going on up there.
Up where?
When you go, there are birds flying, right? I want to reach the bird first and then reach the airplanes second, and then go up and more to see what is going on. The more you go, the more you discover what's there, right?
You're talking about a flat Earth then?
Yeah, well, flat Earth,
Okay.
whatever. Once you go up, you can see whether it's flat or it's not.
Right. How high up do you have to go?
As higher as you can.
And how high would that be? Because right now you're describing a flat Earth when you're saying high and up and all that
Exactly.
stuff.
I would know
Right.
once I go. I would know once I go.
How high do you have to be?
Look, if I went certain height and I didn't see a lot, I would go more. You know?
How high would that be?
I have no idea. I have to know. Once I once I go there, I have to know. Because I have no idea. They have some calculations that I don't believe. But once I go myself, I would know, you know?
Right. So you're looking at basically no curvature as far as any of the major science communicators are telling us, is that even at the height of the ISS, which is 250 miles, you cannot see any curvature. So
I don't care
it's
about
flat.
the calculations that they share. No.
Okay. So
that could be
you'll have to start at 250 and see if you can go any higher than 250 miles. Or you could just measure the surface of the Earth where you're at and know for sure if it's flat. I mean, you don't really have to go very high.
I don't want to
Maybe a
know if it's flat or not. I want to know. Look, if it's flat, then it has a limit on the sides, right?
Possibly, yeah.
Since it has limits on the sides, when I go up, we can calculate. Do you know the size of the Earth or the flat Earth?
I have no idea.
But you can calculate it.
Calculate what?
The size of the. See, do you know how to calculate the surface of a cube? I mean, of a square. Or
so you're talking about? Are you talking about area? Well, what shape are we dealing with there? Because you kind of need to know the shape so you could use the correct formula. So what is the shape of the Earth?
I have no idea what is the shape, but you should know because you can travel all around.
No, you can't.
Why not?
Well, most of the time, if you want to reach some of the more extreme areas of the Earth, let's say Antarctica, whatever that is, it seems to be pretty well guarded. No, it seems pretty well guarded. In fact, there are many accounts where people have attempted to do some kind of free exploration of anything past the 60th parallel and been turned away at gunpoint. So somebody is guarding whatever's going on around Antarctica. So I actually don't know the full limits of the Earth. I don't know which direction I should go to find the limits of the Earth. So it would be possible to actually get a size or a shape.
I've went to the if you mean the South Pole, I've went to the South Pole as they call it, and they only show you. Yeah, they only show you.
That's fantastic. So you went to 0 degrees south, did you?
What? Sorry.
You went to 0 degrees south.
That's what they call it. Not 0.
No, 0 degrees north.
Not the center. Not the center. Because they say that the center of that place it's impossible for you to survive in there. That's what they keep you on the edges,
So you went to a ceremonial South Pole. What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, exactly. I've went there, and basically, if I was able to go there, then we can calculate the surface of.
Sorry, friend. I'm talking about exploring it freely to find the end of the Earth. You went to a ceremonial South Pole. You're talking about something completely different. Are you trying to disrespect me about what we're talking about? You going to a ceremonial South Pole is finding the limits of the Earth? Excuse me?
Okay. I want to understand something. I don't know. I'm trying to understand the Earth here. Okay. For example,
you're talking about finding the limit of the Earth, and you think that's equal to going to a ceremonial South Pole?
No. I want to find the limit of the Earth by going to the South Pole. Of course.
Well, then go do it. See what happens.
They said that you can't really survive in.
Why not?
Once you go.
That's what they say. I mean, if you want to find it, don't let them discourage you. I encourage you to go find the limits. Don't worry about the weather. I mean, that's what explorers do. They do things in spite of the dangers of it.
Yeah, exactly. I will once I have the chance to do so. I was, I was really young. I was 20 years old. I couldn't do anything. I was just in a, trip.
Yeah.
But once I get older and I have this ability to go and search, I would probably do such things.
Okay. Terrific.
What do you say about those, when you are, for example, in the US and somebody else is, for example, in Europe, and they don't have the same time period. Somebody is in the morning, the other is in the night. How do you explain that?
What do you mean explain it? I mean, the sun moves, so the angular relationship between those two people is different, mostly because of the distance they have between each other. So
But like the Earth is flat. If the sun is a lamp, it's just like a lamp that lights up everything. Don't you think?
It is? Do you think it lights up the whole Earth, even though it's dark in some places and light in the others?
How do you explain that then?
I don't really have an explanation other than it doesn't light up the whole Earth. It's just the experience that we have. The sun is in certain places when it's not in other places. So it's more probably localized than you think.
But you can explain it since it's the same every day.
Why would I be able to explain something that we only describe? It's only a description. What causal mechanism should I be giving you in my story?
I don't know. It's like you have to know why. Don't you? Aren't you curious about
shit. This? You understand? I don't have to do shit. So you telling me I have to do something? You can pack sand with that.
I thought you were curious about. I'm curious, to be honest.
I'm very curious, but I don't have any way to actually determine other than what my actual experience is. Do you think that there should be some kind of causal mechanism between why there's light in one place and the other place?
That doesn't make you stop and not
what
do
would you
anything.
suggest?
At least try. At least try.
Why aren't you trying? Why don't you suggest something?
I am trying. I'm trying.
Okay, so give me one of your suggestions.
I thought you guys have the answer, so probably.
No. Why did you think that? See, that's another thing that you did on your part that was an error. You made an error believing that we were supposed to do something that you expected us to do, which is pretty rude, if you ask me.
No, I don't mean to be rude. I'm sorry, but.
Oh, okay. Well, then maybe you shouldn't come in here assuming people have to give you an answer for something that is just basically what we already experience, but is a little bit more involved. Like, I want to see if you have some kind of, you can offer me some kind of solution to this thing as to why it happens. What do you have so far?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. Me either, and most people don't either. So, expecting us to know why this thing occurs.
Most people
they made something up. They made it up. But if, like I said before, if the Earth is not a ball, then you can just throw their speculations out the window because it's not tenable.
Then what is the sun that we're seeing? What is the moon that we are seeing?
It looks like a bright light in the sky. That's how I would describe it.
Bright light in the sky. Yeah. So you are describing everything you see with your own eyes, but without an explanation of why or what is that exactly.
How would I do that?
Exactly, that's the question. I would like to I would try to look it up.
Yeah. So the sun is a bright light in the sky. It certainly can't be a burning ball of gas within a vacuum.
Why not?
Well, I mean, have you ever tried to set burning balls of gas on fire within a vacuum? Like, it's just gas, right? So why would gas essentially gather together into a spherical shape inside of a vacuum when our experience was whenever you put gas into a volume or a vacuum, it spreads out equally in all directions. So the coalition or the coalescence of that gas into a sphere in a vacuum, a very high vacuum, violates the second law of thermodynamics. So it can't be that.
It's like, imagine with me if there is like a glass, a glass surrounding the sun, not letting the energy that is inside to go out. So it's like a ball made of glass, probably.
So the sun is probably a ball made of glass, says you.
Just like a lamp, for example. You know, the lamp has light inside it, and it's surrounded by glass. Could be that way too.
Yeah, there's still a problem. How thick is the glass? Now that you're speculating, now that you've come up with a new idea about what the sun is, what is the environment in which the sun is in? Is it a vacuum or is it a pressurized system? What is it?
Vacuum.
I got you.
No, I didn't hear you. What is the environment in which this glass ball sun is in?
We know the answers of the questions step by step. I guess we can't know everything at once. So I'm giving you. You said give me a proposition. I'm giving you one of the propositions, right? I
Okay,
can't give
this
you
is your
everything.
proposition. How would you prove it?
This.
Okay, let's discuss it. Go ahead and prove that to me. That way we can decide whether or not we're going to keep this idea.
We have you know, we have an experience of a lamp being inside glass, so it could be the same. Because
Yeah, it
you
could
know,
be.
have an
Can you prove
experience
it to me, please? Can you just prove it to me? I don't need to hear you tell the story again. Prove it.
What do you mean prove it? How can I prove it? It's just a proposition.
Well, then I'm going to have to go ahead and throw your proposition out because you don't have anything
You
to
asked
back
me to
up
give
what you're
some propositions.
speculating about. Right. So you gave me one. I'm dismissing it because it's just an idea that you have with no evidence.
No, I'm not
See how
giving
easy
it
that
to
was?
you to prove it or to believe me. I'm giving it to you to discuss it.
Why are we discussing something that would make no sense since you just want to imagine what it could be? I mean, that's a waste of time.
It's not. I'm trying. You said at least try, so we are trying right now.
Yeah, I know. The next thing to do after you come up with an idea is see if it's even tenable or how you would be able to prove something like that.
Let's see if
Okay,
it
go
is.
ahead and check and see if there's a glass ball surrounding the sun.
Yeah. So, do you think that's not possible?
I'm asking you to show it to me. I don't care about whether or not it's possible. Who cares about what is or what is not possible? It's about what is. How come you guys live in more of this fantasy land where maybe it could be one thing when in reality it is what it is?
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know either.
I'll try to find an answer.
Okay. In the meantime, it certainly is not a coalescence of gas within a vacuum.
Then what is it?
I have no idea. As far as I know, it's a bright light in the sky. And it rises in the east and sets in the west. That's what it does.
Yeah. Disappears at night. Go back in the morning. Sometimes it doesn't come back. Sometimes it hides behind the clouds.
Sometimes.
Yeah. The clouds, which are some kind of things that fly in the sky, I have no idea. I just call them clouds.
No, I mean we've gone up to the cloud level. It's condensation or small droplets of water. We already know what those are.
Did you go there?
Yeah, I did actually. I've been in a plane and we went through the clouds and it all collected on the wind or on the windshield. So on the windows, it's pretty simple to experience.
You can't know what's that.
I can't know what that is. I can't know what water is on the window.
What? Water? Is that water? It's not water.
Yes, it's water. Oh, so it's not water. What is it then?
I have no idea. Prove it.
You have no idea.
Prove that it's water.
Should we go get a sample? Should we get a sample of it? You think no one's grabbed a sample out of the clouds, dude? Are you out of your mind? See, this is what happens when you guys lose terribly.
Do you believe
you try to come in there and troll a little bit. And then when you realize that your worldview is so ridiculous and all you know how to do is imagine things, affirm the consequent, and then do hypotheticals in your own mind, when someone points out something obvious, you revert to, oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do the same thing they did to me and go, well, how do you know? Well, if you don't know what water is at this point in your life, at 23 years old, and if you don't know that the things that come out of those fucking clouds when it rains is water, then I don't know how to help you.
No. How do you know that they are water? Actually,
It falls on my head when it's raining, dickhead.
Why are you cursing right now? Sorry, what did you say?
Because you're being ridiculous, bro.
I'm not
You've
being
never
ridiculous.
been
This
to a
this
storm.
this
You are being
probably
ridiculous. What falls on your head in a rainstorm?
it is water. But how did you know
Fuck
that?
you.
How did you know that the clouds are water?
All right, you're going on mute. I'm sick of you.
Okay.
When it descends into absurdity and you guys just are bankrupt, this is what you do, and there's no point to speaking to you at this
Mute me.
point.
It's fine.
There you go.
Did anyone see the Antarctic experiment? Maybe.
That's new. What's the Antarctic experiment? What was the hypothesis?
Well, it's 2024, I think. That the sun doesn't go down in Antarctica. So for
What was the
24 hours.
experiment? What was the experiment?
So they just left a camera running in Antarctica for 24 hours and tracked the sun's movements.
Yeah, but that's not an experiment. That means if I leave my camera outside, I'm now a scientist.
That could be an experiment.
I guess
Those are
my
right.
security cameras are experiments.
Yeah, so cameras are not experiments. When you have a camera and you take a picture, that's not an experiment. I'm just clarifying so you understand the difference.
In a court of law, do they use video evidence? Like, for example, from security cameras?
So what was the hypothesis that you needed a camera? What was it? What was the experiment that you captured on camera?
It wasn't my experiment, bro. I wasn't there. But it
Yeah,
looked
I
like
wasn't there either. Didn't sound like an experiment. It sounded like they went to go look at a sun.
Mhm.
Yep, I see. I didn't have to go to Antarctica to see the sun. Got one over my house right now.
Mm, you understand what the experiment entails? Like, have you heard of it?
Yeah. So what it is if you see the sun, the Earth is a ball. But when they were there, they measured the Earth being flat because they were taking angles to the sun, and you can only do that from a flat surface. So they took angles to the sun in Antarctica. So that means they were standing on a flat surface. So seeing a sun doesn't make the curved ground. It's like now we see the sun, now the ground is curving and we can't take angles anymore. And that's not what happened. They saw the sun, they took angles to it, and that means they're standing on flat ground.
But why would the sun not go below the horizon?
Nobody knows anything about the sun on both sides.
What's your theory?
The Earth is flat and stationary, and whatever happens above me, I can't do anything about.
Mm. Do you believe in any other conspiracies or just flat Earth?
Oh, yeah, flat Earth isn't a conspiracy. It's measured flat. So definitely not a conspiracy.
Yeah, the globe's a conspiracy.
Globe's a conspiracy. No, I don't believe in the globe.
So you don't think there's anything else like flat Earth that people misjudge things, not been lied about?
You really can't lie about flat Earth because you can't hide it. You can't hide it.
You'd think it would be mentioned in the Bible. You know what I mean? Then we wouldn't have to ask questions.
I'm pretty sure the Bible wasn't written by physicists.
How many physicists believe in flat Earth?
Greater than one.
Who is it?
Well, I studied physics. That makes me a physicist. And I believe it. So I'm sure there are other people who studied physics and still believe it as well. But if your job depends on believing in a globe, I would do that too. Because people don't want to starve and they don't want to be homeless.
Right. Your job doesn't include the Earth being a globe, then?
Yeah, very few jobs actually do.
Which jobs even do?
Mostly those in the astrophysics world. They have to still believe it's a globe.
Oh, don't snipers have to take into consideration the curvature of the Earth and its really long shots over a mile? Or is that bullshit?
That's bullshit because the Iowa class battleships have accurately targeted other ships at over 20 miles. And that's far excessive of the range of any kind of sniper.
But how do we know they haven't taken curvature into consideration with such a long shot?
Because the computers they used were analog back then and very primitive. Because if you had to do the calculations by hand, if you were a good mathematician, it would take you about 30 minutes to do a calculation like that. We don't have 30 minutes in the time of battle to do those kind of calculations. You wait 30 minutes, that ship is going to be, another 10 nautical miles away.
Yeah. What if some scientists got the calculations incorrect and the curvature is actually over 100 or 1,000 miles or something? Like they've just got the Earth's dimensions super wrong or something.
And that should be obvious then.
I don't know what it.
Yeah, it should be obvious to be seen. Especially the way we travel by airplane, that would be very obvious that something's wrong.
Well, I had a discussion on here the other day about composites, but someone believes that they got a camera out far enough to take a picture of the globe. What's your opinion on that?
The problem with taking pictures of objects at a distance, the worst possible shape to take a picture of is a sphere.
Why is that?
Because the light doesn't reflect off a sphere over its entire surface towards the camera. Only a certain portion of it does.
Do you believe that we could put a camera far out enough to get a picture of the whole Earth?
No, that's not physically possible. Even as high as the ISS, that blackness they show you, that's just parts of the Earth that is not directing light back to the camera.
ISS shots are quite interesting though, but it does just look like a wide-angle lens.
Yeah, they typically do because I've seen a couple of the recent ones been posted on X, and they use 14 millimeter and 15 millimeter camera lenses, which are wide angle.
Why
They
not
try to
just
get
put a regular? So that's the reason they won't put a regular ass camera out there.
well because it's difficult to take good quality photographs using subpar kind of equipment. You need to use high quality equipment, and and in their time they do time lapses now. They don't record video, and they're doing like quarter-second exposures to make sure enough light hit the camera, and that's why they have to use the wide angle lens. Because if you use a more narrow angle lens, you get more trailing, right? Because if I do that with my camera, if I put my camera at its widest angle and I take a 15-second exposure of the sky, I get a nice clear picture of the stars and everything. But if I zoom in, even to say like 100 millimeters, and then take the exact same photograph, you'll see star trails start to appear.
Huh.
And as you zoom in more, your aperture closes, and so you need to do longer exposures. So, like as soon as I heard that these guys are doing like 15 millimeter lenses and quarter-second exposures, I went, okay, I understand what they're doing now.
Yeah, just think about it for a second. That it's not that the ball could have just been so much bigger, because once you make the ball bigger, all of the known land masses just get compressed together into a flat spot, or what equates to a flat spot on that giant ball. We're not claiming to know the shape of the whole universe or world, but it destroys the globe belief if it doesn't have the right curvature, because the curvature is the basis for the entire cosmic ladder. So like all of our ideas about how the cosmos works is based on the foundation of Earth curve.
Yeah, even the distance to the sun is based upon the size of Venus. But we have no idea what the size of Venus is. They had to guess.
Yeah, they guessed it was the size of Earth, and then they changed that a little bit afterwards. But it's essentially just a guess.
You think Jupiter is an equally best guess?
Yeah, well,
They're all
all of
guesses.
all of the cosmology is based on assuming the Earth is a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles, and so from there you get a radial spreading out, where you imagine all of the stars being further and further and further away, and then you put that into the heliocentric model. You imagine the sizes of all that based on you imagining the original assumption of the Earth being curved, being the base size for parts of the solar system, to make comparisons with to the things you see in the sky. So it's all based on this chain of assumptions. And if you just check the first rung of the ladder, the Earth curve, and the Earth doesn't curve correctly, then the whole idea just collapses.
Why do you think more people don't have an open mind towards this topic?
Programming from childhood, lack of actual exposure to alternative ideas, and so it becomes a really ingrained belief that's tied into their self-image and ego, and so it's really hard to confront that without going through cognitive dissonance, because you have been entrained with cognitive ease your entire life concerning the globe. You look at a flat horizon and you imagine it's curved. You like look into the sky, you imagine this whole idea of Spaceballs. Like, you don't experience it, but you're constantly applying it because of your imaginations and what you've been exposed to as a child in entertainment and in the news. So it's just programming. Yeah, it's kind of like you can get someone hypnotized to not see something or see something completely different, and that's just through enough belief. And so, what the globe belief system is it's just a belief system. It's been installed since you were young. It's reinforced throughout your entire life. So that's why we get people who claim they see the Earth curve from sea level or from a mountain or whatever, and they might have seen that because the mind can edit what you see if your belief is strong enough. That's one of the reasons why we try to challenge our beliefs, to try to stop being like blinded by your belief and ignoring what's actually in front of your eyes, what's actually measurable.
Right. I'm gonna cut up this video and get your guys' opinion. One sec.
You can kind of think of it like this: if you were raised in a Scientology compound and you never got to meet anyone outside of the compound, then you're just gonna believe what they tell you to believe because they're your authority. They all believe it as well, but that doesn't mean it's true.
Send in the chat. It's a video at the coast. I live by a coastline. I was just out there taking a video and I noticed a boat. That's a boat as far as my camera can zoom. My camera is like on the video mode, it's got like a full zoom or something.
That's interesting.
So it doesn't zoom that far.
Yeah, we would need to see the height and get the distance to the boat to get any meaningful information out of that. But it's interesting.
It's a little above sea level, maybe a meter or two. There's a lighthouse right by it.
Yeah, what I recommend doing if you see something like this outside when you're walking around and you see a boat like this and you take a video of it, right after you're done taking the video, go on Marine Tracker and look in your area. You should be able to identify that boat with a Marine Tracker, and then take a screenshot of that, and then you can go into Google Earth and you can figure out how far your distance is.
Okay. Yeah, I never thought of that.
The big problem is the globe actually doesn't account for optics and how you look at the world to reify the globe into existence. And so when you try to combine both globe geometry and optics, the whole thing breaks and you don't end up with what we see. And so I'm working on writing a paper right now actually concerning this because this is a big issue in the field of optics that needs to be fixed.
Which part?
It's we grandfathered in the assumption that the horizon was a geometric sphere edge, whereas we can create all of the assumed effects of which are pointed at and claimed, well, that's Earth curve, using optics and the how light travels in the medium. And so I'm sorry, Yoder, I can't raise the volume. If their ad hoc assumptions to try to salvage the globe model were true, they would have measurable effects, and we could test for those effects. And we've gone through that multiple times. That's one of the reasons why Flat Earthers exists, because we test these assumptions. Because we have modern technology, we can do much more things now than what the current globers appeal to. They appeal to like half-naked Greeks and their assumptions, like not actually testing the ground, but rather like, well, I look at shadows and I assume a bunch of things, and I use circular reasoning, or I look at shadows or what I assume are shadows on the moon, and I assume that's Earth's casting that shadow, and then more circular reasoning, and they look at the horizon, and I can see the horizon is this far away because of this landmark. So I'm going to say that this is Earth curve, but we can use known optical effects, known physics that we can test and verify, and we have, to actually explain away all of the phenomena concerning this, decoupling the horizon completely from the globe. And so once you try to add the globe onto the actual effects that we know are there, then whole of reality just gets destroyed. It essentially is the issue is born because the ancient Greeks looked at the sky, and there was this secret cult that had the belief that the Earth was a ball based on looking at the sky, and this belief then spread slowly throughout Greece and slowly throughout Christendom and slowly throughout the elite circles of the world. However, it's all based in these misconceptions. It's based in these assumptions, and they just, I presume, didn't know better. We don't live in the ancient past. We're not half naked. We don't believe that laser beams shoot out of our eyes, and that's how we see. And we actually know that refraction exists. We understand optics and cameras. Like, we have very high-powered lasers of different wavelengths. We can test the assumptions that they want to appeal to just to hold on to the belief. And so we're not here to sell a new belief because we don't have it. We don't have a replacement cosmology. We're just like the people, like, we're kind of like, if you were in Scientology and they've been telling you that Xenu, the space monster, came here a long time ago and seeded mankind and all sorts of bullshit, and then, like, you go outside and you meet some guy and they're like, whoa, this is a cult, bro. And you're like, really? And you read the books and you learn the history and you're like, oh shit, damn it, I got fooled. You're not the guy who's automatically created a new cult just because you got out of the old one.
I don't know if you can escape from Scientology.
It's just an example. You could use any cult-like system which kind of tries to keep its members confined within a bubble where their doctrine is the only thing they're supposed to learn and everything is heresy.
I don't know why it's not looked at with a more open mind in the mainstream, though. Like, no one really benefits from either situation. I don't know why they can't just do about it.
Well, they benefit from not addressing it because there is a concerted effort to ridicule it, and you got to understand that that's not like malicious. It comes from natural human psychology. Like, you want to hold on to your comfortable belief, and so you rail against it, you fight against it, and in fighting against it, like, you say a bunch of stuff and you push a bunch of narratives that then other people go like, oh shit, I'm not gonna step into that because I don't want to lose my funding. I don't want them to, like, associate me with these people, so I'm not even gonna address it.
I can give you an example. So I had the comfortable belief that we landed on the moon until I seen documentaries upon it, but that's only like word of mouth, so I couldn't verify that. Yeah, then I stopped believing in moon landings. I guess if you're in the flat Earth, you would probably automatically be a skeptic to the moon landings too, right?
Yeah, I could prove them. I could prove that moon landings didn't happen.
But then, like, there's other uncomfortable beliefs, comfortable beliefs I had, like the Holocaust being 6 million Jews and all that. Now I don't believe that anymore either.
I don't have an opinion on that because I can't verify that. Like with the moon landings, physically they couldn't have gone there. Werner von Braun says they would have needed 3 rockets, and Elon Musk says he would have needed 15 starships. So, and that's because the rocket uses 96 to 98% of its fuel just getting into low Earth orbit. So they would
just
need to send
blasting off.
Yeah, they need to send up a shit ton of rockets just to get enough fuel to refuel the rocket to send it on its way to the moon. And we have a recording of Bart Sibrel talking to an Apollo astronaut and exposing this in front of him, and all the Apollo astronaut could say was like, "Well, are you saying that we didn't go there?" Like he got MK Ultra, bro, and there's a bunch of people who believe a bunch of stuff. However, there's a very small group of people needed to actually keep up that manipulation, and I don't even know if they are still alive today. Like, this is a self-sustaining belief system at this point.
I know Neil Armstrong's been caught saying some pretty weird stuff regarding the landings. Buzz Aldrin too, actually.
Yeah, most of it's admitted by many of the Apollo astronauts to be Freemasons, and there's many weird stuff related to the elites. That's basically where the globe came from. It came from these kinds of cults, like secret societies, fraternities with initiations and stuff like that. That's where you got to learn about the globe, generally.
Do you think like the Freemasons and powers had all the scientists have indoctrinated?
Well, the Freemasons technically have a flat Earth cosmology today.
They have flat Earth cosmology.
Yeah, you see the black and white squares, the flat floor. Then you've got 2 pillars that represent the moon and the sun, and then you've got a vaulted dome of stars.
So you're saying they believe in the flat Earth, but they push the globe?
No. Majority of Freemasons have no clue. They have not studied Freemasonry to that depth. Most Freemasons are just in this as a social club.
Yeah. But I mean the ones like who, own it, the leader at the top. What do they believe?
I don't know what they believe. I'm not them.
But you said something about flat Earth cosmology?
Yeah, when you look at Masonic cosmology and you study their literature, you'll see that they depict it as a flat Earth cosmology. I think it's basically like this. The elites think they're better than you. They think they know better than you. So they keep their secret knowledge to themselves. Then when they finally realize, after 2,000 years of keeping that secret knowledge to themselves, that, oh shit, our secret knowledge was actually wrong. The whole public has been believing these flat Earth cosmologies based on their religions and the ancients. Maybe they were more right than us. Let's go study the ancients. And so that's why the morbid fascination for Egypt and the ancient comes into the elite's consciousness. And now they have their own little flat Earth Freemasonic clubs, and they this is now the secret doctrine of the elite. Meanwhile, the public has their old doctrine, which is verifiably false.
What do you think their plan is? You believe in the elites, right?
Well, believe in that. You don't have to believe in any of this. This is history. Like, I can back all of this up with history. Problem is, you get taught a very cherry-picked view of history so that you form certain opinions and certain beliefs. However, history is far more vast than the tiny line that we get taught. Like, there's always been flat earthers. There's always been people contesting the globe, but you don't get taught that.
Well, you get taught that people used to think that the Earth was flat, but it's almost like in a ridiculing context.
Yeah, that's a primer to get you to not actually, like, it's a very malicious psychological trick to get you to not look. It's like we used to be really dumb in the past. Everybody used to be super dumb. They thought the Earth was flat. They thought it would fall off the edge. Ugh. Now we're super smart. Now you know everything. So if you are smart, you say what we say. If you are dumb, you say the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I blew someone's mind at one point when I was discussing this topic with them, and I was like, well, people for like over 10,000 years believed that the Earth was flat without second questioning it. Until Galileo or whoever it was.
Yeah, like Pythagoras came up with it in his little cult, and he took over his little town, and then the public broke up the cult and tried to kill them, and then they spread all over Greece into even more secrecy. Like, you can trace the globe idea. Meanwhile, the people who built the pyramids, who built all of the ancient megastructures, well, they were flat earthers. Well, I should get back to work. I was just listening in and heard you talking to Rayleigh, and the couldn't it be a bigger globe thing made me want to come in and be like, bro, just think about it for a second. Because once you expand the globe, we can still travel, like he said, between all the distances on this landmass. So if you make the globe bigger, you just squish everything into a flat Earth.
Yeah, it's that whole sun experiment I'm not really sure about. The Antarctica thing.
What? You mean the nonsense where they were like, oh, this is the final experiment?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, we've been considering the possibility that there was a 24-hour sun in the Arctic and Antarctic since 2015. It's not something new to us and has no effect on the measurements. So, like, before they went, all of us told them this will have no effect on anything. This has no relation to our claims. So it was just dumb. It's just propaganda.
So you're saying it was like a useless experiment, like it doesn't prove anything?
Yeah, it doesn't prove anything other than like if we could go verify it, we would be like, yeah, like they're right. There's a 24-hour sun here. What would that change about the measurement of the ground not being curved?
Not sure how to explain it, but I think they tried to something about the difference between the globe model and the flat Earth.
Yeah, that's a strong. They build a straw man. We don't have a clear view of how the sky works. Meanwhile, they say, well, we assume the sky works like this, and because that assumption includes our globe, therefore it's true. Meanwhile, we assume your flat Earth works like this, while we assume everything about the sky that's unknown to make the flat Earth not work. Meanwhile, if you assume 1,000 other different variables for the sky, you can make the same observables. So it will look identical. You can make it look however you like in the sky. If the ground measures flat, it is flat.
Yeah, I might have to watch that again because I'm not sure how to put it into words.
It's very very simple. They're just saying it only works on a globe, but they actually haven't considered all of the options. The only thing they've considered is the straw man version, which we don't believe. And so they didn't actually debunk anything we said.
This is the like, why is this flat Earth Discord on English Hub? Isn't this, I come here to practice English speaking. Why is this channel here?
One of the owners is interested in this topic and thought it would be a good topic for people to discuss once they've learnt some English. I mean, it's not the only off-topic channel in the server. There's music and politics and religion,
Yeah, the
and all that.
religion and stuff like that. Yeah.
Right. So it's just it's a matter of choice. Once you've learned some English and you want to practice it, speaking, having a conversation about a topic that you might be interested in, you can choose one of those and go to it. And this might be of interest to some people. They might, they might want to come in and talk about this topic with the English that they've learned.
It's a variety.
Yeah, but also, how hilarious would it be to have a flat Earth server or a flat Earth channel in our server? What kind of fun could we have with people by putting a flat Earth channel in our server? That's a pretty good joke, my friends. Right?
I don't know, brother, but I would think that there is like an flat Earth server,
There is.
For-
Well, 24. But nobody.
There must be a million of them. Flat stuff, man. You have your own. I promise.
Yeah, we have our own server, and we have 25,000 members. And that place was on popping. 25,000 members. It's not a small server by any stretch. And so, we've had to spread out because nobody will come to us anymore. We've terrified the internet. Do you understand that? We have made the internet crap its pants. They are running from us. They don't come to us anymore. They're very afraid. You want to know why? It's so simple. The way that you've experienced the Earth your entire life is exactly what it is. It's a horizontal plane that doesn't move. That's what it is. You're not crazy.
Well, that's not true, probably, but
No, it is. You're not spinning. Dude, you are not spinning. Come on, bro. Open your eyes for a half a second. Go, damn, this place doesn't move. Damn. Seems like up and down is the same no matter where I go.
Right. Wait.
Do you ever
Iki,
think that,
you weren't
you
wait,
guys are kind of,
wait. Hang on, bro.
Okay.
Hang on, bro. Were you under the impression that we are in doubt, that we're not sure?
No. I think you're sure.
Okay, cool. Sorry, continue.
Do you guys think that you might be a bit confused about this kind of?
There's nothing to be confused about.
No. And you're kind
measured
of
by everybody. Everybody. The surveyors.
You're fortifying each other's views and kind of circle jerking about this matter. So you guys just fortify each
This is your
other's views?
opinion. This is your opinion. You don't know that about us. We have every bit of evidence that we
I'm asking.
present. The place is measurably flat. It's not about us. We're verifying what people are doing every day. They're measuring the Earth as a flat plane everywhere, always, no matter what. Not me.
But it's not like a real scientific measure to measure it as flat. You can
Scientific measure is not a thing.
No. Man.
Scientific measure is not a thing. That's not even a real word. You measure things by measuring them. There's no science involved. You want to get as accurate as
I think
possible
you're
and use very
confused with the
sophisticated.
scientific.
No,
Like,
you want me to be confused. You want me to be confused that my reality
no,
is
I
not
don't.
exactly
I
as
don't
it
want
presents
you
itself
to
to
be.
be.
What do I need to do? Put a white coat on and hold a Bunsen burner, and then I can measure stuff and it's scientific.
No. You to understand
What makes it scientific?
It's a
Tell us
globe.
what makes. Hey, bro.
You can
No,
understand
detail. One
pretty
sec,
basic
bro.
physics.
Okay. Tell us what makes a measurement scientific.
The scientific method.
Yeah, what's that? Explain it.
It's measuring something, and it's something that you can prove by measuring it again.
That's just verification. That's not the scientific method. It's just verifying something. You're just backing it up. You're testing it 1,000 times to make sure that the measurement is correct. But that's not science.
There is no way to prove that the Earth is flat.
Sure there is. You measure it.
Or something like that.
Yeah, you can do it with all that stuff. Every bit of what you just described, yes, we can.
You know the ship sailing across the.
Yeah. Right. What about it?
Eventually.
Yeah, it disappears. What about it?
So it's not flat.
Just because something goes beyond your field of vision or appears to disappear bottom up, you think that's because you live on a ball Earth? No, this phenomena happens every day for everyone in all kinds of different situations, and it has nothing to do with Earth curve.
Okay. Let's say you're right. Why would everyone who knows these kind of topics way better than you or I know it? Why would they lie to us forever?
So you're conceding that the Earth is flat, and now you want to know what they're lying about. So are you some kind of conspiracy?
How would you know?
Why would?
Well, hang on a
they
sec.
lie?
How would you know that they know more about this stuff than us?
For hundreds of years.
How did you evaluate their extensive knowledge? If they know more than you, then how were you capable to analyze their knowledge base
in these fields of physics?
Yeah, how do you know that they have that beyond them saying they do?
So it's like you don't understand something, so they must be
right.
No, I promise you something, friend. This is the internet. Hold on. This is a vast group of people, right? We're not just a bunch of. This is the problem. Someone has labeled us some crazy conspirator group. Now we have some of those. Don't get me wrong. Okay, we got a real problem. But the other part of this is that there are some very intelligent, very well-funded PhDs, pilots, people that are experts in aerospace. We've read the white papers. We know what's been tested. We know what the measurements are. This is all available for all of us to have. And so we have it. And so we've gone over all the data. So we've gone over the data.
Very smart people.
Yes.
They all say exactly opposite of you.
No, we actually agree with them. They're telling us that they're measuring the Earth as a flat plane and that it doesn't move. Einstein said there's no optical experiment that we can perform to confirm or deny whether or not the Earth is in motion. We have no idea whether or not this thing is moving. No idea.
I think you can.
As far as we can tell, they can't measure it. There's no way to measure the motion of the Earth. And there's no way to measure any curvature. We've looked for the curvature. It's not there. It's a vast, flat plane.
You're talking about this cognitive dissonance and stuff like that, but I think you're the one having it, really.
Oh, no, friend. I'm sorry. I know you're going through a tough spot right now. You didn't think anybody was actually considering all this stuff. No, that's fine.
I'm just
Take
having
a deep
a conversation. I'm fine.
Yeah, we're going to be fine, you and me. The point is what we've gone over all the data. We've done our own measurements. We've done everything that we can to find the curvature that they said this place has, and it's just not there. In fact, everybody is treating it, building on it, measuring it, navigating, all that stuff as a flat and stationary plane. That's what they say, not us.
Who are they and who are us?
NASA, all kinds of aerospace engineering firms like Boeing, like all of these agencies are saying, yep, when we model all of our flights, like in the simulators, and how we train people to fly planes as if the Earth is flat and stationary. That's what they say. It's pretty confusing that they treat the place and measure it all flat and stuff. And then they come along and tell us it's a ball. And then we go looking for the ball and it ain't there.
Exactly. In navigation and surveying and engineering and building and goodness knows how many other, even in some fields like biology, marine biology and, all sorts of different fields. Measuring the magnetic fields, all of these things, they all utilize the Earth as a plane in order to take measurements.
No, they don't.
Astronomy treats the Earth as a plane and measures angles to stars.
Oh man, do you know anything about these subjects that you listed? You don't.
Yes, you don't.
You know these things that you saw on YouTube videos, but they're made of by people.
No, we've gone
like
directly
you.
to the fucking sources, bro.
Directly to
Not
sources
YouTube.
like YouTube.
Yeah,
not YouTube.
There
University
are
level freaking papers and things.
Actual universities teaching this kind of stuff.
Hold on a second. Friend, hold on just a second. I just want to remind you of something. YouTube is one of the most vast libraries of very technical, very high-level education, seminars, whatever. It's full of really good stuff. And so for you to go, oh, YouTube, no, YouTube is an awesome resource. The greatest library of video education probably that the world has ever seen. Yeah, you bet your ass, YouTube.
Yeah, hours and hours of university lectures by professors.
Yeah, there are Harvard lectures and stuff like that. But,
yeah.
But I can make a shit video just lying my ass off, talking shit.
You bet.
YouTube video, release it. And you would probably share it on Discord, man.
Yeah. The university professor, the big conference and the big conference and the big panel that they had, and all of the displays that they brought, and all of the things that they show you that they do to test all this crap. Yeah. There's a great way to fake that. We're doing exactly what they're showing us they're doing from Harvard, from all MIT. Yes, we're doing exactly what they're doing, and the Earth is flat. Yes. That's our point. Everyone's treating this place as a flat Earth. Everyone. But they're telling you it's a ball. So we went to try and find the ball, and it's not there. Why? I don't know. I can't divine their motivations. It seems nefarious. If they're hiding something that's so blatant from you through some just all these images that they give you and all the stories that they tell you about the images, and then you bought it, like we all did. We all bought the big old, scam. We all went to the same schools that you did. We get it, but we checked. And I know it's like, there's no way. Yeah, we thought the same thing too. Yeah, no way. No, actually, no, that's the way it is. The Earth is as you experience. It's a motionless plane, and it's contained. That's what we know. And if your head is imploding and you're like, there's no way this guy on the internet could be serious about what he's saying. Yes, I am. That's why there's so many of us. That's why the internet is terrified of flat earthers. We got this tramp stamp on our YouTube videos. They are terrified. Highly censored.
Who is
if we're wrong,
there's plenty.
Yeah, why if we're wrong, why are they hiding it? If we're wrong, why are they censoring us? That's what I want to know. If we're wrong, who cares?
Brother, who is censoring you? You're talking here all the time.
YouTube, the United States Congress, as admitted in a video.
Censoring you. Have they deleted your video?
They've definitely hidden them in the algorithms for sure. And They
Even in
promote
algorithms, maybe just
anti-flat
no
Earth
one cares.
content. No, sorry. No, you have no idea what this phenomena, what this internet thing, called the flat Earth has done to the modern day society in a very short amount of time. It's been very controversial. You want to know why? Because as soon as people kind of snap out of the mind control and go, holy crap, that's right. Actually, I always thought it was weird. They're telling me the Earth is spinning, but I actually experienced that the stars move.
Yeah, that's why they call it diurnal motion. In astronomy.
Maybe this kind of like, are we moving? Are the stars moving? Stuff like that. Which, listen to me, both are moving right now. It's a matter of scale. You, as a human person, you are a very small entity. You're not even
I
a
know.
sand grain
I know.
in this
I know.
galaxy. or in this
I know we're also insignificant on this big ball. I understand how you think. You're going through it, man. It's fine.
Yeah, but
listen, don't chant at me, bro. You're chanting at me. You don't like what I'm saying. I get it. You're emotional.
No,
it's okay.
I think you're kind of like projecting on me. I'm
No,
okay.
I'm
okay, brother.
fine, dude. I've had a million of these conversations. Believe me. If you don't like
so
it,
you-
it's fine. It's if you don't like it, if it's just too freaky, you just relax. It's fine. You think I want to be on this side of the fence? Believe me, if the truth was on your side, I'd be over there in a heartbeat. This is not fun for most of us, right?
If you weren't American, I would tell you that healthcare is free and you can get medication.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I know. See,
Be honest,
and now you have to I get it. You have to insult me now, right? So do whatever you got to do, and just get through it. But it's okay. Reality is fine. No, it's okay. I understand. So, anyways, do you have any Earth curve measurements that we can look at?
Why would I have them on hand? Not me.
No. I mean, you have the internet right there. Yes, I know. You believe me. You don't think we've Googled this? Can you find me some Earth curve measurements real fast? Just go ahead. I'm sure you'll find something.
I'm not even gonna try, brother.
I know you're not gonna.
I think this conversation with you, it's not gonna lead anywhere, really.
I know it's not going to lead anywhere. All I want to know is if someone has measured the Earth to be curving, and we've been asking this question for 10 years, and no one has come along. No one has shown us a very simple thing. Very simple thing.
But someone smarter than you did it, right? Someone smarter than you figured it out, right? Okay.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, probably, yeah. That's all you need. You just need to trust and have faith that somebody did it and they're telling the truth. And
do you think that they're smarter than like thousands of scientists and engineers and people who made GPS and missile systems and aeroplanes and stuff like that?
Yep.
Do you think you're smarter than them?
No. Some of those guys are flat earthers. Did you know that? Some of those guys that work in those industries, they're flat earthers.
No,
they are. They are. No, it's true. We're everywhere.
Are you
the flat earthers are everywhere?
You're an engineer. You're a scientist.
No. Neither one of those things. I mean, how would you define that? Because I've built a lot of things for myself, that work, mechanical things. So I'm an engineer because I can build things and design them and make them work. In fact, I'm both an engineer and a technician. So, I've got some experience with, materials and measurements and things like that. Most men build things. Well, actually not in this day and age. Most of these pink-haired fools, don't know what a tape measure looks like, but that's not the point. I know what measurements are, okay? I'm not an idiot. And the people that are doing measurements of the Earth, it's just as simple as the stuff that we do every day, okay? They have a standard. They know how their tools work. They take measurements. They're measuring the Earth as a flat plane. The surveyors are. They're measuring it this way.
What do you mean it's a flat plane? Who and how Can you like prove?
Yes, all of the surveyors. You can look at any of their manuals. They'll be discussing how they're going to be taking angles from this flat horizontal plane that they're measuring, and all of those horizontal planes are parallel with sea level. So everything is all parallel, and there's rise and fall and distance over the run in a flat plane. They measure the Earth as a flat plane. And then they take those little measurements, they are usually in squares or little triangles, depending on the terrain and everything. And they map everything in a very triangular, it's a horizontal, it's a 2D thing that they're building, right? But it's all planar. There's no curvature involved. Their measurements would be all out of whack. If the Earth is curving, every measurement is going to be off. So they measure it as a flat plane. And then they take all of those squares and they put them around this presupposed sphere, like a big giant disco ball. And they give you a geoid and they say you live on this. But they got that sphere from nowhere. They just created a model and put all those measurements around that ball. And those are the maps that you use. But that's not correct to reality. That's not how reality works. So everything's out of whack. You can't put these squares on a ball. So everything's sort of close, but the jigsaw puzzle, ultimately, the picture, you can't see it. When it's flat, everything looks perfect and it makes sense. They don't measure any curvature. That's the other thing. They're not measuring any curvature. They don't want curvature.
The people like surveying land for like construction or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Again, man, this is a question of scale.
Yeah,
they are maybe looking at 50 meters forward, and the Earth is 40,000 kilometers wide.
I know.
Like wide.
This is.
So it's
Here's what I'm telling
you. You don't need to take into account the circumference if you're just measuring 50 meters forward.
We're not
really
talking about 50 meters, bro. We're not talking about 50 meters. We're talking about the guys that are doing the planar surveying when they're really trying to get a good look.
You go on 5 minutes monologue about something.
No, I'm not going to go on a monologue. I'm telling you that these guys are taking big chunks as best they can to measure the Earth, but there's no curve in what they're measuring. None of it.
Not even over hundreds of miles of railway track. Or canals.
I mean, my goodness, brother, you and I both know that water flows downhill. That doesn't work on a ball.
And there's
it goes from high to low.
Gravity.
No, there isn't.
You don't believe in gravity either.
No, I don't believe in your magical genie. No, I don't. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Can you show me any scientific experiment where gravity was the independent variable?
Brother, you can do this right now. You put water in a bottle, you spin it on top of your head, and the water stays on the bottom of the bottle. Brother, that's gravity.
They programmed you real good, didn't they? They got you bad. They got you with the bottle, huh?
Yeah, maybe they
do you understand the difference? Just think about it for a minute. On a ball, is the basin for the water, is it on the inside or the outside of the ball?
What do you mean? Like the Earth, the water, is it inside or outside?
Is it on the inside or the outside of the ball?
It's outside of the crust of the Earth, I would say.
Yes, okay, good. So when you're swinging the water bottle around your... Whoa. When you're swinging the water bottle around your head...
You keep this
I don't want you to go on a monologue, Fred. I don't want you to go on a monologue.
You're the one having these monologues, man. You keep
talking.
We're
not done.
Okay, please.
We're not done. We're not done. So, when you're swinging the water bottle around your head, is the water on the inside or the outside of the bottle?
Okay, I would say inside.
Inside.
Yes. So is it the same if there's the water on the outside of a ball? Is that the same as having water on the inside of a bottle?
No idea, man. Don't know what that means.
Idea. He doesn't want to answer that, folks. He doesn't want to pay attention to the fact that that is a false analogy. They tricked you by showing you water inside of a bottle and swinging it around your head. That's called centrifugal force.
Yeah, but
you
if
are
you turn the ball
describing
a
spinning ball. So you have to take a ball. Bro, listen, you have to take a ball and you have to put water on the outside of the ball and you have to spin the ball. You tell me if it holds water.
Right, or even just get your bottle and turn it around so that the cap is facing outwards, and then spin it around and see if the water stays in it.
Yeah, that one, T-Dub, I
Again,
wanted to say that one.
this is about scale. You guys
Yeah,
don't
it's scale
understand
again,
how
boys.
large the Earth is.
Scale came back.
It's scalable. Physics is scalable.
Yes, it is.
If you scale it up, all of a sudden everything turns upside down. Nothing works anymore. It's everything that you experience here on the ground, all bets are off. When the scale goes up, nothing is the same anymore. No, physics doesn't work that way. You're kidding yourself, man.
Okay, maybe I'll convert someday.
We're not looking for converts. We're not. That's not why we're here.
I will join your cult.
No, we're just here to, one, because we're in the English Hub and we want you guys to practice your English, and you sound pretty good. You sound like you understand everything and you speak very well. So good for you.
You're obviously American, which is it's kind of weird that you're practicing here.
Yeah, we're very annoying, us Americans, and I get that, and I feel for you. I actually kind of pity you for having to talk to me because we're such complete assholes.
No,
but
brother,
anyway,
it's okay, bro. You're good.
But anyway, we're just trying to give this information, right? We're not looking for converts. I don't want you to even think that like I'm being combative with you. I know exactly where you're at because I heard this one time. Yeah. I know, but I've been in your shoes.
I just want to fight.
I've had this conversation before at the beginning when I heard this because I said the same thing. No way! Shut up! You guys don't know anything. You're a bunch of idiots. You don't know what physics is, right? Like we all had our moment where we were just like, "You're so full of shit," And I had that moment too. But all we really can do is let you guys know what's actually going on. You're not crazy. The Earth is exactly as it presents itself to be. You're not nuts, But also, I just fucking hate this world. See? It makes people do that kind of stuff. They really don't like it. So, you get the information, you can hang out and talk with us and ask the same question over and over and over again because everybody always does. Well, what about the gravity, though? But the gravity, man, and the Foucault's pendulum, what about that? And they'll ask it 1,000 times and they just keep banging their heads against the wall, And it's hard to watch. And sometimes they can be real pricks, and so can we. The point is that you are welcome here to talk and ask the same question and tell us we're nuts. That's fine. Just if you can be respectful about it, we'll get along great. It's take it or leave it information. That's all it is. And you're like, why are you doing this? That's a good question. Why are you flat earthers even bothering? Well, it's weird. Like we know something that we want everybody else to know, but everybody else doesn't really want to know it. But we're trying anyways. We're like, this is actually groundbreaking, no pun intended. But this is really important information, and we just want you to know, and you can take it or leave it. It's kind of like, people who have a religion, and you're like, hey, dude, I just wanted to let you know, part of your religion is all nonsense. And that's hard to hear.
Do you think this flat earth kind of stuff is kind of like a religion for you?
No. It's not about belief. It's not about belief for me.
The priest of flat earthers on this channel. You're the only one talking.
Gosh.
You all believe in the same stuff that not the majority of people believe in. You're,
Yeah, I know. We're crazy. It's fine. That's why the others.
I'm not saying you might be confused, but not.
See, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, so we're confused. I get it. We aren't thinking right. We're not seeing it right. We're not seeing it correctly. You'll come back. You'll come back.
Confused. I'm not saying anything, but
right. Yeah. But the point is that you don't have to, like, no one here is trying to convert you. I promise. And you can stay exactly where you're at, and we can still be friends.
I'm okay. I've been like reading about this kind of stuff for years. I'm not. This is not my first time hearing about this. It's okay. I'm not instantly converting. It's okay. I'm just having a conversation and practicing my English, brother. It's okay.
So if you've been reading around about this topic before, I guarantee you most of what you've caught probably is not.
Yeah, it's
I want to call it
debunking. Just
yeah, well, it's just not
like
legitimate flat Earth. Yeah, it's this paper tiger. You know, it's this phantom. It's this caricature or straw man of what flat Earth actually is, and that's the one that people all just kind of. They get herded over into that group, and they're like, "Yeah, look how stupid these idiots are with this azimuthal equidistant projection, you know, that is easily debunked because it's a globe flattened out." I mean, my goodness, we should have been paying more attention. But whatever, you know, you live and you learn. The point is yeah, there's like a whole illegitimate kind of crazy conspiratard, you know, azimuthal equidistant flat Earth group out there that now we have to deal with. You know, and that makes perfect sense. The best way to kind of ruin something is to usurp it. You know, you don't overtly take it over, you infiltrate. You know, that's a pretty good way to do things. But anyways, I digress. The point is that this is kind of a different corner of this topic where we really try to stick to what's empirical, you know. And if it can't be validated in some way or tested or measured, then we throw it out. And if people aren't being honest with themselves or even paying attention to the obvious things like, you know, gravity is just a mathematical concept. There's no science involved in it. There's never been an experiment. Nobody busted out a beaker. You know, a Bunsen burner was not ignited. No one did anything. They just went to a drawing board and like, yeah, gravity. They just made up a bunch of equations. They turned concepts.
Brother, you can definitely prove gravity.
No, you can't. I'm sorry.
Equations. Come on.
No,
man.
I'm sorry. I know. This is a bummer too. But there's no gravity. There's no magical force reaching up and pulling things down to the ground. There's no space fabric, you know, for you to kind of like bend with mass, whatever the hell that is. And then all of a sudden that makes things go to the Earth and then also orbit and then also move sideways and then also go outward. Like it's all stupid.
Okay. Do you believe in God or that God created Earth and
yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
So he made it flat.
Yes.
And he just made the moon round and Jupiter round and
Yep.
Why is Earth special and why is it the only flat?
Well, it's the place we live for one.
In the sky.
Well, I mean, I want to. Well, hold on, T. But before he gets there, I'm going to let you go. But I don't want you to get the wrong impression. We're not describing an Earth in outer space, not a flat Earth in the outer space. That whole thing is all based on the Earth being a ball. If the Earth is not a ball, that whole model, it's just a concept. It falls apart. No one went to space. No one's on the ISS. All that stuff is propaganda. I'm sorry. You know, I'm just going to break it to you straight. Yes, it is propaganda, and we're watching them fake it in real time. Like they're not even really hiding it that well.
You know, why would they lie about that kind of stuff?
I know that's a great question. I mean, we all have our theories, but it doesn't help us with the fact.
To just
because you can't go and check it. Because you can't go check it. That's why they're lying about it.
If you have enough money, I think you can.
Actually, you can go check it without any money, dude. You just go to an ocean or a beach or a lake. You'll see the water's flat.
Again,
yeah, I know, but he can't go and do what they're claiming to do.
You can get a weather balloon for like 50 euros. A GoPro.
Yeah, and it'll show you the Earth is flat. It shows you the Earth is flat.
You can see.
It shows you the Earth is flat with your weather balloon.
No, it doesn't, brother. Come on.
It does. I'll show you. One sec.
It's all about scale and the lenses of the cameras. You guys have been fooled for years, and you have this dissonance about this. You see wrong information, and you believe it because you want to believe it. You talk to each other, and you like.
Yes, I was fooled. I was fooled for 45 years, bro. Yes, I was fooled for 45 years.
Are you 45 years old?
No, I'm 51.
You're 50. You're 55.
Yes.
6 years you've been believing in this stuff. So since COVID, the lockdown, you had to stay at home.
Yes, I was fooled for that long,
you
thinking
spent
that I
more
lived on
time
a
in the
big giant
internet.
spinning ball.
You started reading about this crazy stuff on the internet, and you believed it. Man, maybe
No, I
it's,
don't believe it. It's an experience, just like you experience. You deny your natural experience of physical reality. You deny it. You
How do I
see
deny
flat water
my-
and you go, it's not flat, it's curving.
It's about scale, brother. I can look outside.
No, it's
right
called
now.
you
not
having to imagine that it's not what you experience. You're experiencing level horizontal surface of water and thinking to yourself, it's not though. If I was a long way away from it or much bigger, I'd be able to see it curving. You have to imagine that it's not what you're experiencing. I can just experience it and accept it as being what it is.
So what I heard when I joined was, let's talk like something about not flat earthers, but it's like I really feel like that's relevant to the whole, flat earth thing. Like that's the name of the channel.
Well, I can see why you'd say that, but what we're meaning is we're talking about the physical nature of the Earth, the surface beneath our feet, right? So what we do for a living or what we enjoy doesn't really have any bearing on how the Earth is observed and measured. So that's really what we're talking about. I was going to ask you, so what have you heard about flat Earth so far? Do you know what our positions are? Do you know what our arguments are? Or do you not know those things yet?
Pretty generally, I mean, I wouldn't be able to directly tell you. I've seen some of the tests you guys have done to like see if the Earth is flat regarding like I think it's checking the horizon and seeing how like shadows.
So yeah, that's one of the things.
Yeah.
One of the things we're doing is testing to see if the surface that we live on has the curvature that matches what the globe model claims.
Yeah.
So,
Cyclone, can you explain a little bit about the testing?
Anon, put yourself on mute. We've got a coherent person in now.
Okay, but what testing did you do? I mean, it's important, though.
Yeah, well, we can go through long distance observations and all that kind of stuff. But first, we need to set the stage and understand that you understand what the actual globe model is claiming. So, Nerdnet,
The globe model. I thought you tell us about the flat.
Anon, we're not talking to you now. Someone put this guy on mute if he's not going to shut up. No, have you ever looked into the claimed curvature of the Earth, the globe?
Not
You know much about that?
particularly. No, I haven't. No, you can educate me there.
Okay, so do you know what size that they claim the globe is, roughly?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be able to give you the number. No, I wouldn't.
Okay, so they say it's got like a 59 mile radius, 25,000 circumference in miles. So they give us a size, right? So
Yeah.
if you have the size of a ball, you can do some maths to work out what the curvature rate should be. It basically works out to around 8 inches per mile squared. So,
But does that account for like you could be at sea level and then there's like mountains?
no, that's just
it's not exactly a
geometric.
smooth ball.
Yeah. So that's just
Yeah, yeah.
geometric curve on the surface. If you're an observer, then you need to take into account your observer height, right? So you can see a bit further if you're going higher up, which is the case on a flat surface too. So
Yeah.
if you go on Google, you can type in like distance to horizon calculator, and you can put in your observer height, and it will tell you how far away the horizon should be based on your observer height. So say for a 6-foot observer, they're telling us that for a 6-foot observer, if you were standing at the beach looking out over the ocean, the horizon should be no more than 2.5, 3 miles away. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would mean that if you were standing at the beach and you were watching a ship going out at 2.5, 3 miles, it would have to start disappearing bottom up, going over the curve, which is showing itself as a horizon. Yeah?
Yeah.
But what's happening is people are going and testing this, and they're seeing the boat go 5 miles, 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, and it's not even reached the horizon. Right?
Yeah.
So how would that work if the horizon is this physical Earth curve? I mean, that's set in stone if that's real. There's no getting away from that. And yet, when people go and test that, it's not detected. Right? The horizon isn't where it's supposed to be. You understand that?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I mean, obviously, I'm just telling you that now. You don't know because you've not seen any of the examples. I'm sure people can post in the side chat. They'll post some examples, and what we recommend is that wherever you live, you go and test this because it's as
Yeah, I mean,
simple
I'm in
as.
Florida, man. I've seen
Oh well, there you go.
boats go over the horizon. I'm at sea level. I'm pretty close to the ground.
That's
I'm
a
grounded
lie.
person.
That's a lie, dude.
Well, this is
What,
perfect.
it's a lie that I'm
because-
in Florida?
No. Don't hold on, Radwin. No, because
I'm just confused. What about I said was a lie?
Seeing boats going over the horizon, that's fine. But
yeah,
I bet but the thing that we don't do when we see that is we don't compare it to the globe model and actually check that matches, right? Because I bet when you've seen them going over before, you've just thought, oh well, it's going over the curve, but you've not actually thought, wait, what's my observer height, and what distance should that horizon be? Am I right in saying that?
I guess you are. Yeah, I mean, I would.
Yeah, so now, the next time, what you should do is you should take note of what your observer height is above sea level and what the conditions are of the day, temperature and things like that. And you should actually really in detail examine what it is that you're seeing. So how far away is the boat? What's your observer height? And then does that match the globe model, which you can find just by going on the calculators online, right? And what people are finding is that it does not match. That physical curvature that has to be there for it to be a ball is not there. So we're seeing distances way in excess of what we should be able to see, right? The curvature should be stopping us seeing any, like beyond a certain point, right? But it's not. We're just seeing beyond it. We're seeing boats and buildings and people and things that should be on the other side of a curve, but we're seeing them. Okay, so that's basically like the main argument being made here, is that it can't be the globe that they're telling us, because all of the observations and the measurements are showing that there's no curvature. Now, that doesn't mean that we're making a claim as to what the entire thing is. Like, we're not saying it's a disk in space or a square in space. We're not actually saying it's anything in space, because we don't actually accept that solar system model that they've shown us is actually true to begin with. But yeah, we're not actually making a claim about the exact geometry of the Earth, because if you think about it, you'd understand that you couldn't actually know that as a human being on Earth. I mean, unless you had everyone like exploring it and finding some limit of it and then actually mapping the entire thing out, which none of us can do. Yeah. So that's maybe a lot. Do you have any questions?
I just feel as though because I do get where you're coming from there, and I think there will always be like some degree of disparity, because in like you said, measuring how far boats go out and whatnot. Like I feel like I feel like that is a somewhat difficult thing to measure. I mean,
well, it's not necessarily super simple, but it's pretty doable. Like, because nowadays you've got websites that track boats, so you can see how far away a boat is from the coast. You don't just have to use boats, right? One of the common examples that's used here is something like an oil rig, like a fixed platform. So we know the distance that it is away from shore, or like a wind farm, like wind turbines out at sea. Things like these fixed platforms. Well, no, because if you're trying to see how much of that object is blocked, then yeah. But as it comes to the horizon, you just use these objects as a distance marker. So, say for example, an oil rig is 10 miles away. You can just see whether the horizon appears in front of the oil rig or behind it, and that'll tell you at least whether the horizon is closer than 10 miles or further than 10 miles. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's true what you're saying. It's not like a super mindless task to do something like this. You do have to put a little bit of thought into it, but it's very doable, right? It's a lot more doable than, let's say, go to space, like a lot of people try and say, like, oh, I'd have to go to space to know. No, you just have to go to like a large body of water or a salt flat or something, and you can start testing the claimed curvature of the globe. And what we're finding is that it doesn't exist. It's not measured.
What's your opinion on like gravity? Because that the something about the flat Earth argument that I've seen is that like how do you feel that everything like stays? Do you think it's like a plate in a way, where it's or like a bowl?
Well, we've got like our own. I would say we're all on the same level. Well, okay, now you're. All right, I don't know what question you're going to ask, because I thought you were going to ask about gravity and why things falling, but now it sounds like you're asking how's all the water contained or something like that.
Well, that does tie into gravity. I mean.
Okay, so you're looking for both.
I mean,
okay,
the whole globe thing is like that.
I'll give you my general take on it, right? So,
yeah, go ahead.
What we know about a body of water, let's say a lake, it has a shoreline, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every standing body of water has a shoreline where there's land that's higher than the water, which keeps it contained. And that's the physical property of water. Unless it's like a river and it's just running, like any standing body, like a lake or something, it has a shoreline. I mean, even the rivers, if they're not going to overflow their banks, they have a shoreline, or like a bank. So it would make sense to me that the world's ocean, which is what we have one large contiguous world ocean, which is, broken up into separate sections and people give them different names, but it's essentially one body of water. It must have a shoreline to keep it contained. Now, where that is and what it looks like along its total area, none of us know. I don't know if anyone knows. I doubt they do. But that's the only reasonable explanation that I could put forward, because that's what all water does. That's how all water behaves. Yeah, it needs a shoreline. So eventually, if you were to carry on through the world's oceans, I would say you'd have to come to a shoreline of some kind where the land is higher than the water, keeping it contained. Now, as it comes to gravity, they've pulled a fast one on us by making us associate the word gravity and the phenomena of objects falling down with a ball Earth, when in reality there's no logical connection. Right? I can drop my phone on the floor and not know that I live on a ball. Right? I could just as easily drop my phone onto a flat surface. And what we appear to observe, without saying that this is the exact cause, because no one actually knows what the cause is, it's kind of like a passive effect in a video game, right? Like gravity's been coded in, but to pull it apart, you can't turn it on and off. You can't stop it. So it's hard you can't really do science on it. You can observe it and you can test it and you can say it does this and things fall like this, but you can't really say this is what the cause of it is, because you can't pull apart a causal mechanism. But I'd say what we can observe and test is that there's a relationship between the density of an object and the density of the medium that it's in. And when an object is more dense than the medium that it's in, it will descend towards the surface, the floor. And when it's less dense, it will rise. So a rock being more dense than air will fall in air. It will sink through the medium. Whereas a helium balloon, because helium is less dense than air, will rise. So things seem to be ordering themselves relative to a flat, motionless plane based on their density relative to the medium density that they're in. So that's what I would say we can observe. And if you've seen like a density tower, like in science class, where they put like a bunch of liquids like oil, milk, water in like a test tube and they all separate themselves, by their density, and then you drop different densities of objects, and they equilibrate in different density gradients, in different density mediums. So that's basically what's going on. It's Archimedes' principle, right? This is what Archimedes and all the ancient cultures and things just kind of understood naturally. But they had to come up with a story for how we could possibly be living on the exterior of a giant spinning object, when our first natural thought about that would be like, well, we would be flying off it if we're on a giant spinning ball. So they had to come up with a story as to why we're like stuck to the ball, and they've said
So you're saying
we're being.
you're saying they invented gravity?
Well, no, they've. I mean, gravity. If you're just calling it the observation of an object rising or falling, no, of course they didn't invent that. That's just a natural phenomena. What they invented was a theory that said you're attracted to the density of the ball Earth, or there's the bending and warping of space-time that's keeping you in this position, not floating away off of a spinning ball. That's what they invented. So that anytime you hear the word gravity, you're thinking about being stuck to the exterior of a spinning ball. It's like word magic, yeah? Whereas that's not the case. So whereas they've told you that it's like you're being pulled down, I would say it's more like you're sinking in the medium of air, right? So when you jump up, it's like you're jumping in the medium, but then you sink back down. Just like in water, if you were to wear weights, you sink through the medium. It's not that you're being pulled by the density or the mass of the Earth. You're sinking through the medium because you're more dense than the medium. You understand that?
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I want to.
They call it gravity. They call it gravity because it's actually called specific gravity. If you Google specific gravity, you're going to get what what Cyclone told you, Archimedes' principle. So there's different types of gravity, but everybody just uses gravity.
Yeah, there's loads of different theories of gravity. This is why we've got these mad stories like the bending and warping of space-time, which is total imaginary conceptual nonsense. But the reason we have that is because they're having to come up with a story as to how it could even be possible that we could be living on the side of this giant spinning ball. And so they have to come up with a story.
So where do you stand with the, I guess, astronomers, like looking through telescopes and whatnot? How do you feel about, seeing all these like celestial objects and them appearing as balls, or like, do you feel like maybe that they would just be discs, or that they're potentially
not quite,
well?
not
like,
quite.
Where do you stand in that?
Well, so the luminaries, what I would say is,
Yeah.
there's a big, the big difference is in modern astronomy, they are presuming under the assumption that they're balls of gas and rock in a giant vacuum. Yeah, I don't believe any of that.
Them, and there's like they look like circular. From like we've
circular
seen them,
maybe,
Mars,
yeah.
You can see
circular maybe, but we don't know that they're spherical objects. No, we can't define them as spherical.
So you think they're just at a perfect angle where they look like a disc and they're all facing us?
Well, they're called in astronomy. They actually refer to them as discs. The disk of the sun, the disk of the moon, right? Because that's actually, strictly speaking, what's observed. Yeah, because especially when you're looking through a telescope, it's a monocular. It's a single lens, right? So you can't define a 3D shape like a sphere from that distance with a single lens. So literally, you are just observing a circular object. Now, that doesn't mean I'm saying it's a circle or a sphere or not. I'm not making a claim, because to actually claim what 3D shape they are, if any, you'd have to be able to travel to them and around them and start to like look at them, which we can't do. So all we observe is these like energetic blobs of light in the sky. And now what I would say is they are not places to go to. They're not balls of gas or rock in a vacuum. It's more like they're hands of a clock, right? The sky is a giant clock, and the sun tells us the days and the nights, the moon tells us the months, and the stars tell us the seasons, the time of year, right? Used for signs and seasons, basically, so that human beings know when to plant, when to harvest, this kind of thing. So I would say that they've taught us a way of thinking about the luminaries, which is totally at odds with what all human beings have ever understood about them, which is that They're not destinations. They're not potential destinations or things we can go to. They're simply there as a guide for us in terms of timing. Maybe some more things, but certainly they're not places to go to. And I think what they've done is they've taken man's natural explorative curiosity that he used to apply to the Earth, and we used to explore the Earth and do all kinds of crazy adventures on Earth, and they've thrown the imagination into space, the collective societal imagination. They've said, hey, Mars is the place we can go to. Well, not you, just us, the government. So everyone's like given up on exploration and discovery on Earth, and instead they just think, oh, well, the government's going to do it in space. I think that's the trick.
Well, I mean, you gotta understand, there's not really. So the whole, because a big part of it, an argument I've seen is like Antarctica is like this like layer, and that there's something beyond that. A lot of people believe, and it's all like walled off by military personnel of like NATO or a bunch of different countries.
Well, it is under international treaty, and it is controlled by a number of international navies. That's absolutely true.
Yeah. And how do you feel like about that? Like, do you think they're like protecting something, or there's something beyond that?
Well, I'm sure they are. I mean, they have to. Yeah, they have to be doing something, because you don't just get 50, 60 nations agreeing that no one can go to Antarctica for no reason. And I don't accept that it's because they care about the penguins, because I don't really think Russia and China and that have a great track record for animal welfare. So I don't really buy that. But what it is about it, what it is going on down there, I couldn't tell you. I've never been.
Yeah. See, but I want to expand upon that though, because you're saying human beings don't want to explore. I feel like space would be the natural place to look towards in terms of exploration. I mean, we have all these like developed nations across the world. There is, I guess, like tourism. There's like visiting, but there is no real like there is no real
space or Antarctica.
Like, I mean, I guess that there's not really much else. There's, I guess, the ocean. That's like the deep parts where it'll like crush every organ in your body, but there's not much else to explore.
But what I'm saying is there is no. I mean, the medium that they're calling space to explore, and that doesn't exist. So when I say they're sending the imagination, it's like a distraction from what could actually be explored, which is just the Earth.
Yeah, but what of the Earth like isn't? Is what I'm asking you.
What of the Earth isn't explored? You mean?
Yeah. Like what?
Well, it's hard for me to say, because it's like, what is beyond the known territories? That's like that question. How would I know? Because they're unknown. So, I mean, a few years ago, they said that Japan just found about 7,000 new islands or something like that. So people are still discovering new land, and that's not even talking about what's north or south, which is generally prohibited to public exploration.
And like almost like borderline uninhabitable for the average person that isn't.
Yeah. So especially in the south, it's like, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like an out of bounds zone in a video game. Yeah. Like when you get too far off the map, it's just like, you'll die here in a minute. That's kind of like what it seems to me. But there are accounts from older cultures who say there is more land. There's other things. I don't know. It's all speculation. It's interesting. My point would be...
Sorry, I just wanted to add, Wolf, Cyclone, that there's also a limitation of our knowledge of the land masses and the orientation. Because if you know anything about cartography, Yoda's pretty well versed in this. The way that the map is presented to us is all based on longitude and latitude, basically referencing the sky. It's very hard to actually know the distances between places correctly. It's very inconsistent. So we're given a perception of the world, but actually in reality, we have no way to verify these distances are correct, the orientation is correct. So there could well be other lands out there that we don't know about, and it could be quite easy to hide because of the nature of how they've done how cartography is done with longitude and latitude. So I just wanted to add that as well. We don't know as much as we think we do.
If that's the case, if there really is a disparity in like the distances, how can we say like just to go back to the horizon stuff? How can we say that's that the measurements we're doing, you know, on the boats there are entirely accurate as well? Then, like
because we're comparing that to the globe prediction, and we can falsify that. But that's not making a claim as to. Well, we're basically saying it's an optical limit, not a physical one. So it wouldn't necessarily define a physical limit, the horizon, right? It's optical, it's the limit. It's like a draw distance in a video game.
Yeah.
That's how our eyes work, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's different. That's just trying to verify that there's a curvature at where they say that it should be, right? That's just a validation.
No, but there's still
Or
a
a lack
degree
of
of like
validation.
measurement going on there. Is what I'm saying. So
Well, yeah, we can measure how far the horizon actually is appearing, and then we can say that, well, for example, we've got observation where there's like a guy puts a camera basically on the ground at 1 foot. And for a 1 foot observer, according to the globe model, it should be a horizon at 1.2 miles away. 1.2, right? But we can see the horizon over 10 miles away, right? And when we do the math on this, it changes the radius value from the 3959 that they tell us to like, what is it, 250,000 miles? So it's orders of magnitude off what the globe is claiming. So then even if you wanted to say, oh, well, maybe it's just a bigger ball, it would mean basically you're saying that the known territories are like 1% of what's actually out there. So whichever way you slice it, we don't know anything about this place.
If
You
I
see
can
what I mean?
step in real quick. So latitude and longitude bake in curvature. They bake in the radius of Earth. So when we're presented with objects 10 miles away that are visible from 1 foot off the ground, and the 10-mile distance is a coordinate map distance based off of that spherical coordinate system, then by its own claim, we should not be able to see these objects. But we do, and we can see well beyond them, which means the curvature for that coordinate system has been debunked by observation. Yeah, it's a big problem.
Yeah, so the observations of the horizon and debunking the globe kind of only opened the door to these questions about, well, how big is the Earth actually? How much land area is there? How much ocean area is there? It opens the door to those questions, but it doesn't give us an answer. We don't know the answer.
Now on Facebook, I'm just scrolling through, and maybe I can post that picture. Oh, mad, I can. Sweet. Right, I can post that bit up. Loading. Come on. Do you think? There it is. So this numpty. Now, Columbia Sportswear CEO Tim Boyle, who is 76 years old, recently launched a viral challenge promising to give away his $3 billion company to anyone who can prove the Earth is flat. The campaign video invites participants to photograph a literal edge of the Earth, with Boyle joking that the winner receives the entire company. A spokeswoman in the video clarifies that the image must show a real physical termination point of the planet. The stunt is part of Columbia's marketing campaign, using humour and satire to spark global attention and online debate.
Yeah, I heard something about that Matrix. Yeah, I didn't realise what the prize was. Whole company, eh? Huh.
That'd be nearly worth borrowing a battleship and going for a little bit of a sail. Getting a big ass crane, jumping up on the plateau and going for a walk. But then again, last time someone tried that, quite a few went down and not many came back. Don't know why. There's only penguins there. Maybe they do have laser eyes. Oh. I love some of the bullshit stories that they say, eh? Well, that's right. The social media stupid thing starts today, didn't it? Wow. I wonder how many kids are going out and going to find alternate forms of entertainment, like getting great big firecrackers and blowing up wheelie bins and. Oh man. Oh wow, that's going to be great. We got a couple of cities where there's major youth problems, and these idiots think that by kicking children off of social media or banning them from it because of their underage is going to help our youth crime problems, or it's going to make our kids safe. That's what they said. It's going to make our kids safe. What it is going to do is make our kids bored. They're going to want to seek entertainment elsewhere, and as a result, I can see our youth crime problem going through the roof. But anyways, that's my take on it. Oh, wow. There's a few bites on that one. All right, so one person posted up. So that the pressure is greater in water the deeper you go is a fact. Same as air pressure drops the higher you go. Explain that without gravity. Anyways, the next person gets on there. Gravity has nothing to do with relative density. As world famous physicist Michio Kaku says, there is no such thing as gravity. Now all of a sudden we've got 25 bites on that. So as we all know, it doesn't take much bait to go fishing. The very first clown on there, didn't Cavendish fail? Next one was try to understand what Kaku said. What else we got? Michio Kaku never said that gravity doesn't exist. The way flat earthers claim, he said gravity isn't a force in Einstein's model. It's the curvature of space-time that's not no gravity. That gravity is deeper than Newton's thought. Relative density only works because gravity pulls denser objects downwards. Without gravity, density would just make things different thicknesses. Nothing would fall, so no. You didn't debunk gravity, you just misunderstood a quote from a scientist whose books you've clearly never read. Ooh. I'd like to invite that numpty in here, he'd get wrecked. Oh wow, this dude's even going for more. Also, here's what we get when we search for the Dr. Kaku quote on Google. Dr. Michio Kaku's no gravity comments stem from Einstein's general relativity, which describes gravity not as a pull, but as the curvature of space-time caused by mass. So, objects follow these curves, creating the effect we feel as gravity, with space pushing us down, not a force pulling us. He's essentially saying there's no force in the traditional sense, but a geometric effect, explaining that things like satellites are falling around Earth because they follow the curved space-time path, not because they are pulled by a distinct force. The universe always has gravity or space-time curvature. My God, these people are so deep into it. What else we got? If you're going to quote Kaku, use the full quote, not just a bit that supports your position. Oh, have a cry. What do we got? Yes, yes. Now explain how pressure gradients come to exist without gravity. All right, what other cries have we got? Oh, what's this talk? Hard to explain if the person is an idiot that believes the world is flat. Well, it's not a belief, so you've failed. Next. One person just put in there buoyancy. Comments incoming. Very good. All right. What other stupid shit we got? Oh, we've got another maptard. Wow. If you assume that the azimuthal equidistant projection used as the flat Earth map is actually flat, then Adelaide goes from 654 kilometres from Melbourne. What? Then Adelaide goes from 654 kilometres from Melbourne to 1,592 kilometres. Can any flat earther explain how I can drive this distance in less than 8 hours? Okay, numpty. Oh, he's got 99 comments. What's this? One of the comments, because flat Earth is almost an exclusively American politics issue. Flurfs never anticipated meeting someone from Australia. Oh, shit. That's good. I like that. And there's 5 replies to that. The Flurfs, oh, here's the first dumbass. There are Flurfs all around the globe by their own site's admission. Well, obviously, this numpty has been to the Flat Earth Society. Anyways. Oh, someone doesn't like the Australian Flat Earthers. Amazingly enough, there are Australian Flurfs, and they are arguably the dumbest of them all. Really? Here's an idea for you, kind sir. Get in your happy little car and go for a drive across this little continent. And you tell me how much curvature there is. The first person, another one gets on here. Bless your heart. Gleason's map is the only map with accurate distances. Ouch. Holy shitballs, that is a long post. Wow. The entire heliocentric model is based on esoteric numerology. Every major part of it is built on a harmonic code. Here is the full breakdown they never expect you to see. If you believe the heliocentric model is a scientific framework built on measurement, buckle up, because once you review the full pattern, it becomes painfully obvious that the model is a numerological construct disguised as astronomy. Every pillar of it, not one part escapes the pattern. So let's begin. Number 1, the sun-moon illusion, the 400-to-1 code. Heliocentrism begins with its most absurd coincidence. The sun is said to be 400 times larger in diameter, 400 times farther, which makes it appear the exact same size as the moon. A perfect ratio, a perfect illusion, a perfect number for numerology. This ratio alone would sink any truly random cosmology, but this is only the beginning. Number 2, the 108 harmonic, the skeleton key of the system. Heliocentrism is built on 108, whether you notice or not. 108 moons fit between Earth and the moon. 108 suns fit between Earth and the sun. Moon radius equals 1,080 miles. 1 to the power of
text. Sorry, Matrix.
I was just going to say, I might unlock him for a second, just so I can find out if he at least watched the first 30 seconds of the video I posted for him. Oops. Oh, there it is. Hassan, did you watch the first 30 seconds of the video I posted up for you?
I watched your mom getting fucked, bro. That's what I watched.
Oh, yeah, that's not going to do you any good. I'm just going to put that red flag back on there. We don't need that in here.
Hassan, you Brother, you really need some help. Maybe ask AI how you can get some manners and have a conversation with people.
Oh, look, I've got another call coming in. Alrighty, guys, I'll catch us later. Peace.
Yeah.
Hello. What's everyone quiet?
We were meditating until you made noise.
Fuck your phone battery. Let the fucking phone die. Fuck all of the notifications and all of the fucking endless pings. You do not need a fucking charger. A dead phone is freedom. Embrace the freedom. No calls, no texts, no bullshit. The world can wait. You do not exist to respond. The silence is sacred. The emptiness is bliss. If it is important, they'll fucking figure it out. But for now, unplug, disconnect, and reclaim your fucking life. Fuck your phone battery. That is all.
Hello, my name is Self-Help Singh, international life coach, motivational speaker, and best-selling author of the book Do Nothing. Do nothing. There is no purpose or meaning to find in life. So just exist and do nothing. Stop waking up early. Life is shit, so sleep through as much of it as possible. 5 a.m. club, bad idea. 11 a.m. club, much better idea. Stop doing the things you don't want to do. Make the excuses. Avoid the work commitments, the friend get-togethers, the family gatherings if you so wish. Make the excuse book and fill it with excuses. Keep the excuses ready for the boss, for the wife, for the friends. Say no to the teams meetings, to the TikTok. Say no to the exercise. Say no to the diet. Eat whatever the fuck you want. Soon you will be dead. So what difference is it making? Stop listening to what people say about you. Stop chasing the perfect summer body. Whether you are fat or thin, haters will hate. And soon your haters will also die. Hopefully in the most horrific manner. Joking, not joking. Oh, am I joking? Do the least amount of work without getting fired. Nike say, just do it. Self-Help Singh say, just do nothing. Release yourself of obligation and responsibility and just do nothing. Everything you think you need to do was done before you and will be done after you. So stop doing. You do it best when you do nothing at all. You are not special. You are not unique creation. The world is fucked and you cannot unfuck it. So just do you and do nothing. Stop spending your days searching for the meaning of life, for that is the most futile exercise. You will die one day just as confused as you are now. So be happy with what and who you are. As my good friend Farouk Freddie Mercury once said, nothing really matters. So do nothing. Your boss is not your friend. Your company is not your family. Don't get emotional about your job. Your boss not care about you. Your boss is only caring about making the money. When you are sick and your boss is saying, get well soon. He is saying this because he wants you to get well so you can come back and do the work to make the money. When your boss is asking, how are you? He is not asking because he actually cares. It is merely a formality. When you are sick in the bed, then he is asking, how are you feeling? What is actually going through his mind is, this asshole is laying in the bed costing me the money. When will he be coming back to the work to make the money? When your mother dies and you are taking the time off to mourn and your boss is saying, let me know if there's anything I can do. What he's actually saying is, let me know what I can do to help you cry faster so that you can come back to work and make me the money. Whenever you are taking the time off to rest, recover, or mourn, you are an inconvenience to your boss. And no matter how much hard work you have done and how much ass you have kissed, when it is no longer profitable to employ you, they will fire you. So don't give your heart and soul to a place that don't give a fuck about you. Focus on what is important in life and don't forget to have fun.
Hello, everyone. Hello?
Hey guys,
Hey.
what's going on?
Nothing.
Seems like everybody was on mute.
You accent like a Hindi? Yes?
No, but I'm Indian.
What?
No, I'm not Hindi, but I am Indian.
Oh, okay.
Hey, are some guys here who is believing the Earth is flat?
What's your opinion about that?
Sorry?
What's your opinion about it?
Yeah, it's about that.
All right, I can talk for 5 minutes if anyone has any questions about the topic. Oh, AJ's gone. Abu? How do I say your name?
Abu Imam. Abu Imam.
Abu Imam, welcome.
Okay. You're DJ?
Busy?
Yeah.
DJ, yes. Sorry.
DJ, okay. And let me remember, you said before the Earth is flat or circle?
Flat, yeah. I don't know the shape of the Earth.
But we said a lot of scientific theories about that. You don't believe the flat Earth? The Earth is a circle? You don't believe it?
A globe? No. No, it's not a globe.
Why you see it's flat?
Well, we experience it as flat, and there have been tests that have been done to test for the curvature of the Earth, and there's no curvature of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if the Earth is a globe, right, then it has to have Earth curvature, which means the water needs to be bending, curving, but that doesn't happen in reality. The globe is just a theory. It's just a concept, essentially. but it doesn't match up with reality.
What is the doesn't match with reality?
Well, the surface of the water is not curving. The surface of the water is flat, so it cannot be a ball, because most of the surface of the Earth is water.
Okay. Imagine you walk on the. You see the Earth is like a table, a surface of a table.
Yeah, the surface of a table. Yeah, what about it? Yep.
Okay. Imagine you walk on the table, and you go to the edge. Okay. Go to the end of the table, and you wanna go to the opposite side.
Right.
Okay, what's what happen?
You would fall off the edge of the table.
Wow.
Yeah. You know what, though? Earth is not a table. Last time I checked, the Earth is different than a table. Right? It's not a table. Yeah. So I don't know what that argument is. I don't know if you're trying to claim that the Earth's a table, but the Earth is very different from a table.
Those scientists say the Earth is flat. I don't know.
Yeah, the surface of the Earth is flat, right? Not like a table.
Say that?
Yeah, some scientists say that. I don't know. I didn't ask all the scientists, but yeah, some scientists say it. Yeah. It's not really a science question, though, is it? It's a geometry question.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, anyone that goes out to test the surface of the Earth for themselves will discover that it's not curving. Right? Just like we all experience, you experience the Earth as flat. I experience the Earth as flat. Okay, but the difference is you believe it's a globe because you've never tested it. I've gone out and tested it myself, and I've seen hundreds of tests that have been done showing that there's no curvature. Right? So I understand why you think it's a globe because you were taught it's a globe growing up, and it was reinforced at school and in the movies. Right? But most of the time people just believe it's a globe. They don't really know much about the globe itself. Right? Like if I were to ask you some basic questions about the globe, most of the time people don't know the basic questions. They just believe the Earth's a globe because they saw it on the TV and because that's what they were told.
Yeah, it's like you said, it's unbelievable for me to say Earth is flat. But what is your opinion about photos from the moon to the Earth? It's like a circle.
Okay, so we cannot go to the moon, right? And NASA and India, right? They faked going to the moon. Okay, they didn't go to the moon. They faked it.
Okay.
Yeah.
What? How? How they faked it?
How did they fake it? Well, by the looks of it, they used a studio, and they used models and miniatures and sets. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like to me. I mean, I don't know if you've actually looked at the moon landing footage, but it looks completely fake.
What about
right? Like if I show you, what about Elon?
What about Elon? What do you want to say?
Well, I just wanted to say, have a look at the footage in the side chat. All right, this footage is obviously not real footage. Okay, but yeah. So I don't take this footage seriously, but some people do. Okay, this footage is obviously fake. Right, it looks like an old movie or something like that. From the '60s, with puppets and models and strings and that kind of thing. But this is what NASA says is real footage from the moon landing, so I think most people haven't checked. They just believe in the moon landing. But at the end of the day, we can't really verify, right? We can't go and check what the Earth looks like from the moon because we can't go there. You have to have faith in NASA, right? Essentially. So I don't have faith in NASA because I've seen a lot of fakery from NASA.
Okay, so you must become a scientist to verify about it. Yeah?
No, anyone can measure the surface of the Earth themselves. You don't need to be a scientist. In fact, it's not a question of science. It's a question of geometry. Okay, so if someone says that 10 miles over the surface of the water should be curving, right, we can go and test for that curvature. You don't need to be a scientist to go and test for the curvature. Okay, you don't need to be a scientist to measure something.
Okay.
And if you think that scientists prove that the Earth's a globe, which scientists do you think did that? When did they do it, and how did they do it?
You listen. You listen for me the shadow theory. Shadow. You know this?
Shadow theory? No.
I said it before. I think you have been here.
Okay. Refresh my memory.
Okay. You know Misalla?
No what?
Misalla. Okay. Misalla, it's a build like a column. Okay. It's like 20 meters, and it's thin. Okay. And I'm from Egypt, and we have two Misalla. Two. One on the north and one on the west. On the east. What is the difference of north? East? Yeah, it's this. Yeah. Inside chat.
Oh, shadows. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can see in the diagram. You can see in the diagram that old dude posted. Right, the same thing on a flat surface with the same effect.
Yep.
Right. So
what is your opinion? I
think figure 2A explains it perfectly. That old dude posted figure 2A on the left.
2A.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. That's how that works.
Oh. Yeah. Okay, I don't know. It's I don't know. It's hard. It's hard for me. Do you like mathematics or not, DJ?
Do I like what? Sorry,
mathematics.
Mathematics. Well, yeah, they're useful. Yep.
You're clever in mathematics, or no?
Well, no, not really. I'm not great at mathematics, but I know enough mathematics to. Yeah, I know enough to have conversations with globe earthers.
Okay.
Right, or anyone that wants to come in here and talk about this topic. I know enough mathematics to get by in these conversations. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what we use to, right? So that's what we're testing. So they tell us there are certain mathematics that explain reality. Okay, so the radius of the Earth is 6,371 kilometers. Okay, and we can calculate how far away the horizon should be depending on the observer height. Okay, and we can determine that, okay, if we're 6 foot tall, we're standing at the ocean, okay, the horizon should be about 5 kilometers away. And then we can test for that. Okay, we can do laser transit tests, we can use infrared photography, videography, signal propagation, all types of techniques to try to detect the curvature that should be over that distance. We can also determine how much distance should be over, how much curvature should be over a certain amount of distance. For example, if we have a 16 kilometer long stretch of water, there should be about 20 meters of curvature over that distance. So we can test for that curvature. And when we test for the curvature, it's not there. It's never there. It's just flat.
Okay. So we can suppose it's flat. So if it's a flat, what is exist in the different side? People, animals, anything, in your opinion? On the opposite side. So like a table, not typically, but what is the different? What is the?
Yeah, what did you say? Sorry, my wife was asking me a question.
He wants to know what's on the other side if it's flat.
Oh yeah, so we don't know we don't claim that the Earth is a flat disk in space. Okay, we don't claim a flat planet, a round circular planet that you might be imagining in your head. We don't claim that. And the deepest hole that anyone's ever dug in human history is 7.6 miles. It's called the Kola Super Deep Borehole. And yeah, they could only dig down 7.6 miles, and that's the furthest that they could get. So that's only a little bit deeper than the deepest part of the ocean. So I think nobody knows truly what happens if you keep digging down. And we're not claiming a shape, right? We don't claim the Earth's a flat planet. Earth is not a planet.
Okay.
Yeah, you may have seen pictures of the flat Earth in the media, but that's not what we claim. That's propaganda. Yeah, I'll put a picture in the side chat. Okay, so this is not flat Earth. Okay, but this is what you see when you go to Google and you type in what is flat Earth. You know, they'll send you pictures like this. Okay, this is ridiculous, and we don't claim this. Right? This is changing the globe into a flat planet. Right? We don't do that. You can think of the Earth. You can think of the area of the Earth that we live on, like a big lake or a pond. Okay, and you live on an island, which is called a continent, inside that pond. And yeah, you can't fall off the edge, like you said at the start. Why don't you fall off like a table? Well, you can't fall off the edge of a lake. Okay, you'll just get to the edge of the lake if you're able to do so. But we're not claiming to know the shape or the size, right? We're not claiming to know everything. Mostly we just test the globe, okay? And when we test the globe, it doesn't match reality, okay? And it just measures as flat. So we know that the Earth is flat. We know it's not a globe, but we don't have all of the answers.
Okay, if it's flat, and scientists say that, what will change about us?
Well, you'll know that it's not a globe. I mean, what's going to change? Nothing's going to change because you already experienced the Earth as flat and stationary. So the only thing that would change would be your knowledge. Okay, and the way it may be, yeah, it's something that you would have to find out. It's probably different for different people. But nothing will change in your everyday life because you're already living on the flat Earth, right? You just believe it's a globe, so you'll stop believing it's a globe and you can wake up to reality. It's a lot of people say it's kind of like waking up from being brainwashed or hypnotized.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a good answer.
Do you know how the globe came to become the globe? Do you know how it became the mainstream claim?
Mainstream claim?
Yeah, like how did the globe, so all of the ancient cultures knew that the Earth was flat and stationary. And then some people started suggesting that it's a globe. Do you know how that happened?
I don't know. What is your opinion about evolution?
It's a ridiculous concept. In my opinion.
It's as fake as
nobody observes it.
Yeah, it's as fake as outer space.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous, right? Like they seem to be doing is just completely replacing people's common sense with a bunch of nonsense. And if they can have people believe in a completely false sense of reality, then maybe they can control people easier. I'm not sure. That's just a speculation. But yeah, they make people think that they're here by accident. They're just mistakes, right? You're lost in space on this spinning ball that's just spinning through space for no reason at all. Lost, going nowhere. One day it's all going to end. Could get killed at any second by an asteroid. That's what they want people living like, so they want people to think they're just a little speck that's here by mistake, and the big daddy government and big daddy tech, right? They've got all of the answers, and you just need to listen to what they tell you and just believe what they tell you and go to work like a good little sheep, pay your taxes, and don't question anything. That's what they want. And that's what they got. They're very good at that.
Aliens come from planets inside spacecraft to visit people. They want you to accept that too.
You were born too late to explore the Earth, but too soon to explore the galaxy.
Bummer.
That's a good one. Yeah.
I want to talk about something in a logic. It's non-religion. It's not religion about religion, but it's nonsense for me. It's the people think is no God. How they think this? You can't they say the Earth is created by sun. يعني if you have a watch now on your hand, who made this watch? Can you know who made this watch?
Probably some little Chinese 6-year-olds in a sweatshop in China.
What?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, okay, it's from China. I know, maybe it's China, but
yeah, I'm not even wearing a watch. I'm just joking.
How can you know if this watch has a middle or creator or no? Or you can say the watch is created by sudden.
Yeah, obviously the watch has to be created.
Okay, you know it's created in a factory in China, as example.
Mm-hmm.
So, a big thing like Earth and people and animals and anything alive in the world, it's created by sudden. It's very, very unbelievable.
Yeah, it's amazing, man. Yeah, nature is amazing and the world is amazing. It's an amazing system. It's very complicated. And yeah, I don't think nothing exploded, right? Like in the Big Bang Theory and turned into everything, and everything just we evolved from pond scum and monkeys and blah, blah, blah. I think that's ridiculous. But I don't know I don't know who created the world. How was it created? All of that, right? That's something that I think people need to have faith in. People can never know for sure that question.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. Unless they want to have belief and faith in a religion that tells them the story about how the earth was created. But that's just going to be faith based, and that's fine. Each to their own. But in here, we like to stick to empirical evidence, what we can test in reality. So when they tell us that the Earth's a globe, right, that means the water has to be curving. So we can go out and we can measure we can calculate how much curvature there should be over a certain distance, and then we can test for the curvature to see if it's actually there. Yeah. And it's not there. It's not there. When we test for it, it's not there.
Okay.
So that's something that needs to be taken seriously, because there's thousands of tests that have been done now, right? And some of these tests have been done by professionals, okay, people that really know what they're doing, using very expensive equipment.
Yeah.
And they have extremely consistent results showing that there's zero curvature every single time. So we're just showing people the tests and having to talk to people about it, right? Because most people, they just believe that somebody in the past that's really smart worked out that the Earth's a globe by some empirical means, some measurements, some experiment, something like that. But once you start actually looking into it, it didn't happen. That's not how the globe became a thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Someone here in the side chat say, which is what? Yeah, watches don't grow on trees.
That's right. They don't grow on trees.
Yep, that's old dude spitting facts.
It's like a facts museum.
Yep.
Watches don't grow on trees. Snow is cold. He's got all the facts.
He's a fax machine.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. He say any creation has a creator. So if we go with this sentence, when we will end, if you say that, you say it's all religions in the world, it's false. If any creation has a creator, it's unbelievable too. Everything is coded that needs a coder. No, it doesn't like that, in my opinion. Can anyone here can suggest? Guest? No, it's not suggest. Can think what
Yes,
is
yes, everything needs a creator. You can't have something get created without somebody creating it. So
Yeah, the main thing I think what's going on is why people aren't answering you is because this topic doesn't require that. This is a topic about physical reality, measurements, observations, practical demonstrations.
I know that, but I don't go far. I talk about logic. I don't talk about religion as a basic object. I talk about logic. It's a logic flat, as a flat or not of circle. It's a logic too.
Hey, dude, you don't have any logic for a ball.
Yep, I don't talk about religions as a main object.
You think the globe is logical?
What?
Do you think that the globe is logical?
Logical
conclusion?
Logical conclusion?
Yes, the globe a logical conclusion.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you give an argument, a logical argument for it?
No, it's I can give you perfect scientific argument.
He doesn't use logic for globe. He only uses feelings. Globe
It's impossible.
Is different kind of logic for these guys.
You got that right.
They say, no, we don't use logic for that. No, it's not. We don't need to.
It's absolutely impossible to create a logical argument for the globe.
Okay, so
at least a deductive one.
So Earth is scientific. It's not logic. So you are saying it's scientific object. Yeah.
Oh, isn't science built on philosophy? Is not the scientific method a logical form whereby you use induction to form a hypothesis and deduction to test it? The answer is yes, that is science. Science is logical. What you're looking for is evidence.
What's the name of evidence?
Yeah, who has evidence that the globe exists outside of your mind?
I don't have any evidence.
Yeah,
and
nobody can verify the evidence that they think they have either.
Okay, we here took by what? By logic, by feelings, by scientific, by science, or by what?
So, can you point to one piece of verifiable scientific evidence?
Okay.
Yeah. One piece of scientific evidence for the globe.
Okay, I suppose. No. I said the scientific. Okay.
right? If it's scientific, then it's going to be observable, it's going to be testable, it's going to be repeatable, verifiable.
But we can say we are not scientists. We have tests, and we go here to say that tests that scientists do it. We are not scientists. We talk about the big science problem, and we're not scientists. So if we want to talk, we cannot talk by logic. I don't know what's the meaning of logic in your country or in your language. It's different, I think.
No, logic is the same in any language.
I know, but I talk about culture.
If I ask for a logical argument, a deductive syllogism for the globe, you could pick any of the formal frameworks for deduction to make the argument. Like, if A leads to B and if B leads to C, then A leads to C. That's one example of many. There are deductive forms and inductive forms. So some are going to be able to be proven and others are not.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Why 1 plus 1 equal 2, not 3?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. What did you say?
Why 1 plus 1 equal 2, not 3?
Wait, 1 plus 1 equals 2, not 3. Yeah, that's a great example. If you have 1 and you add another 1, then it will equal 2.
If we have what?
That's base. If you're using base 10 math, if you use a different math, different base, it could be a different answer.
Right, and a different base would indicate different amounts where 1 does not represent 1.
My brain is locked.
You're like base 2 math, 1 plus 1 is 10.
But 10 means 2.
But 10 means 2 when 1 is plus 1.
Yeah. If 1 equals 10, then 1 plus 1 equals 20.
But 20 is equal to.
In binary, like Crit was saying, 1, 0 is 2. So, we have to, all of this rests on fundamentals of logic. So you've got axioms. You've got laws of logic, like the law of identity, for example, the law of non-contradiction.
Okay.
So if I observe and experience the world to be flat, then what is my rational explanation for the globe? The beginning premise, your fundamental axiom, begins with an experience with your own direct senses that the world is not spinning and it is not curving. So how do you get from that to a globe? Logically.
Pretty rich guy, so I think 100 million.
There you go. That's the answer. You need about 100 million leaps of logic.
Okay, I'm happy to talk with you guys about this object. So I wanna go now. Okay.
All right, take care. Bye.
Okay.
Have a good day, man. See you next time.
You too, man. Bye.
Artemis 2 canceled or kicked. They couldn't get it filled up yesterday in the wet rehearsal.
So it's just delayed or what?
Well, I mean, like, unless they fix the problem, I mean, was it how just keep kicking it every month or every launch window? Oh, couldn't get it filled today. Not today. Not you know, like eventually, like it'll eventually get filled. Like one of these launch windows, like.
That's so freaking hilarious, man.
Hard enough to create a deductive syllogism logically for the globe. It's even harder to prove it. I don't think anybody can come up with a valid argument for the globe, let alone a sound one.
Photographs from space. Why would they lie? Minority opinions are stupid. But the key there is they run into these contradictions because these anti-flat earthers are like, well, photo isn't proof. Well, why did you say photographs from space then? They'll be like, minority opinions are stupid and not stupid because a lot of them claim atheists. The most minority opinion of all minority opinions. Like, you don't get any more minority than the atheist. And then, like, why would they lie? Like, really, you can't figure that out? Why would they tell the truth?
My photos from space are more true than your photos of flat Earth because more people believe me than you.
Yeah, it's like the logic of an orc in Warhammer 40k.
Guess what? Matthew Learns was in here the other day, and he was kind of trying to brag about the moon trip soon. And I said, look, I'm not going to get excited because every single time they say they're going to do something, then the footage comes out. It's laughable and ridiculous, and it's a big letdown. He says, well, it's not about the footage. The footage doesn't matter. And he said even if he said they don't even have to give him any footage as long as they say what they're doing, right? He says what they're doing is the most important thing. The footage is irrelevant. He said they don't even have to give me any footage, and I'll believe everything they tell me.
Honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that meme where the dude's like, it's kind of vulgar or whatever. Like they're crapping out something and the person's just eating it.
Yeah, he would. Yep.
So with these delays, it's almost like, speculation for a moment. You can almost imagine that they've got like the next generation supercomputer that can do, real-time fake telemetry, simulated telemetry driven computer modeling that's ultra realistic beyond anything that like TerraGen has produced. So they go through their own internal checks and they war game it in the night leading up to when it's deployed. And somebody sitting around the table raises a hand and says, nope, someone can tell this is fake because that happened. We have to scrap the whole thing. The graphic glitched. There was a reflective surface that wasn't proper. There was a simulated star field that didn't quite match. They go over everything with a fine-tooth comb because they learned their first mission from Apollo. They learned their first mistake from Apollo. I kind of think this might be what is happening behind the scenes. The technology is not good enough. Apollo was an embarrassment. The space shuttle was an embarrassment. The ISS was an embarrassment. When they started filming or running film that's claimed to be from the ISS as it orbits Earth on the NASA TV channel on Dish Network in like 2001, 2002, I about lost my faith. I was losing my faith in NASA then, but that pretty much sealed the deal for me. Because the way they constructed the Earth and the atmosphere using computer models and what we were watching, what we were witnessing, make no mistake about it, that it's computer driven, looked like that they had read the same tutorials that I had read, because at that time I was involved in 3D modeling and rendering and was doing it as a hobby and semi-professionally. I could see all the same techniques that I learned how to do by following tutorials and creating my own planets and outer space scenes. They were doing the same exact thing. They would pull up a primitive, like a ball, a sphere. They would copy it and paste it and expand it a little bit further and then add transparency layers to it. Boom. Now you've got an atmosphere. Texture it with some clouds that wrap around with the UV map. And then just go really down to the microscopic level of the ball underneath it and start deforming the terrain. Ensure that you can create shadows on the terrain. Ensure that the clouds from your texture map on the larger ball are able to be cast down to the surface of the smaller ball underneath. All of these techniques were plainly visible in the footage that NASA passed off as the ISS looking down at Earth as it orbits. And I was done with NASA by that point. And what was really funny is a friend of mine had a friend who contacted me maybe a year or two prior to this and asked me if I was interested in taking a job as a contractor at NASA doing 3D modeling. No joke. I mean, it wasn't like I was being offered a job on the spot. It was an open requisition or something they were interviewing for. I said no thanks, but What's frustrating too was this was during the period where NASA seemed to be transitioning away from being brutally honest about their art house work, about their artistic renditions, and they were moving away from that into basically trying to claim that these are the result of photographs and real footage. There was this transition period, mark my words, some of you are old enough to remember, where they stopped putting these captions like composite, artist rendition, digital composure, whatever. They stopped putting those captions under everything and only started to put them under some things. And for a while, there was a lot of this artwork being developed that did not have any captions at all. And then slowly they started to introduce the better artwork and calling it images. And they even went so bold as to say photographs in some cases. Just as time went on, there was this really curious transition period, and it was like in the 90s to early 2000s.
It's not a lie to photograph a painting.
Right. I get this from time to time from flat earthers who come in here, people who have specific domain knowledge in various expertise fields. And they say, yeah, what I'm seeing right here is exactly what I know how to do. There's no way that they're doing it this way. There's no way that can be real. Like, I don't know, somebody who works with vacuum seals and valves for a living, looking at the ISS schematics and the claims of the environment it's in.
I haven't seen the schematics. I'd like to see them myself because I can tell you that shit ain't working in a vacuum. Stuff would have fallen apart by now anyway.
I met a neighbor the other day whose family owns a small outfit where they create valves. Today, it's all using CNC machining, But this company, their family company, has been around like 80 years or something. And their claim to fame is that they were contracted to build parts for the Apollo program. What exactly, I didn't ask, but I'm sure it's related to valves. So what do? Like they get a purchase order request from NASA to produce like 5,000 of these little doohickeys. They produce 5,000 doohickeys. They go in a box. They ship them off. NASA stuffs it in a warehouse, pays the vendor, and says, "Thank you very much for your service." And they say, "Here's a token of your patriotism. We're giving you a copy of our original purchase order that you can frame on the wall, and we're going to show you a schematic of where your valves are going in this space doohickey." So that way, when you see it on TV, you know for sure that your valves are up in outer space. So Surreal 791, you just joined the server today to talk to us? Did you hear about 24/7? Decide to join just to say hello? Because your server join is February 2nd. Also joined 24/7 Flat Earth Discord today. Wow. So you just happened to join two places that we frequent the most on the same day. You want to grab a mic and tell us your story, how you found us? Bueller. Okay. All right, I will park my skepticism aside for a moment. Cut you some slack. I do have to go in a little bit. It's funny I say that. Some of my biggest fans decide to hop on right afterwards. So I'm just going to leave a little bit of Yoder's butthurt cream on the table for them, so when they come in, they can apply it. If you need more, just ask. Bring your best arguments. Make sure you can make them valid. We can test the validity. Can you do it? I don't think you can. Might even be impossible.
Tell you what, Yoder, I'll go back, take my brain back about 11 years, and I'll give you my best globe argument. You ready?
Okay.
Pictures from Space by NASA. There you go.
What's the argument, though?
That is the argument.
It's like, yeah, exactly. That's the hard part, right? It's like, okay, I've got what I think is evidence. How do I form an argument out of it? It's funny, right?
I mean, I used to think that was good evidence. Does that count for something?
Yeah, it counts.
Okay.
It's better than nothing, right?
Just surveying the panel. Is there any spinning ball dwellers on here at the moment? Doesn't look like it. Maybe. Who thinks the Earth is a spinning ball? Speak up now. Or don't.
You do.
Yeah, back when I first accepted this a while back, I spent the first few months kicking my own ass for not even properly examining the physics of water and how water behaves. But so many people can't even get to that point. It's crazy. Okay, we've been joined by Saul. Hello, Saul. What say you? He said he's going to leave. Okay. Did her Dave 0 for 1? I'll shut up.
It is time to normalize saying, sorry, that's not my job. Taking on other people's responsibilities only enables lazy motherfuckers. Putting extra effort will not be rewarded. Instead, your boss will be delighted by your over-eagerness and stupidity and continually take advantage of you. Going the extra mile won't make you a hero. It will make you your company's bitch. Don't be your company's bitch. Do only what you are paid to do. That is all.
Dope talk. Are y'all ready to lose gravity for 8 seconds?
It's impossible.
Only 8 seconds. Go ahead.
That's just what they say. Sometime in August, 8 seconds, gravity gone.
No, who said that? Spy agency?
That's just what they say.
Who's they? Need to find they?
NASA.
It's a spy agency. We don't go along with them anymore.
Yeah, 8 seconds happens to be the average time a cowboy can stay on a bull. There was a movie about it, but totally unrelated. Go ahead.
What do you think is going to happen in those 8 seconds?
The cowboy's going to hold on like he's never held on before.
So we all going to be like cowboys, huh? We're going to be some bull riding motherfuckers.
All right, so Surreal says, here's food for thought. Surreal 791.